Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are. Welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse, welcome to Saudi Arabia, and welcome to the Jcsa English-speaking broadcast. My name is Callum Helliwell, and I'm looking forward to bringing you 12 wonderful races, although I will not be doing it on my own. I am back in Saudi Arabia, which means I'm back with my wonderful four-man list. Rory Delagi, how you doing?
Nice to be back, Callum, and a lovely day for it as well. It certainly picked up. It wasn't particularly sunny yesterday, I didn't think, but the weather is beautiful today. The temperature's very much to our liking, except in the studio, obviously, where you're struggling, as I can see, with the jacket on. But yeah, outside it's nice and warm, but not too hot for us. Nice and cool in the evenings as well. Lovely, lovely weather to be having. Well,
you mentioned nice and cool in the evening. That is the reason why the jacket is on, because this studio gets absolutely freezing late on. Rory's fine, he always layers up, he's always prepared, but I am a little bit chillier, so I've gone with a little bit of a jacket look today. But Rory, 12 races to look forward to. I know I'm really, really excited about race 9, but let's look at 3 horses who I cannot wait to see as we get racing here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. The first horse is Al Horja. Now this was a filly who looked really, really good last time out. She looked all set to be the winner, but she was mowed down in the final stride. There was a heartbreak for Connections, and they go back to the well looking for success here today. In race 9, we've got an absolute score of good horses, including Alwakad, who won for Lucas Gaetan on debut. He faces some tough opposition today, including a $500,000 American import, and I can't wait to see how they get on. And finally, Israd, she goes in race 10. She's getting more and more frustrating as time goes on, but she got a really good chance to win here and have Alex Moreno in the saddle. And that jockey is a jockey who is in fine form recently. He's got 9 winners over the past week, and he comes here with the hot hand.
He certainly does. Yes, it was Camilo. He was doing all the winning when we were here last. He was on a really hot streak, but Alex Moreno, 9 winners in the week is pretty good going for him. We're seeing certain different stables hitting hot patches at different times, sort of looking to bring their horses on for the big fixtures as well here. But good to see that Alex is closing the gap again in the Jockeys Championship. And again, we're really blessed with top riders here. We're seeing some very, very good skills in the saddle from both of those riders, but also the local guys as well. And we'll see a few being honoured later on as well.
Yes, I think we'll see plenty of skills in the saddle, but we'll also see some skills in the commentary booth, because Darren Owen is our man in the sky today.
Hello everybody, yes, a warm welcome to the action, and it's great to use that word warm, particularly when you come from the UK. Let's have a look at today's programme. We begin with the locally bred thoroughbreds in a handicap. That's 0-65 handicap, that's race 1, followed by a maiden. The fillies will be in action, a fillies maiden coming up as our 3rd race. The 4th race in the card is for locally bred maidens, and on to race 5 for horses that have won up to 1 race. A maiden race follows, and the Arabian breds will be in action a little later on. As you can see, 1,600 metres there for that 6 o'clock race, the Arabian fillies maiden, followed by another Arabian bred for the maidens. That's over a mile, 1,600 metres. Last 4 races on today's card. We've got a race for thoroughbreds there that have won up to 2 races. That's over a mile, 1,600. A fillies open over the 1,600. A maiden over 1,800. Now, final race of the day. Race number 12 is over 2,000 metres for the locally bred thoroughbreds. So that is what we're looking forward to. Let's have a look at the first race. Our smallest field goes in race number 1. And this is for the 2-year-olds. Thoroughbreds in action, going 1,200 metres in our first race. Number 1 is Hamadna, and partnered by Mohammed Al-Hubali. Number 2 is Durat Al-Manasa and Adel Al-Faredi. Number 3 is Nufat. Number 4, Okt Al-Hussein and Alexis Moreno. Number 5 is Mezbar Al-Amal and Jimmy Carrion. And number 6 is Asira, partnered by Tariq Al-Mansour. That's what we're looking forward to. That's race number 1, 1,200 metres for the thoroughbreds 2-year-olds.
Thank you very much, Darren, there for giving us the runners and riders for this. And Rory, this looks like a real tough affair. Only 6 going to post, but some of them don't look very good.
It's a moderate quality race to start with, not a 65 handicap, and our bottom weight is actually rated at 29, so not an awful lot of depth to the race. It's the smallest field all day. We're looking at close to maximums most of the way through here, but just 6 to start with, so easy to ascend gently. I think the class act is one we just seen there was Hamadna, who we'll get to see in action at some stage as well. He's running a couple of hot auction races in his last 2 starts. Well beaten here last time, but he was 5th to Barik Al Fuz in that good auction race at Taif towards the end of their season. And I thought a repeat of that up against horses rated 54 and lower ought to be good enough, but it's worth pointing out that although that was a very valuable race, it didn't have a massive amount of depth behind the first couple of horses as well, so it's not super strong form, and I think Hamadna would normally be quite difficult to place, but this looks a weak contest, and it'll be disappointing if he can't be very competitive.
I think it's a good job to Hamadna's connection here, because although this is a 0-65 handicap, all of these horses are maidens, so you've got none of these horses have got their heads in from before, and with a horse like Hamadna who looks quite hard to win with, I think they found an absolute gem of an opportunity here.
Yes, I mean, listen, the reason he's hard to win with is because, a rating of 65 is pretty much where he is, and if you're rated 65 or lower, you're going to struggle to win races outside of handicap company, and of course most of his races have been either in maidens or in those auction races, so I wouldn't be too harsh on him for not getting his head in front. He just hasn't been good enough thus far, and is finally in a race that he actually can boss potentially inferior rivals, so there should be no excuses today for the first time.
Well, we certainly won't have any excuses if we can't find the winner of this one, but someone who will be helping us out is Shamila, who is in the parade ring. Shamila, it's great to have you back.
Thanks very much, Callum. Good afternoon, everybody, and as always, thank you for joining us live on YouTube, and welcome back, Rory and Callum. I've missed you guys so much. Now, the race that I'm really looking forward to today is race number 5, Motabaheth. Camilo Espina is back on board, and he won first last time out, and I'm really interested to see how he's looking in the parade ring today. Now, this first race, the first contest of the evening, it is only a field of 6 horses. I was siding towards horse number 4, Uqt Al Hussein, until I seen that Alex Moreno is no longer on board, and it is a jockey called Khalid Al Ruwaishid. So that has kind of dissuaded me from horse number 4, even though this horse was looking pretty well in the parade ring. I will be going with this other filly, horse number 3, Nufat, a 2-year-old filly for Ahmed Ashaya. And she's just looking really, really well in the parade ring. No paddock negatives as such. I would probably say horse number 5 was acting up a little bit, but has soon calmed down once Jimmy has got on board. So I will be sticking for my first selection of the day with horse number 3.
Thank you very much, Shamila. So you are going with Nufat. I think we've got to talk about a pace angle here, because there's 2 horses who are rated very low, with a horse rated as low as 29, I think, Asira, who's 22, sorry, who's going to probably struggle in this, and Mesbah Alamal, who's rated 48. That's horse number 5 and 6 in your race cards. We're actually looking at Mesbah Alamal now. Now, I think these 2 horses have got blazing early speed. So although this is a small field contest, they might have the opportunity to actually be able to dictate properly and maybe run the sting out of a horse like Hamadna.
It's possible. I wouldn't have thought Asira, the 22 rated one, is capable of doing that, but we're seeing Hamadna in action here, back in about 5th place at the moment in the blinkers on the outside of the field, plugging away there when finishing 5th behind Barik Al Fuz in this big auction race at Taif towards the end of our season there. Behind the front 5, there's no great depth to the race, so this was worth a lot of money, but the winner was different class to those, and Hamadna's just sort of plugged on for 5th. 65 probably isn't a very generous mark either, but I couldn't say any of these look like they're ahead of the mark on recent evidence. So a repeat of that from Hamadna still looks like it might just be the best piece of form in the race. And whether a horse like Asira, who was rated 29 last week, but obviously he's been adjusted downwards £7 for finishing 13th last week. She can go forward, but I don't think she's going to get Hamadna in trouble as such. Whether Hamadna is good enough to give the weight away all round is a moot point at this stage, but he still looks to have the best chance based on the race we just saw there.
We're just seeing Durat Al Manassa in shot here, horse number 2 on your race card. I thought this horse was quite promising on his penultimate start, but let himself down last time out. That was over 1,400, drops back to 1,200 metres today. I'm just trying to find out some opposition here, and I just think he might be a horse to maybe challenge this what we would call our highest rated runner in this field.
Yeah, well, 2 starts back, she was behind Ayat Al Mohammedia. Now the winner there was much improved.
Yeah.
She'd been in the frame a couple of times in Taif, but she showed much improved form to win by a wide margin here on our last stint. But Dura Al Manassa certainly ran her best race that day, but was beaten 18.5 lengths in the end. And then she was racing over further last time out, went only 10th. That's a disappointing effort, but it may well be that dropping to the 1,200 metres here is a help to Durat Al Manassa. She doesn't particularly take the eye beforehand, I have to say. But yeah, if she comes back to the form she showed 2 starts back, she'll be competitive. And this trip's probably better for her than she's been trying at a mile, and that's clearly too far.
Great to see that we've got people already getting involved in the comments on YouTube. And remember, we are live on YouTube. Every race from King Abdulaziz Racecourse will be shown to you live on YouTube, live and free, which I think is a wonderful opportunity to get to watch all this racing here in Saudi Arabia. I say it every time, but remember to like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notifications, because we've got so much racing to look forward to. And although this is Thursday, one of the quieter days of the weekend, we've got some really good races later on in the card, so stick with us and we'll try and find you some winners as we go through the card today. Oct Al Hussan was a horse that I know Shamila was quite keen on before she saw the jockey booking, but I think he's going to be an interesting runner who looked a little bit smart in the Pro June. Just see him coming around now. He's a grey. He looked fit and ready to go at least, so I think Oct Al Hussan may try and run a big race. Interesting though, the jockey has changed what is likely to be seen.
Yeah, with Alex Marino on board, she would have been of some interest, Oct Al Hussan. She'll be fit. She's having her 4th run of the Riyadh season already, and she was in action on the final week of the year in Taif. But she's not really going forward at the moment. She's beaten 29.5 lengths in a race won by Ayat Al Mohammedia, who we've mentioned already 2 starts back, and was then dropped into a fillies maiden last time out and was beaten 7.25 lengths in 5th. Given the lack of strength and depth here, that should make her competitive, and you'd give her a chance. I think she might be the danger to Hamadna.
But as they begin the loading process, we should hand over to our commentator.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, runners there moving up into the starting stalls, and there goes Al Sira in the green jacket, 1,200 metres on the dirt. Stand by for a start. 2-year-olds in action in our first race of the day. All in. And they're off. So they're going 1,200 metres, and Mesbah Alamal was off to a very awkward start to the extreme left, and up along the inside going very nicely is Durat Al Manassa, began sharply with the black jacket of Oct Al Hussan, and now on the speed Al Hamadna and Mesbah Alamal after that awkward beginning. Green jacket of Asira just in behind them. Nufat is last of all. Going into that first turn, and it's Oct Al Hussan who bags the inside running rail. Mesbah Alamal is 3 wide between horses. Hamadna, they're the leading 3. Durat Al Manassa's just in behind them, followed by Asira, and Nufat at the moment is outpaced as they prepare now to turn into the straight. It is Oct Al Hassan who has the lead. Oct Al Hassan in front by about 1.5 lengths to Mesbah Alamal in second place. Hamadna still holding every chance as they dash down the straight, and Oct Al Hussan is the one to catch and has quickened away. Oct Al Hussan's gone about 4 or 5 lengths clear, and no horse in behind making any impact whatsoever. In fact, the further Oct Al Hussan goes, the easier and more emphatic the success will be. Oct Al Hussan is the winner. Hamadna takes second place, close for third position with Asira on the outside. Nufat stayed on. So number 4, Oct Al Hussan is the winner. Showed a tremendous pace, and in the home straight really did pour it on for that emphatic success in the hands of Alex Marino. Number 4, Oct Al Hussan, going well clear and eased down towards the end. It was all about this horse. There was a bit of pace on, was taken on for the lead. Hamadna was showing up there. Mesbah Alamal, a bit awkward at the start, but showed up. Number 1, Hamadna's got second place. On that evidence, I'd say 6. Asira is third with 3. Nufat in 4th position. So that is 4-1-6-3. 4-1-6-3, but it's all about the 4-horse Oct Al Husn, the winner of our first race of the day for the 2-year-olds.
And here we see a very jubilant Khalid Al Rawashet, who is our winning jockey, taking over from Alex Moreno on Oct Al Husn, who was a very impressive winner of what looks to be quite a weak contest, Rory.
Yeah, it tells you all you need to know that a horse that was a filly who was dropped to a rating of 22 after being beaten outside last week, finished just behind the second horse, Jcsa, finishing third. Oct Al Husn was only beaten 7 1/4 lengths in a course and distance fillies maiden last time out. And to be honest, although she's won this by a wide margin, probably hasn't needed to improve an awful lot in that. With Jcsa finishing close up. Hamad looking pretty short of pace 3 wide, really. Kept plugging away, but couldn't go much faster at any stage of the race, and allowed Oct Al Husn to get the run of things from the front in a time of 1 minute 14.46. We'll see quicker times today, I hope.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. I like the performance of the winner because the jockey just kept it simple, always front ranked, just about 2 or 3 wide around that bend, and then kicked in the straight and sort of put length between himself and his rivals. And the rivals all finished in a bit of a heap. Shamila's selection, Newfat, wouldn't have been more than 2 lengths off the eventual second in that race. They all finished on top of each other, but they could get nowhere near our eventual race when you can just see just off the rail here, actually, with a lot closer to the rail than I first thought, and then just begins to kick on and do the business nicely. You can see the ears are flicking around. He's having a good look around to see what's going on, but the jockey's just keeping it all together nice and tight, and he goes away quite nicely to win.
Yeah, it's a likeable enough performance from the winner, but a rating of 83 tells you plenty about her. I don't think she'll be going up an awful lot in the weights for that, given that Jcsa was so close on the outside there. So that ties the form down. We said it didn't look a particularly competitive race beforehand. She wasn't brilliantly away just in the first couple of strides, but she was pushed up by Khalid Al Rawashet to take a good position after about 50 metres. So you had about 4 or 5 in line at that stage. You saw the jockey on Hamadna constantly looking to get across. I think he would have liked to get across to lead, but he was looking to tuck in after that. And as you can see, with the front 4, front 5 even, almost in a line at that stage, it was difficult to get closer to the rail for Hamadna. But really at this stage, the writing's on the wall for the race. Oqt Al Husn has got a good position now and is just rolling along in front. And the others just struggle to maintain a run in behind. And as you see late in the day, as you said, they finish in a bit of a heap in behind. So it's difficult to take a positive view of the form behind the winner. But she might have taken a little bit of a step forward to win. And then getting her head in front, she'll give herself a bit of confidence going forward.
Yeah, Asira as well, the lowest rated horse in the field, has done a very good race for her connections and has got up to take third in the end. I thought Mesbah Alamal, we mentioned that 5 and 6, Mesbah Alamal and Asira were both going to be pace factors, and they really both gave Hamadna no chance, really. Asira was always poking her nose in there just enough to stop Hamadna getting across to that rail, and then you saw Mesbah Alamal actually have enough pace to go around the outside of Hamadna and almost squeeze her in and gave Hamadna not really much chance. And by the time all that sort of positioning and jockeying was dealt with, our winner, the bird has flown. Oqt Al Husn has gone and won quite nicely there.
Yeah, and Hamadna just completely unable to quicken at any stage. All she's been able to do, or he's been able to do rather, is just keep going at one pace, and that's never been enough here. And although Oqt Al Husn might be a little bit hard to place in better races than this, she was able to get loose on the lead after a couple of furlongs, and that's made all the difference to her. So nice for Connections to get her head in front. You wouldn't be massively hopeful of Hamadna next time out on that showing. He's the type, I think, in a really strongly run race, he can probably plug on through beaten horses if they go too fast. And that's essentially what he did in that auction race. They went hard in that. He couldn't really get on terms, but he was able to beat most of the field just by the fact that he will keep plugging away. Yeah. But that's not it's not enormously promising when you're trying to win a maiden or a handicap. He needed to come down a little bit in the weights. He looks a bit of a 0-60 horse at this stage, Hamadna, based on this performance. This would have been a 0-55 without him in the field, and he struggled even to make his mark on it. You can make slight excuses from Mesbah Alamal. He was drawn on the outside of the field, and he just drifted out to his right from the stalls and lost a position early on, and then was always playing catch up from that point and ended up running okay. But it's not a race to make too many notes about for the future, I wouldn't say.
No, I think there's going to be a few horses to come out of this race who will look to have flashy numbers next to their name when it looks at form, but then you'll realise it was a small, very low quality field. Oqt Al Husn, I imagine we can get another run in 0-65 company quite comfortably, can't you?
Oh, no, I can't. Again, it's all about Asira here. Asira's rated 22. Unless the handicapper, he has got to swallow a little bit of humble pie for dropping that horse £7 for one run last weekend.
It was interesting because she was wiped out at the start on that occasion when she ran last time out, when she usually tends to get quite a good break and sort of fades out of it. So the handicap has dropped her back, and I think, like you say, he will have to eat some humble pie now because... Yeah,
well, listen, even if you believe 29 is more accurate than 22, she's been beaten, 8 lengths?
Yeah.
So, given £2.5 a length, you're still not really rating Oqt Al Husn higher than her pre-race rating of 53. And I think even if you put the kindest interpretation of this form, I can't see her going above 60 for winning that.
No, so we can imagine we will see her in 0-65 company yet again. And maybe Oqt Al Husn, now she has the confidence up, will be able to make a difference in that sort of grade. We do, however, move swiftly on to race 2, and Darren Owen can give us the runners and the riders.
Yes, some more runners to look at this time. 2,000 metres for the maiden 3 rolls. Number 1 is Kaiser and Nawaf Al-Mudani. Number 2 is Abu Salman and Naif Al-Anazi. 3, Faza, partnered by Tariq Al-Mansour. 4, Rambo, Abdullah Al-Rashid. Number 5 is Sodq Al-Waid. The jockey there is Thurb at Miat. 7 is Al-Khatim and Rayan Al-Tawash. 8 is Werbi. And 9, Wafi Al-Sudq and Rakan Al-Ubaid. 10, Lameen, partnered by Mohammed Al-Nefsi. 11 is Galbraith. Jockey here is Ali Al-Mutib, 12-star. We like those sort of names. Ahmed Al-Azari is the jockey. The 13, Fayad and Luis Morales. 14 is Mostafella and Camilo Ospina. 16, Blue One, and Abdulaziz Aleix is the jockey. 17 is Solejan and Alexis Moreno. 18, Hot Cloud, Ricardo Ferreira. Let's have a look at the remaining runners there. 19, Kabat and Abdullah Al-Krais. Number 20 is Najam Alan Darlos. 21 and 22 reserves taking part because, of course, 6 and 15 are not in this lineup. So bear that in mind. The reserves, 21 Amadi and Adel Al-Faredi, and 22 Unagi are in the field.
Thank you very much, Darren, for giving us that very comprehensive view of the runners and riders. And yes, the bottom two, 21 and 22, Amadi and Unagi, both get the run. I think Amadi might have a part to play in this contest. But Rory, let's start from the top and work our way through them. Jcsa, number 1. What do we make of this one?
Ran okay, went 6th and of course in distance. Sorry, of course a mile maiden here 2 starts back. But he's largely been disappointing otherwise and does need to put his best foot forward to get in the frame here.
Abu Salman, number 2.
Hinted at ability on debut 12 days ago, but probably needs more time. He was very slowly away that day and actually did pretty well to finish in 11th. That's a better run than it looks on paper, but he looked very green, and I'd have thought he wouldn't have learned an awful lot in the 12 days since that run.
Faza, number 3, would have a chance.
Best at this trip or further. He's been below form though since finishing 4th in a non-winners of 2 over 1.5 miles at Taif. If he was back to that form, he'd have a big chance in this grade, but his last couple of efforts in Taif are a bit disappointing, so he needs to up his game now racing at Riyadh.
Rambo, number 4.
Midfield in maidens on his last couple of starts. Helped, I thought, by a wide draw here last time out when the wide draws dominated. Needs a bit more. Rating of 53 tells you that he's got to raise his game to win a maiden.
Sodok Al Wayad is horse number 5.
Rated 45, not running terribly well and looks outclassed in this company.
Al Khateem, number 7.
Rated 52, and that looks harsh based on what I've seen of him so far. His 2 runs here this winter have been very poor.
Wahebi, number 8.
Has had plenty of runs, 14 runs, rated 49, and is fully exposed as a poor performer.
Wafi Al Sadok, number 9.
Rating of 35 tells you a bit of a story there. 2 runs early season Taif, made very, very little impression, and has plenty to find here.
Still £5 better than Lamine, who's rated 30.
Yeah, Lamine is rated 30 and has had a recent run of finishing 14th here, and also was way out the back on her reappearance here in November as well. So Lamine is one of the first off the list.
Galbraith, number 11.
Yeah, Galbraith, now he's ran a stinker last time. I finished 17th, but that was in a 0-90 handicap. And if you're prepared to forgive that, then Galbraith does have claims on his earlier form. He is exposed after 9 runs, and whether his heart's entirely in it, I don't know, but this is a much easier task for him, so he should be there or thereabouts.
The French-bred star comes here on Saudi debut.
French-bred British race, ran 5 times for Archie Watson, finishing 4th of 6 in a 1.75 mile handicap at Bath in June when rated 58. So he will need to adapt well to his new environment to be competitive here.
Look at the size of Mozzarella, horse number 14.
Yeah, I mean, she's a big filly, and she ran very well last time until fading late, finishing 4th. But she did make a big mid-race move that day and faded late in the day in a race won by Sana Nora. She steps up and trip here, but I think that's not really the issue. Is more about her doing too much too soon that day rather than lacking the inherent stamina.
Yeah, sorry, we missed out number 13, who's got a good chance, Fayad.
Yeah, we'll have to go back to Fayad because he's a big player here, and we'll see him in action shortly. Kept on late when forced to an impressive performer in Wisdom Keeper on his last start, having been 3rd on his debut. Steps up now from 1 mile to 1.25 miles on pedigree that will suit the son of Medaglia d'Oro, and he's a big player here on the basis of that form.
Blue One is 16.
Yeah, has a rating of 43 and probably flattered by that from what I can see of his recent runs.
Solijan is 17.
Solijan's got chances. A better effort to date when 4th of 20 to Thud Al Sharaf over the 1800 metres a month ago. 5th on debut. I thought Solijan had place claims here if stepping forward again.
Alex Moreno in the saddle as well, having his first ride today. Hot Cloud is 18.
Hot Cloud has a rating of 57 but isn't progressing with his racing, including when ridden by Ricardo Ferreira last time out.
We'll look at number 19, Kabat. What do you think of this one?
Is coming back from an absence, not seen since March, and has work to do.
Let's go to Shamila in the parade ring and we'll wrap up the end of them after that. Shamila, over to you.
Thanks very much, Callum. Well, I hope you guys are having fun in the studio because it's absolutely blowing a gale out here and it's freezing. Never mind inside the studio, Callum. You need a bigger jacket out here. My paddock selection for race number 2 is horse number 14, Mosfiela, ridden by Camilo Ospina. 4th last time out, and she is just a beautiful looking filly. Now, she was a little bit on her toes in the prelims. However, Camilo has calmed her down a little bit. Hopefully she doesn't boil over before she gets down to the start. One of my paddock negatives is horse number 3, Fazza, who is carrying a little bit too much condition for my liking. However, that is all for paddock negatives. I also really like the look of horse number 2, Abu Salman, ridden by Naif Al Anazi. That was my initial thought for in the parade ring. However, I will be sticking with horse number 14. However, I do have another paddock positive, which is horse number 21, one of the reserves that's got in for Adel Al Faradi, also looking really well in the parade ring. So keep your eyes on those horses, but I think Camilo Ospina is on for a winner.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and let's take a minute to appreciate the coat. My goodness, you look fantastic. I'm very, very jealous. Najim Al-Mandalos is horse number 20. Let's go through the last 3 to look at.
Yes, Najim Al-Mandalos showed a bit amongst greenness here in March. But has been off since and would need a fair bit more to be competitive here, but might do all right down the line.
I thought Amadi's got a massive chance sneaking in as a reserve.
Yeah, ran on Saturday. Now, what's Ahmadi's rating now? Was 69, but ran
I've got
probably
69 in front of me right now as well.
Okay, I thought probably ran a career best at the weekend. Was beaten 4.5 lengths, went 4th to Salam Alays on Saturday. It's a quick turnaround, obviously, since that. That run was over 2,000 metres, but Ahmadi would be competitive. Having sneaked in here at the last minute.
And finally, Unagi.
Yeah, Unagi has a rating of 58. She's had 8 runs. She's shown ability, but she'll find easier opportunities than this in handicap company or weaker contests. This looks a little bit tough for her, but she'll be midfield or slightly better, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how they get on, but I think keep an eye on that reserve. Amadi, horse number 21, would have a big chance here. Now, we've been through all of them. Who makes your shortlist, Rory? Who do you like?
Well, I threw Ahmadi in there, who wasn't on my shortlist last night when there weren't the non-runners to allow him to get in the race. But the obvious pair are Fayad and Mosfahela, who we're about to see shortly. We're seeing Fayad in picture here. Here is his second run. This is where he kept on strongly to be 4th to Wisdom Keeper. Now, Wisdom Keeper looks a really good sort, and he's come from quite a long way back in the field. Fayad, you see him in those white colours with the blue cap and the blue braces. Never really competitive, but staying on strongly over a mile, and will appreciate the step up to 10 furlongs here.
I think if you look at his race before that, he was even more of an eye-catcher. He came from the clouds around the bend, past probably 3/4 of the field, and ran a really nice race on debut, and I think that was a good performance behind. I think Wisdom Keeper's a serious operator. This is also a serious operator, Mosafella, who we're going to see in action now. She's only a baby, she's a filly, she's got plenty of growing to do. You can still see she needs to fill that frame, but I thought she was very impressive on debut on this occasion, and I thought this was a really good run.
Yeah, she looked like she might go and win the race off the bend, but you'll see she loses 3 places late in the day and finishes 4th behind Sana Nora. It's still a decent performance. She just got tired. As you said, she is big, she's tall, she hasn't quite grown into her frame. She's a bit of a giraffe at this stage.
Yeah, she's got a bit of that rocking horse motion.
Yeah, but she will make the grade, and you can look at this and say, well, she doesn't want to step up and trip based on this run, but I think she was weak. Rather than anything else. Now the question is that was reasonably recently for her, back in meeting 60. She's had a little bit of time to strengthen up since then. But even now you look at her and she's
very light.
She's very ribby. She's light, but she's very tall. She'd be the tallest in this race, but she still needs to grow. I think she might end up being the best long-term prospect in the race, but I would just favour Fayad at this stage, with both of his runs suggesting that the step up and trip will really suit him.
Let's give a shout out to Solejan, who, if you just look at the form figures, looks to be improving, but I think this horse has an attitude problem.
You're quick to find temperament negatives.
Yeah, he's a massive temperament negative for me.
I thought he ran okay over a mile and a furlong here last time to be fourth to Thud Al Sharaf. A repeat of that run would see him finish in around the same sort of position. I think he probably needs to improve to win, and the question with that, he's run to a similar level in his 2 starts to date. That's the question. So he may not be progressing just at the moment, but I don't like writing him off after 2 runs, and he's certainly run well enough to be hitting the money in this race.
We were fortunate enough to watch his second start, and you said after his debut that he'd sort of spat the dummy out and sort of ran on then, and he did it even worse on second start. I thought he really, at the bend, you could see the jockey was saying go, and he looked at him and absolutely not, and then ended up running on again.
He's run on when the race is over. Now, I'm always inclined when a horse does that, first start, second start, put it down to greenness, but put a question mark there, and then when they're doing it, he's looking a little bit tricky here as well. He's definitely got a lot of character about it. Now, horses like this can go the wrong way temperamentally very quickly, but if they're well handled, you know, they can be worth the patience you put into them, and they can eventually come round. But they take a deal of knowing, and they take a little bit of, you know, a combination when they need it to be a little bit harsh on them, but also to show kid gloves when they need it as well.
He's getting led down loose here now. You can see they've actually taken the jockey off him and they're leading him down loose, which, as much as you see, it's a negative, isn't it, for me here?
Well, it is, but it's a sign of his high-mettled temperament, let's say. And horses like this, as I said, they're more likely to go the wrong way. Yeah. You know, but that's the thing. If you're tough on them, and you say, right, you've got to do the business, and they're not ready for it mentally, they can, as you said, spit the dummy out, decide it's not for them. The very best trainers will see a horse like this and see it as a challenge and say, right, I will get the best out of this horse. And some of the very, very best horses have been nightmares as youngsters, and then have, something has clicked mentally with them, they have turned around. So I don't like writing them off after 2, but clearly he does have temperament issues, and the question is he going to go the right way? Is he going to go the wrong way? He's a good looker, isn't he?
Do you want to know a horse who was a nightmare as a youngster that went on to be very, very smart?
Plenty of them, go on.
Edredon Blur. Now, that's a bit of a random one for all the jump fans out there, but I was having a lovely conversation with Oisin Murphy's mum, and she was telling me about Edredon Blur as a youngster, absolutely backward, couldn't do anything with him. He actually matured, and as they worked out what to do with himself, he matured into himself and then ended up going, which is fascinating, considering he was French, and a lot of those French jumpers are very advanced for their age.
Yes, but obviously it depends. In fairness, a lot of the French horses are forward for their age because they get to do an awful lot of work very young, and they'll start jumping as 2-year-olds, which we would never do here. No. Traditionally, with National Hunt stock, you would just stick them in a field for 3 years and then bring them back in when they're 6 and see if they're ready to go. Whereas the French are always like, right, this has been fooled last week. Let's pop it over a pole or 2. But we're seeing Alex getting himself a lift to the start there. That will.
Oh look, they're already loading as well. So Alex.
I say Alex. Is it Luis Morales?
No, it is.
It looked like Alex.
It is Alex.
It's Luis Morales on the paper. I'm sure it was Alex when I saw him, but.
Yes, that is Alex.
He's been playing musical chairs with his rides already today, hasn't he?
Absolutely. He's got the tongue strap on this occasion. There's a couple of others with a few bits of kit on as well, including Mossa Fella, who has the tongue strap on as well. Let's go for selections now, as they're already loading in. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
Yeah, well, I've decided that I think Fayad is the more likely to want the 1.25 miles at this stage. Than Mos Fahela, and that pair stand out to me. So.
I'm going to go with you, Rory. I'm going to go with Fayad as well. So it's 13 for Rory and myself. Shamila likes Mossa Fahela as well, horse number 14. She's also given a very big shout out to Abu Salman and Amadi, so keep an eye out on 21, number 2 and number 14 for Shamila. But as the loading process continues, there's only one man we need to speak to now, and it's Mr. Darren Owen.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, on the subject of those French jumpers, I actually called a 3-year-old's steeplechaser or toy the other day. It was quite eventful, to say the least. So, proper racing. Anyway, runners going into the starting stalls. Number 2, Abu Salman there in the orange and white colours, has an inside berth then. Abu Salman going in 2,000 metres on the dirt. Green jacket of Faza. We're looking at Sodiku Al-Wade, number 5, then the starting stalls alongside Rambo. That's in the blue and white. Just 3 more to go in, make it 2 now. I think the 14 horse, Mos Fahela, is still out of line, and so is number 17, Solajan. That's the horse we were focusing on in the prelims. Rather in a bit of a rather lively party mood, that horse, wasn't it, to say the least. Goes in, all in, ready to go, 2,000 metres. Good luck, here we go. So there's one backed out, and it is number 14. Mos Fahela has backed out of the stalls. Mos Fahela going in now. Set, flags up, and they're off. And a bit of a slow start there from Abu Salman. Dropped out at the back end of the field in the orange jacket, and breaking the line is Mos Fahela, who's coming down the centre, spot the green cap, and up with the leaders is Sodiku Al-Wade to the inside. Also breaking the line early on is Armadi. That's one of the reserves, and Armadi's got the overall advantage from Al-Khatim in second place, only about a length between them, 2 lengths away to the third. That's a Mos Fahela as they link onto the main track. Towards the outer comes Unagi in the blue and white jacket, trying to get an early position, with Fayard just in behind them, and they're already fairly well spaced out. Must be a good 15, maybe 20 lengths first to last. The one who's grabbed the running rail is Armadi. Armadi with a narrow advantage. Al-Khatim is right there in second place, and then Mos Fahela in holding third. Unagi is towards the outside, and not too far away is Solajan then. Gap of a few lengths after Solajan to the outer is a Hot Cloud. Spot the orange colours, that one fairly deep on the playing field. Midfield to Galbraith at present. Then to the inside running rail is Sodiku Al-Wade, who's being chased up by Faza, who's got green silks, and further back to Hot Cloud. And then off the pace, just getting outpaced, is Wafi Al-Sodiku. They're on the turn, and the lead is being held by Armadi. But for how long? Armadi now being pushed along and loses out to Mos Fahela as they hit the home turn, but Fayard is giving chase, so it's Mos Fahela in front at the top of the straight, leads by around about 3 or 4 lengths as they come down the straight side the last 400. Fayard is the one giving chase in second place, and then down the outside in third, Onagi trying to get on terms, but it's all over. We're going to have another wide margin success here as Mos Fahela heads towards the finish, well clear, going towards the line. In second place, Fayard is holding on to second, and it is going to go to Mos Fahela. Mos Fahela is the winner. Now it's tight for second place. We'll just get second confirmed shortly. One who was running on down the outside was Galbraith, but Mos Fahela has won it, number 14 on the card. Mos Fahela, another wide margin success here. The horse to really turn the screw at the top of the straight, and has come home with this win, authoritative win in the end. Close call for the places. Fayard was the one who gave chase at the top of the straight, but was just couldn't make an impression. In the end, number 3, Fayard, just ran out of steam and couldn't muster another gear, and has been caught for second position. We'll just get second confirmed. The camera just panned out at the wrong time for me at the finish. Yeah, it was Galbraith, and that's the one we went for. So, well, we guessed right. Number 11, Galbraith in second place. 13, Fayard in third. 14, 11 and 13. 14, 11 and 13, the numbers in the frame. 10 1/4 lengths and 1 length. 10 1/4 lengths and 1 length. We were talking about French jumping a moment ago. That's a jumping winning distance. The time, 2 minutes 08.56. 2 minutes 08.56.
الخيال كاميلو. Well done, Camilo. Good race, Camilo.
Thank you very much, Salman. Thank you always to the Prince Meetup in Abdullah. Thank you to Talal bin Sharai and Akme for giving me support. It's nice feeling, you know, she first time she ran and she finished 4, but she is still no 100% that feeling. And today, thanks God, Akme, she bring the feeling very good and she brought very good and she's coming very relaxed behind the pace. And when I asked in the last 400 meters, she responded very good and she won very good. Thank you very much.
First winner of the weekend for jockey Camilo Espino, and it's fantastic to see him back in the winner's enclosure from what I want to say was a dry spell last weekend, a dry spell for Camilo anyway, only with 2 winners. So really great there. And she definitely loved that step up and trip. When she was 4th last time out, it was over 1,600 meters. So it'll be interesting to see what Camilo made of that race overall, especially jumping from stall 14 as well. So another wide draw winner. And you can see just how big she is. I mean, she makes Salman look small when he was interviewing Camilo walking back in. And Salman's a pretty tall guy. So she definitely has a lot more growing to do. Definitely a filly that could be for next season. Congratulations, Camilo. Great to see you back in the winner's enclosure. What a filly you have on your hands there.
Oh, thank you very much, Amila. You know, always I'm happy to be here. And always I'm thankful with the Prince Meetup in Abdullah, Talal bin Sharai, and the whole team and the stable, you know. It's nice filly, it's nice filly. She ran the first time, finished 4. Still not 100%, but today that filly, she's coming with the more experience and thanks God, the race he was very slow and she's coming very good behind the pace. And when I asked her in the last 400 meters, she responded very good.
She definitely liked the step up and trip from her last time, 1,600 meters.
Yeah, I know. You know, I move in a little bit early and it's the first time, you know, the horses, they had to go clear and today she has more experience and it's nice feeling in this time.
She's a very big filly as well. Do you think she could grow and be a really nice horse for next season as well?
Yeah, and you know, he's a big filly. He's too big, but he's very nice. She has one pace, but a strong pace.
Thank you very much, Camilo. Well done.
Thank you very much.
She's big, she might be too big. I think that perfectly encapsulates her sort of strapping nature of Mosfeela, who is a very tall, leggy filly who has given Shamila her first winner on the day and has been a very impressive performer there, Rory.
Yeah, and this is an interesting concept, the whole idea of what's the ideal size. She's the biggest horse in that race. She's quite gangly still, she's very tall. This is going to be her issue going forward. She's been able to dominate her rivals here, particularly when you think about it, her main rival in the race, who hasn't shown any early pace in his contest so far, over a mile, and was stepping up in trip. But she's actually been able to go along a little bit, not as hard as she went on debut, or last time out over the mile trip, when she made a big mid-race move that looked like it was going to win the race briefly, and then she tired. This time she's been able to go just a stride slower, and she's been able to use her long stride and see the longer trip out well. It wasn't the trip that beat her on debut, it was the fact that she's maybe pressed on a bit too soon. She's
Did she dominate though?
Well, she's certainly dominated the horses who finished the film. There were one or others who went forward early. So
one of the reserves, Amadi, who snuck in.
Yeah.
He made an early forward move.
But what she did on debut was she used a lot more speed early in the race. Here, she's been able to go up and use her stride. And as Camilo says, she's got one pace, but it's a good pace. And he's allowed others to do a little bit of the early work from her wide draw, because if he forces her to go that little bit faster, she will go fast for him, but then she won't maintain that speed late on, whereas he's just allowed her to use her really easy loping stride here, and it gets her to the front without her really having to work very hard after
He's
before
wound her
furlongs.
up as well, hasn't he? You can just see he's almost going, come on, we're going to go through, because she's not got many gears.
No.
But what gears she does have, he's slightly ticked through further. You can just see Lou Morales here on the eventual third, who is Fayad. He's panicking, because he's like, we need to get on terms with this big boat, because she's not going to come back to us if she gets rolling.
She's got a much bigger. She's bigger than him, she's got a bigger stride than him, and the question is whether that stride will shorten late on the day as it did on her debut, but it doesn't this time. Because she's been raced a little bit more evenly. I think Camilo might have knocked himself a little bit for that debut performance where she's ended up going hard enough.
It looked like a race-winning move, though, didn't it? On that.
It did, yeah. But because she's weak. And she's had a few weeks off between the two races as well, so she's got a little bit of strength and she's got the experience of knowing what to do now as well. But she's not going to be easy to place because you wouldn't want to see her in too much traffic with that big stride because she wants to be able to use it. And in amongst other horses, you're being compromised by the fact that they're going that little bit. They're using a different stride length to you, and she wants to be in space and be able to open up. And this is going to give her a reasonably high rating. I think it's not going to be the easiest for her immediately to cope with, but you can see with her.
She's on the wrong leg as well.
Yeah, she is. And if you see from the head on, she's hanging a little bit in the closing stages because even though she's won this easily, she was beginning to tire. And when you're that size, fatigue will set in fairly quickly, and she needs to be looked after to fulfill her potential. No doubt she will be, but I wouldn't want to be with her in stronger races within the next few weeks. I want to give her time again. I don't think they will. No. They know exactly what they're doing with a filly like this, and she'd be a lovely broodmare in time as well, wouldn't she?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. She's got everything going for her, and I think she's got a very bright future, and we look forward to seeing where the White Stable send her next. But we must move on swiftly because we head straight on to race 3, and Darren Owen can take us through the runners and riders.
Yes, Saudi-bred 2-year-old fillies here for this race over 1,400 metres. Number 1 is Al Hawja and Alexis Marino. Number 2 is Artiwa. 3 is a non-runner. Number 4 is Alaim Radar and Fahad Al Faredi. Number 5, Gala Kamar and Tariq Al Hassan. 6, Dahamat Alays and Fala Al Hadazi. 7, Safwat Al Lahad and Youssef Al Hussein. 8 is Shatar and Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 9 is Idawa and Tariq Al Mansour. Number 10, Nard Mohammed Al Nevzi. 11 is Wardat Fada and Ayad Al Turizi. 12 is Mostadia and Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 13, Al Masat Al Zaka and Abdulaziz Al Faredi. Number 14, Asil Al Foz and Abdullah Al Credis. Number 15, TNT and Rayan Al Baresh takes the ride. 16, Jamarat Al Arab and Mohammed Suleiman. 17, Fairuz Al Anaya and Abdullah Al Rashid. 18 is Cannibal and Ahmed Al-Shra. 19 is Hasada and Naif Al-Anazi. And number 20, Rahab Al-Kir, Luis Morales is aboard. And number 21 is also in the lineup, that reserve. That is Rafea. Number 21 is a runner.
Thank you very much, Darren. Runners and riders in here. And yes, 21, Rafea horse gets into this race as well. Might not have as much chance as the reserve we saw in the last contest. Rory, this is quite a tricky affair, I think.
It's not a particularly strong contest again, and we've mentioned at the top of the show one on the race who looks to have very strong claims, Al Hodja, who was, I'm not sure if she was unlucky, but she looked the winner all the way through the race last time out and produced a career best effort to be second over course and distance last time out.
There's the jockey who's on board her, and Kamir Ospina, who's looking for a quick fire double. Now he's picking up the ride on Safwat Lahad.
Yes, number 7, Camilo Ospina has come in for that ride. He'd be doing well to win on her form in 3 starts. At least her best run came last time out, Safwat Lahad, win 8th, but she's only got a rating of 42. Al Hodja's rated 71, and that kind of puts the race into context. Yeah, Al Hodja was only beaten half a length by Moscow last time out, and if she repeats that form in a race where there's just not much solid form against her, she'd have to be very hard to beat.
Let's quickly rattle through the rest of them. Artiwa, number 2.
Yeah, a debutant out of a 7-race maiden here, so there's not a huge amount to like from a pedigree standpoint, although jockey's looking for a second winner of the day, so that's always a positive, isn't it?
Alaim Rada is horse number 4.
Was beaten 15 lengths, went 5th to Bint Kasura 3 starts back. Hasn't really gone on since that, has beginning to look exposed now, really, after the 5 runs. Hasn't gone forward of late, and a rating of 49
Number
sums them up.
5. Sorry, I jumped in too quickly.
That's right. No. I was struggling to finish my sentence there. Gala Kamar is by a sire called Soraya, who you may remember in the UK. John Gosden trained in the colours of Lily Bamford. Stayed a mile and 3/4 really well. This filly is a half sister to a performer in Modbika. Further will suit in time.
Shamila is in the parade ring, and let's see if she's found herself an eye catcher.
Thank you very much, Callum. Hopefully I found you another winner in this race. I'm going with horse number 17, Fairuz Alanea. 5th last time out, and she's a really, really beautiful looking filly in this field. And it was really difficult for me because I have about 5 horses noted down here as being paddock eye catchers. However, I've settled with my choice on horse number 17 for Mohammed Al Khalifi. Now, the other horses that I also really liked, horse number 1, horses number 13 as well, stood out to me as a debutante for Adel Al-Faradi on board that one. Now, my paddock negatives include horse number 5, Gala Kamar, who is getting really, really worked up in the parade ring and actually kicked the fence as well. And the fences around here, if you didn't know, are all made of metal. So hopefully that horse is okay. Doesn't seem to be lame or anything, but getting super worked up. And horse number 11 getting really hot behind the saddle as well, which is a bit of a concern considering we're all wrapped up here and it is very cold in the parade ring. Hopefully horse number 17, Fairuz Alanea, can get the job done.
Thank you very much, Shamira. I did notice Fairuz Alanea was getting a little bit excited heading out into the racecourse. I think she had a big chance today. She ran quite decent enough race last time. Let's carry on our way through them though, Rory, because we had got to Dahamat Alay's number 6.
Yeah, another newcomer by Fun Galore. Her dam was placed twice from 7 starts here, but nothing special on pedigree, and will probably benefit from the run.
We've already spoken about number 7, so let's move on to number 8, Shatar.
Yeah, exposed now, not improving. Ran okay 2 starts back, went 5th, but disappointing, went 14th last time out, and again a rating of 52 doesn't look terribly kind.
Adoa is number 9.
Just had the 2 runs, 8th both times, showing a modicum of ability, and she may do better somewhere down the line, but she'll need to improve a fair bit. She'll be getting a fault here.
I thought number 10, Nard, was going to be a decent horse, but it's all gone wrong.
Yeah, well, she shipped pretty well on the first meeting of the season here, finishing 4th of 10 finishers, but she was well below that form last time out, more recently. And yeah, her form towards the end of the type season went the wrong way as well. So she seemed to get a little bit of a bounce off her first run here, but immediately reverted to type last time out, and it's hard to fancy.
Well, that Fada is horse number 11.
Yeah, she's only had the 4 starts, and she's shown ability on all 4 of those, finishing 8 3/4 lengths 4th to Naya in that Taif auction event last time out. That was a better race than the Colts event, which we've already referenced today on the first race. She might come forward again. She's only rated at 59, but she's at least going in the right direction. I think she could do a little bit better still.
Mostaheda is a horse who started off her career in fine form with the 4th on debut, but has gone backwards ever since.
Yeah, she was actually 13. Sorry, she was. Going back to her early starts, she was a length and 3/4 behind Ayat Al Mohammadiyah on her second start, and that reads very well now, given that Ayat Al Mohammadiyah has won twice here in really good style this season. But while that one's improved in leaps and bounds, Mostahaya has gone backwards on her 2 starts since that. Her last 2 starts in Taif were very disappointing indeed. She now crosses over to Riyadh. She might again find that the new challenge interests her, and she might run a bit better, but it takes a leap of faith to fancy her on those 2 runs.
Al-Masad Al-Zarqa, number 13.
A newcomer out of a 13 race maiden. Her sire, Rookie Sensation, won the Grade 2 Twilight Derby in the States. Should be enough stamina there, but yeah, the dam side of the pedigree doesn't look particularly special.
Asil Al-Falz is another debutant.
As far as I can tell, she's by Hainesfield, who was a very useful performer in the States, out of America called Lady Nudge, who didn't race as far as I could tell. I had a few looks for that, so not many clues there, but decent enough sire in Hainesfield.
Tianti is horse number 50.
TNT is out of a long-standing maiden, and she's had 2 runs to date and shown just a glimmer of ability, so not the likeliest winner on paper.
Jamarat Al Arab.
Only had the 2 starts to date, and the better of them probably when finishing 12th lengths, 7th of 10 finishers last time out, but did finish ahead of Ayadoa, 3 lengths in front of that one. So has the beating of that, but needs to improve to be getting involved here.
17, Ferouz Alanea.
Yeah, she's an eye-catcher in the paddock, as we heard from Shamila, but also an eye-catcher to us as well. She's got size about her. She's almost black. She's listed as a bay filly, but she's almost black, isn't she? She really catches the eye. She's a little bit on her toes, but she did show plenty of ability when 7 3/4 lengths, 5th of 20 behind Al Rafia in a course and distance maiden on the 16th of November. She would need to improve an awful lot on that to get involved here.
Cannibal, 18.
Dam was a 3-time winner in the US, and so she's interested in that as a newcomer. But she's yet to produce a winner here, and she's had plenty of opportunities. So Cannibal, again, not the likeliest type on debut.
Hasada, number 19.
Again, out of a mare who was unplaced in all 4 of her starts locally, but she has produced a couple of winners. So Hasada is a half-sister to 2 winners in Saudi Arabia, and you couldn't rule her out. She's probably more interesting than most of the newcomers we talked about.
Let's have a look at Al Horja in action here and just watch her make this, what looks to be a race-winning move around the outside. She sweeps by to take the lead, and she just gets run down by Moscow in the dying stride.
Yeah, just hanging a little bit as she gets to the front. You can see she wants to get across to the rail, and you can see her head slightly to one side. But she quickens up well enough to get to the front. But once she is there, she's a little bit of a sitting duck, and you see Moscow coming from further back with a strong run towards the centre of the track, and that gets her to the front by half a length at the line. But still, good performance from the runner-up, who clearly has a turn of foot, and if she can time a run a little bit better today compared to that, she's going to be very hard to beat, I think.
Very quickly, we'll go Rabab Al-Khair and Roa Feya. Any chance of either of those?
Rabab Al-Khair had 1 half-decent run in Taif, but didn't really go on from it last time, so not easy to fancy. And again, Roa Feya is another newcomer. The dam won 4 times in the States, so that's quite interesting, but she hasn't produced anything offspring-wise yet.
Okay, selections-wise, who do you like?
Al Hodja, she wants her run times. She doesn't want to be in front for too long, but I think she's a bit too good for most of these.
I'll go with a different one. I'll go with Wadat Fada, hoping she can keep taking that good Thai form forward. And we know Shamila like Ferouz Alanaya, so that's 17 for Shamila. I'm going to go for number 11, and Rory's going for horse number 1. Darren Owen, is there anyone you like in this contest?
Anything with an easy name, Callum. Anything with an easy name. Right, they are going into the stalls, as you can see, and going forward then 2 shades of green. That's number 13, Al Masat Al Zaka, drawn towards the outside. And looking at number 11, Wardat Fada. That's the sheepskin noseband there. This is number 4, Alim Rada. Alim Rada moving up. So 4 out of line, Alim Rada. 11, Wardat Fada to go in. Could be the last one as well. This 1400 meters. 2 rolls, all in, flags up, and they're racing. So 1400 meters in front of them, and trying to break the line in the center is Safwat Lahad, who began well. Towards the inside is Alim Rada, and showing up prominently to the outside, TNT is right there with Rabah Al-Khair also on the speed, and down the center is Nard. They form their early order with Alim Rada up along the inside, and also Damat Alays is right there, and Damat Alays has hit the front now. Safwat Lahad is in 2nd position. Alim Rada is holding 3rd. These are being followed by Al Horja, who's up along the inside. To the outside comes Roa Feya, and also there is the 8 horse, that's Shatar, as they head towards the turn, and trying to close in is Nard, approaching the final bend, and the leader by a couple of lengths is Alim Rada. Alim Rada now turning into the straight, moving into 2nd place is Al Horja, and then coming down the outside with an effort is Roa Feya, heading down towards the last furlong. Here's Nard with a run, and it is Al Horja now hits the front. Al Horja moves on by about 2 lengths to Alim Rada in 2nd place as they go towards the finish. Charter's staying on down the outside, going towards the line. It is Al Horja. Al Horja is the winner. Alan Raider in second place. It looks as though Charter has taken out third. So good, convincing success there from Al Horja, number one. Al Horja running on very nicely. Alexis Marino doing the steering and came through to claim the 4-horse Al Imrada, who made a good fist of things there up along the inside. And the 1-horse just wearing down number 4 towards the finish. Looks so Charter was one of those staying on down the outside, number 8 on the programme. Here, there's the confirmation of one's won it. Al Horja, number 4, is in second place. That is Al Imrada, number 8, Charter third, and the 12, that was Mosterheder, has stayed on and never near a 4. So that is 1, 4, 8, and 12. 2 3/4 lengths and 1.5. 2 3/4 lengths and 1.5 lengths. The margins. Time of the winner 1 minute 29.61. 1 minute 29.61. Nice performance from Al Horja, number 1.
Alexis Moreno. Well done, Alex. Good race.
Thank you, Salman. Well done to the trainer Gator Gate, Michelle Ackridge, the team, stable. Well, she was good, you know. Just sitting behind the pace. Till the last 100. She did what the body expect for him, you know. She did it. So, thanks God. Thank you, buddy.
Well, well, well. Alex Moreno back in the winners' enclosure. No surprise to us, though, because he had 9 winners in total last weekend, which is absolutely brilliant. And he's back here for his first winner of the weekend, I should say, in race number 3 on Al Horja. Well done to Rory as well for his selection in that race. This filly was second last time out under Alex over the same distance, but jumped out of stall 15. So that could have impacted her a little bit. So we'll definitely ask Alex about that. But trainer Gaith Al-Gaith is flying as well, and he loves to use Alex. And if you're watching last weekend, you can see why. He's just absolutely flying, taking all the winners for all the races, and also not even the big races, these small races as well. And the winners just keep adding up. Congratulations, Alex. Back in the winners' enclosure once again. You rode this filly last time. She came second. What changed today?
Well, thank you, first of all. The last time I think I was a little bit hurry. I think I go a little bit early. So today I were in the last 400. So I think she was the favorite. She did.
Did you think you were going to win before the gates opened?
Yeah, you know, I was expecting that, but I just tried to wear it as much as I can, you know. You know, she did well.
And you can't hide from us because you had 9 winners last weekend. So do you think you could almost replicate it again this weekend?
I hope so. I hope so. I hope I can do 10. One more.
Well done, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that is the man in red hot form, and Al Horja has done the business, Roar. And I think, firstly, it's great to see this horse back up that performance from last week, but also, from last time out, I should say, but also doing it from stall 1, and interesting for a horse that doesn't like to make the running.
Yes, not always easy coming from the inside. If you look at a lot of the races we have here, it's often a lot easier just sort of tucking in, getting good position from a high stall. And Alex didn't want to get in front too soon, but he wanted to get cover.
Though, didn't he?
Got a nice break, but again, he's seeing a lot of daylight at this stage, and he's waiting for horses to come across. and get him in a little bit of a pocket which he actually wants. He doesn't want this filly to see too much daylight. And of course, because of this trip, they stay a little bit wide early on. But you see quite a lot of horses mid to wide on the track wanting to get handy. Nard wanting to go forward. Wardat Fada going forward. Wide right, the likes of TNT and Rabab Al Khair trying to get forward.
That's your eventual second. That is, oh gosh, what's this horse called now?
Alamrada the second.
Alamrada, your eventual second on the rail, always prominent up there and managed to stay there. So your first and second are currently in third and fourth?
Yeah, they ended up getting good positions there. Whereas because so many horses wanted to go forward there, you see the horses drawn wide. I ended up getting really bad runs. Rabab Al Khair's race was over really in the first bit. Was about 12 or 13 horses wide.
Look at Farouz Al-Anaya as well.
And you see, Farouz Al-Anaya was another one that was trapped very wide and didn't really have a great chance as a result. Shatta has actually run on quite well from having swung wide on the bend to get third. And that sort of ties the form down a little bit because that one was rated 52, that filly, coming into this on her 11th start. So you wouldn't want to go too mad about the form, but Al Hodja looked like she was going to win on debut, but she's just a little bit of a short runner. Once she gets to the front, she thinks she's done enough. And so Alex was keen not to be in front too early in this race as she was last time.
This beautiful drone shot will show everything we need to see. I thought Alex was at fault really in the last time out when he didn't use the rail to help him and had it stick in his left hand while this horse was continuing to drift out. And I just thought maybe use the rail to help. But again, he's done exactly the same thing here. He's not used the rail and he's actually come out on top. So clearly he knows more than me because he's a professional jockey. But you can just see he's got a stick in his left hand, actually not using the rail to help him.
Yeah, but sometimes what you get with one, I think she wanted to hang a little bit across to the rail on debut as well. Yeah. And often, particularly where a horse is a little bit of a short runner, once they drift across to the rail, then they will idle in that position. And the further you are towards the inside, if you've got a finisher at the middle of the track, they can always see you out of the. But if you can keep a little bit more to the middle, you're forcing a horse who's coming at you to do a little bit more to come past. And I think if she does get to the rail, I think she stops going forward a little bit.
Yes.
Whereas sometimes horses who are a little bit tired, the rail will help them to rally, and they'll rally a little bit more and get a run out of it. I don't think she's the type to do that, and I think that's why Alex has kept a stick in the left hand and tried to keep her a little bit off the inside.
Look at Nard actually pinged the start there and was up there for a long way and faded quite tamely, but that was a much better run than what we've seen previously. So I think Connections will be happier with that. Yeah,
the weak finish is still a bit of a concern there, but yeah, a better show through most of the race from Nard, who led early on and, as you said, was prominent for much of the way. What happens in the last furlong that counts though, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. She's clearly got that early speed, but she can't maintain it. I thought Wardat Fada was a horse that travelled into the race. You just seen the purple cat there, came swinging into the race, and it's right behind your winner, but finds very little under pressure.
No, that's a little bit disappointing. This, in fairness, was her first run for a while. She hasn't run at Riyadh this season, so she ran well in time for her final start in that auction race. Maybe just in need of the run, travelled well through the race, and then when push came to shove, maybe blew up a little bit in the closing stages. You'd forgive that. There's a couple of others you'd forgive there. Rabab Al Khair has been well beaten in the end, but had an absolutely horrible run from stall 20 with nothing inside her wanting to give way early on, so she was basically in the car park. I'm not sure I'd want to have too much faith in her. Farouz Al-Anaya, again, we mentioned, stall 17. She was forced to go very wide. I would definitely forgive that run from her because she looked promising beforehand. That was a write-off as far as she's concerned. So keep her in your notebook if she was in the first place.
Well, I think there's plenty of horses that you'll have to keep an eye on in your Saudi notebook, but take nothing away from our eventual winner, Al Hodja, who has given Alex Moreno a fast start to this weekend's action. Someone else who can give us an even faster start is Darren Owen, who's going to give us the runners and riders for race 4.
Thanks, Callum. Yep, fourth race coming up then is over 1,400 metres. The Saudi-bred horses, number 1 is Jardin and Tariq Al Mansour. Number 2 is Taf Al Bada and Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 3 is Yokatet and Victor Gutierrez. Number 4, Mash Najet and Abdulaziz Aliyesh Azuz takes the right. Number 5 is Tawi Al Thari and Rakan Al Ubaid. Number 6 is Marati Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 7 is Wudu Al Shams and Forwas Wanas. Number 8, that's Il Leila and Rayan Al Tuesh. Number 9, Al Zalmawi. And Ayed Al Turisi. Number 10 is Rawe Nora and Naif Al Anasi. 12. The 12 horse there is Alga Tashmari. And that jockey there is Fahad Al Faradi. 13 is Golden Dream and with Berto Ramos. 14, Shorwes and Thurb Atimat. 15, Azal Zalini, Osama Al Sharani. 50, that's the 15, or 16 is Al Shahab Al Qassar and Mohammed Al Daham. 17 is Mala and Adez Al Faradi. Number 18 is Fatila Abdullah Al Kredis. 19, Bint Aboui and Mohammed Al Hurameya. And 20 is Harweel and Nawaf Al Mudani is the jockey. They are the runners. Saudi-bred thoroughbreds in action. It is over 1,400 metres.
Thank you, Darren, for giving us those run of the riders, and as we can see them coming into shot here. Rory, will start from the top and work our way down. Jardin, horse number 1.
Pretty much tailed off on the 11th of 19 in an 1,800 metre hands and heels maiden on the 1st of December, so needs to improve an awful lot here.
Taf Al Badr is absolutely gorgeous. He's number 2.
Had the 7 runs, has a rating of 64, pretty consistent on the whole. Bounced back from a couple of moderate runs in Taif. Went 3rd here on his Riyadh debut, as it were. And then was a pretty good 5.5 lengths 3rd in a course and distance maiden. So that was 2 starts back, but a little bit below his best, over 1,800 last time out. The drop back to 1,400 metres probably suits Tarf Al Badr here.
I'm just looking over my shoulder. I can't see horse number 3, Yokatet. Don't know whether that's actually running yet. I'll let you know when we know, but he's not in the parade ring right now. Might just be a late entry.
Yeah, this is coming back from over a year off the track, so would have had to pass the vet anyway, I would have thought, so that might be an issue. Maybe getting looked over at the moment, but yes, that would be hard to fancy because of the absence.
Monsieur Najd is rated 50, horse number 4.
16th and 19th on his last 2 starts here, suggests he's not up to this.
3 is a non-runner. We've just heard 3 is a late scratching. Rory, I'm sure you're absolutely right about that. Probably failed the vet, having been off the track for so long. But just a reminder, 3 does not go. Monsieur Naj, number 4, we've spoken about. Tawi Al-Tari is horse number 5.
Not from 12 and never got close to winning. A rating of 28. It's probably a little bit insulting, but hard to see him winning this.
Maratia is horse number 6.
Running poorly in Taif when we last saw. That's going back to the early summer, to be honest. Now comes back from an absence. I suppose you can give her half a chance on the form she'd shown prior to that, but a rating of 53 means she probably won't be winning at this level anyway.
Dual Farms is horse number 7.
Would have place claims on her 2-year-old form, but 2 runs here this season have been dreadful, and it looks like she hasn't really trained on.
Lileila is horse number 8. White stable, premium tap. Rayan Alteration board. Dangerous.
Yeah, not a terribly deep maiden and a well-bred white stable runner to look at. Full sister to Satar and a half sister to a classy performer in Mafrood for the same connection. So
there we go.
The full brother Satar ran for different connections, but Lalelia is a half-sister to Mafrood. Mafrood is a decent performer, and she looks like one very much to be shortlisted on debut.
Number 9 is a horse I absolutely adore, Al-Zamawi.
Yeah, largely consistent Al-Zamawi, and place claims on the pick of his form. But he is fully exposed after 10 starts, and you'd have thought he's more of a, more likely to sort of hit the frame than be winning a race. And whenever you see a maiden race like this won by a horse who's got a rating of 59 or thereabouts, you just think it's a little bit disappointing. I think there'll be something too good for him in this race.
Yeah, he ran an open company last time. This is a big drop in class. Rawe Nora is horse number 10.
Yeah, only had the 4 runs, so less exposed the most, and his rating of 61 already. Effective between 6 furlongs and a mile. Best effort, went 4th. To Hakwat last time out. Did wonder under pressure that day. That was my only concern, that she did show improved form. Maybe she just tired and wondered because she was coming off a bit of a break that time. But the fact that she wasn't straightforward under pressure is a little bit of a concern.
Shamila is in the paddock. Who has caught your eye?
contest of the evening, and it's all about the fillies for me in this race, because the horse I'm going with as my paddock selection is horse number 10, Rawai Nora, ridden by Naif Al-Anazi. She's just walked past me there. She looks absolutely stunning, very much like my selection in the previous race as well, looks-wise. She is rated 61. She was 4th last time out and 3rd the time before that, so she's definitely due a winner. Another horse that I like is horse number 8, Lalalia, who is a premium tap filly as well, looking really good. As for my paddock negatives, horse number 5 carrying a bit too much condition, and I just wasn't a big fan of the way he was walking, didn't look the most comfortable, and horse number 20 acting up quite a lot as well. But now that I'm looking at the horses as they're walking past me, horse number 19 is acting up more than horse number 20, so I'll let that slide. But I will be sticking with Naif Al-Anazi and horse number 10.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Yes, and I think certainly a lot of people will be looking out for number 8, Ilayla, who will be going for the white stable, and it'll be worth keeping an eye on that one as we should continue our way down. Did we talk about number 11, Matt Fee?
No, it shouldn't take us too long. 14th on debut and needs to improve a lot on that.
Al Gashmari is horse number 12.
Not absolutely out of it on ratings, but not from 16 and not progressing.
Golden Dream, number 13, unlucky for some.
Good jockey booking with Wigberto Ramos on board, but little show in 2 starts so far, so it's only the jockey booking you're going on with him.
Shawiz, who is horse number 14.
Has barely beaten a rival in 2 starts to date and doesn't look of any account.
Zalvillini, who is horse number, quite a Italian sounding name there. Zalvillini,
yes,
number
indeed.
15.
14th and the 18th in 2 starts here last season doesn't augur terribly well for the future.
Al Shabab Al Qasir is horse number 16.
Rated 30, had the 3 runs, finished 16th on his reappearance, and again, no real positives there.
17 is one to watch. Malay, I thought ran quite an eye-catching race on debut.
Yeah, I thought so as well. Ran on late from a poor position, went 7th to Riyadh Spirits. That was meeting 66 here. Absolutely sure to progress. A lot of, I think I was with Malay that day actually. We were here, and you're like, oh, it's going to need the run, and you're absolutely spot on. Carrying condition on the paddock, looked clueless early on, and then made good late headway from a bad position to finish 7th. Will improve a chunk on that.
Got those cheek pieces of staying on today as well, which I always think of the big red flag with a debutant when they already whack on the cheek pieces.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly at home that would put me off, any kind of headgear first time out, but we're more likely here to see horses fitted with tongue ties or cheek pieces or whatever first time, so it isn't always a bad sign. She took time to get going last time out, but hopefully she can do better here.
Would you be concerned that the draw gods again have been quite unkind to her? She's posted wide again.
I don't think, again, we saw in the last race that the draw can be really nasty when everything wide wants to go forward, but frequently you'll be able to get a good position from a wide draw, and as long as you've got horses immediately on your inside pushing you off your line, you can drop in quite nicely. So I'm never inclined to call a wide draw a bad draw unless I can see an obvious pace angle.
And this looks a lower quality affair as well. There might not be so much pace coming through the middle, which we saw.
Yeah, well, listen, the thing with her is she didn't show any pace early on.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
So maybe she'll end up, having to make a mid-race move and having to come wide. But yeah, I wouldn't expect her to be blazing away from stall 17. But again, she was backward on debut. She didn't really know what she was doing until late in the day. So you could see a completely different performance at the start of the race. But I wouldn't really expect that. I think she'll be doing her best work late again. We
just saw Fatila on screen there, making debut, getting attack adjusted. What do you make of this, Abdullah Al-Kredis runner?
This is an interesting newcomer, a daughter of Power Broker, out of a mare who won 6 times in the US. Now, she wasn't a superstar, but she was a multiple winner. She's produced a couple of multiple winners as well in Good Penny and Doc Kane. So there's a lot to like about that pedigree in terms of the fact, there are no graded horses in there, but there are horses who win plenty of races, and in a race like this, that's a big positive.
Bint Aboui is horse number 19.
Half sister to 3 local winners, including a useful sort in Motakim, so not a terrible pedigree there. Stall 19, probably not ideal for a debutante, you would say. Again, I don't have a problem with high draws here generally, but if you miss the start from a high draw, you could be in a lot of trouble. So for a horse with little experience, you don't really want to be parked out very wide with lots of space to your outside as well. That can be a negative for these.
And finally, Harwheel, number 20.
Poor on balance and looks aggressive as well. She ran okay. He ran okay on his reappearance at at Taif, but hasn't gone on from that, and disappointing at the end of the Taif season, coming back from a short break here.
Yeah, so we're getting to see all of those in the prelims, and they're now circling down at the start. Who do you like, Rory? Are you going for this White Stable debutant?
I'm tempted to go with Malay again, but I made a mistake early on in this card by going for a horse that I thought would stay on from off the pace, and then realising that, again, it's so helpful.
Sometimes they're just slow, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly, and that might be the case with Malay as well. But I think she will improve a lot from debut, but there's a lot to like on paper about Ilalia, so I'm going to go for her on debut.
I would usually join up with you, but I'm going to give one more chance to Al Zalmawi, horse number 9, purely on the basis that that run last time with a decent effort in open company, back into maiden company, back to a trip that this horse likes. I just think that this has a big chance. So selection-wise, as we see this gorgeous turf course, which will be on sooner rather than later, we can only hope, because it looks spectacular right now. We've seen it develop all the way through. We've seen it grow.
Yeah, it's coming on well.
It's coming
being
on
away
really
for
well.
a few weeks, there's been a massive change coming back and seeing a turf track almost ready to go here.
Yeah,
and being watered this morning as well.
We'll be running over that sooner rather than later. But yeah, so selections in this one. Al Zamawi for me, horse number 9. Ilalia for yourself, Rory, horse number 8. And I know Shamila liked Rawe Nora, horse number 10. So we're going 8, 9 and 10 in this one. We're all drawn next to each other. Remember, no number 3 in this contest, but no reserves get in because it was a late withdrawal.
Indeed, I have to say I'm slightly more worried about Shamila's selection than I am about yours.
I totally understand that. I think Shamila's made a very good point with her selection. I think it's got a good chance to have a good go in this one. But I'm trying to convince myself that Al Zamawi will have a good enough effort in this. Like I said, I think the form of the last race was much tougher than this. Finished 8th, will always be up there with a massive eye catch on his last run in Taif.
When you say Horse X is one of my favourites here, and it's still running in a maiden a year after you started, you can ask yourself questions, don't you?
Keep the faith is all I'm going to say. One man who we always can keep the faith with is Darren Owen, and we can hand it over to him right about now.
Thanks, Callum. Yep, so big field again to go forward here on the dirt, 1,400 metres. That is number 9, Al Zalmawi, who has just loaded. So probably about half a dozen of them already safely in place. Looking at number 7, Woodhu Al Shams going in. There's an aerial view of the couple of the runners in the stalls. Tawi Al Hari to the left, to the right Al Zalmawi, joined in the centre there by Woodhu Al Shams, number 7. This is number 14, Shorwes. Malay, I think, has just loaded. 18, the green and white, that's Fatila. And the yellow with the star on jacket with number 10, Rawe Nora. And Ilayla going to stall 8. Taf Al Bada, number 2. There's a grey, that's Mashor Najed, in the brown and white quarters. Very pale jacket of Maratia, number 6. I think we're down to the last one. That's number 16, Al Shahab Al Qasa. 1,400 metres the trip for our 4th race. And they're off. And breaking the line, the centre is Ilayla, showing up prominently to the inside, Taf Al Bada, and also not too far away is Al Zalmawi. And then from a wideish berth, Zal Zalini is showing up brightly, and along the outside is Al Shahab Al Qasa. The order going on down the far side. Leaders are being chased as well by Golden Dream. So up along the inside, bit of pace on, up along the inside, holding the advantage just is Ilayla, and it's Ilayla being followed to the outer by Zal Zalini, and right there with those is Al Shahab Al Qasa, that one in the red jacket. The leaders are then being followed by Shaw West in the white and blue silks. Up along the outside is Rawea Nora as they make the run now towards the final bend. And off that final turn, Ilayla's got the advantage with Taf Al Bada only a half length away. Break of several lengths opening up to Al Shahab Al Qasa. Jcsa, and then up along the inside trying to stay on me, switch off the rail is Rawea Nora. Down the wide outside, Al Zalmawi's coming home really well, but fighting on gamely is Ilayla. It's Ilayla and Tarf Al-Bada. Ilayla pulling out a little bit more. Tarf Al-Bada doing an impersonation of a shopping trolley. Maratia's coming home really well. Ilayla's won it. Maratia in second place. Might be Al Salmawi down the outside for other places, but Ilayla's won it, number 8. No doubting about that, and wins really well. Ilayla coming home in good style. Tarf Al-Bada just wandering there off a true line. Running on far side was Maratia in the pale jacket, and 8 Ilayla has been confirmed as the winner. Maratia there against the running rail in the pale blue and white was really running on inside the last 200 meters, you can see, but the race was all over. So 8 has won it, 6 second, 1 minute 28.30. Number 9 in third, as we predicted, that was Al Zalmawi. So it's 8, 6 and 9. 8, 6 and 9, the numbers of the frame. 1 minute 28.30. 3 1/4 lengths and ahead. 3 1/4 lengths and ahead. The margins. Best of the rest in fourth was number 17 Malay, but no doubt about the winner. That is the 8-horse Ilayla.
أنا أبو محمد. شاي فيديو صح؟
Well, it doesn't matter who's on them. The white stable horses keep doing the business. Rayan Al Taraish in the saddle on this occasion, and Ilayla is our race winner. And I was just talking to Rory off camera there that if you compare her to a fellow 3-year-old who've already seen in the shape of Mosfeya, she's a different type completely. She's a real brute, powerful individual.
Yeah, she's filled her frame a little bit better. She's not as tall.
No.
As the other one we saw in these colours, but she is she's more muscular. She is more furnished at this stage. She looked vulnerable off the bend, it has to be said, when Tarf Al-Badr came at her. But you'll see Tarf Al-Badr in the red noseband just kept running around. Whatever whatever his rider did, he wanted to either duck left or duck right. And
Mohamed Alabel had a
really
nightmare there, didn't
he looked an absolutely horrible ride come the end of it. And he ended up finishing out of the frame. Looked sure to be second at worst and the likeliest winner at one stage, because it just looked like Alelia was just beginning to struggle off the turn. But she's battled back to retain her lead, and then Tarf Al-Badr has essentially refused to engage top gear and ended up finishing fifth or maybe even sixth in the end. And that allowed the likes of Maratea and Al-Zalmawi to run on for places. And again, Malay, after showing no early pace in the race, has, well, in fairness, she's got herself into a fair position.
What do you mean,
but
no
she's
early?
not
People are
nowhere.
flying along.
She's flat to the boards, as you can see here, to hold a position in about fifth or sixth, but very wide on the track. So once we go into the turn, she's not particularly well positioned, and she loses places before plugging on again to grab fourth. The winner is on the rail here at this stage. A couple of lowly rated rivals showing speed early on.
Second and third.
Shawes, Al-Shahab Al-Qasr in the red colours, Zalzalini all showed early pace before dropping out from the turn. And at this stage, it looks like the winner's going to have a real battle with Tarf Al-Badr, who tracked her on the rail before moving out the challenge. But once he's in a challenging position, he runs around like a snipe. Quite frankly.
Do you know what? For me, I'm watching this and I'm saying, Mohammed, put the stick down.
Yes.
Because he's used it. Clearly, the horse is drifting away from the stick. He then changes his hands.
And he runs away. Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, well, you know you're not going to win this race. I know this horse has plenty of experience. It's not like first day of school. But for me, just put the stick down and ride hands and heels at that stage, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, actually, in the last 100 yards, he gives up the ghost completely.
Yeah.
He had a pretty horrible ride. But at the same time, you know, the colt will say, well, I had a pretty horrible time of things as well. As you said, ducking away from the stick and therefore switching the stick constantly is just giving him something more to duck away from. And he's gone left and right and left and right again, and spoiled his chance by doing so.
That's a great shot. We can see Maratea, who is our eventual second, breaking well. Al-Zalmawi, our eventual third, broke well. They both were so outpaced by that early strong speed that they were in second last and last almost coming around that bend, and have just run on through beaten horses.
Yeah, it's interesting
like
that those who've tried to hold their position on the outside have been forced to cover a lot more ground. And it's a tight enough bend there. It hasn't helped Malay. Malay wants a low draw essentially because of her run style. She can't go any faster in the early stages and she just plugs on late. But what she needs is not to be covering ground wide as well. So if she's able to she can sit in second last or third last place towards the rail and just nip around the inside and pass horses that way. But not suggesting for a second that she was an unlucky loser, just that we talked about the draw beforehand. We knew she wouldn't quite have the speed to get across and get over to a good position from that draw. And again, you showed that the horse is immediately on her inside. This is the issue. You look at them on paper and go, well, they're no threat to her. They're lowly rated horses. Al-Shahab Al-Qasr rated 30. Zalzalini has no rating, but has finished 14th and 18th in two starts. And Shawes, 19th and 18th. So it's only beaten,
three horses.
Maximum. Non-runners as well there. So they've shown virtually nothing. But the three of them have shown lots of speed in the first 200 metres of the race. So there's no chance of Malay getting across. And that spoiled her chance of doing more than she did in the race. She was better than the bare result. The fact that she's paceless early on is always going to be a concern in races like this. But because of that, you'll know that she'll find a spot.
Now, the question is, Rory, Ilea, who's our race winner, does she win if Tarf Al-Badr runs straight down the straight?
It's a difficult question, actually, because she looked to have a race on her hands, and I thought she did look vulnerable. In the first place, I thought she did battle when she had to, and then she didn't have to battle because Tarf Al-Badr, once she's rallied a little bit against him, he's then started to shift off a true line.
And she didn't stop, did she, in front?
No, she kept going. But if you look at the race again, you'll see that horses from further back are beginning to cut into that lead. So she wasn't going away from her field. No. She was going away from Tarf Al-Badr, obviously, but he was almost running backwards at one stage. But you give her credit for doing that on debut, and even when she was getting tired, she tried to find more, which is always a good sign. And she will benefit from the run, I would have thought, as well. So this is not a strong race. You wouldn't want to be throwing in a doping company next time out.
I was just about to say that conditioned races look ideal, don't they?
She wants to go in a non-winners of two next time out. Those can be weak enough events. And some of the open races, for the 3-year-old fillies aren't always that deep. But yeah, I wouldn't want her running against colts. I wouldn't want her running in strong races on the back of this. She will benefit from another run before she steps up in class.
Yeah, she'll certainly be one to keep an eye on if she stays in conditions company. Maybe stay away from her if she's in a cup race next time out. Now, we must move on to our next race on the card, and Darren Owen can take us through the runners and the riders.
So we are already on race number 5, going a mile, 1,600 metres here. Number 1 is Abu Rakan and Mohammed Al Nevzi. Number 2, Rams, Rayan Al Tuesh. Number 3 is Mota Barheth and Camilo Espina. 4 is Eskandro and Mohammed Al Daham. Number 5, Nayazi and Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 6 is Sati Al Muhammadiyah and Abdullah Al Farouz. Number 7, Intisam and Sultan Al Mimouni. 8, Anar, Sama Al Sharani. Over the page there, 9, Adhar and Jimmy Carry On. 10 is Heshan and Ali Al Mutib. 11, Kardash and Mohammed Al Hubail. 12, Sanam Al Ared and Tariq Al Mansour. 13, Al Nakbawi, Victor Gutierrez. 14, Zina, the jockey Mohammed Al Habib. 15 is Dajar and the jockey there Adel Al Faradi. And 16 is Nauth Abdulaziz Al Musa. 17, Nakra Al Sayed and Naif Al Anazi. 18, Mosafira, Luis Morales. And 19, Al Muataza Abdullah Al Saidi. They are the runners, along with number 23, that's T-Shack. That reserve 23 gets into the field.
Thank you very much, Darren. And yes, T-Shack sneaks in after 20, 21 and 22 are all scratched. So good for T-Shack and connections to get into this race. 6-year-old filly who does have the 1 win to her name, as a lot of these do, Rory.
Yes, you don't see many horses named after Leo Varadkar, but T-Shack might well be one.
I don't think it is.
Probably not, no. But there you go.
Let's go through the Abu Rakan, starting us off. Number 1.
Course and distance maiden winner in March in a time of 144.51, I believe. No, I'll need to check that. That was a weak race, I thought, at the time. Well held in a non-winners of 3 on his return to action. I'll double check that time to make sure that it is correct. If it's 141.51, it's a lot better than the 144.51 I've written down.
Rams is a massive eye catch for me. I thought it was really good a few starts back.
Yeah, it was impressive when winning a course and distance maiden on the 9th of November. Better effort in 2 starts since up in class when 8 lengths fifth in a 7 furlong open last time out. The return to a mile should help Rams. His time for the trip was 143.11, so he's competitive. There are better times in this race, though.
If one of them was Mota Barheth on debut, who was mightily impressive.
No, Mota Barheth did 144. No, the maiden win wasn't a bad time. It was 128-ish for 7 furlongs, but obviously this is stepping up to a mile. Ran over the mile last time. I did 144.86, but that was because he was stepped up in class to the municipality of Riyadh Governorate Cup, and you wouldn't expect him to run to his form with that kind of culture shock second time up. So the time of his debut was okay. I think he's capable of a much faster time over this trip than he showed last time out, and the drop in class gives him a big chance.
Eskandro, horse number 4.
Another one who's won a 7 furlong maiden, won by 8 lengths on his return to action, but that was last year. His best run since came when second to Consuela de Vega over course and distance. That was in the spring, was disappointing when 13th on his return to action. Should derive some benefit from that run at least.
After seeing horse number 11 in the parade ring, it's time to speak to Shamila and see if she's got an eye catcher for us.
Thank you very much, Callum. Well, it is the 5th contest of the evening. And like I said in my intro, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Motahabeth turns out today. And I really, really like the look of him in the parade ring, looking really well. Obviously was 11th last time out at meeting 66. However, I think you can discount that because Camilo Ospina was not on board. So Camilo Ospina won on him on his debut run this season at meeting 58. And he's just coming up behind me here now, as you can see. So I think it could be 3 winners today for the White Stables and a double for Camilo Ospina. This 3-year-old colt by Gromley just looks stunning. Built like a bull and going around the parade ring really, really nicely. So that is my paddock selection for race number 5. And I also really liked the look of horse number 15 for Adel Al-Faredi. I've highlighted a few of Adel Al-Faredi's rides now today. However, they have not been in the winner's enclosure. So hopefully Adel can get in the winner's enclosure soon. 2 of my paddock negatives is horse number 10, carrying a little bit too much timber, doesn't look 100% fit. And horse number 12 was a little bit of a question mark for me as well. Didn't have a great gait or not going around the parade ring looking particularly well. But one person that always does look well is Camilo Ospina and his ride. So fingers crossed for them.
Thank you very much, Amelia. And yes, I think Camilo had a massive chance at Motobias. What were you going to say?
I was convinced Camilo was going to say one person who always looks well.
It's me.
Callum.
Ah, well.
as a segue, but
no, Camilo, apparently. I'm not her.
He is. You're taller than him, at least. So,
yeah, that's right. That's right. You tell him.
Yeah.
Let's keep going through these because Neazi is horse number 5.
Yeah, and Neazi's actually got a really good time for this course, unless I've transcribed it wrong. 141.42 for the trip. When quite an impressive course and distance maiden winner. But ran poorly, turned out quickly in a 0-60 handicap last time. Now, what I will say is that was a really quick turnaround. That was the very next meeting. So, meeting 72, he won, looked thrown in, so obviously was turned out as quickly as possible and just bounced from that. But the time was really good. In fairness, with horses like this, he was a 13-race maiden before bolting up 2 starts ago. And the question is whether you can believe that. When horses suddenly produce a run like that seems to be so much better than they've done before, they almost always bounce next time. I think he probably can find that form again, but it'll take him a few starts. So I'm against him here as well.
Sateh Al Mohammedia is horse number 6.
Was a winner of a 7-furlong maiden last October, but has been below form over shorter trips recently. Question is whether he is trained on. Because that form is going back a fair way into his 2-year-old season. So a little bit to prove now after finishing 11th here in meeting 70.
Itazam, horse number 7.
Not from 10 in his career so far. Ran okay when 4th, a time for meeting 31, but hasn't run close to that since, including when 7th here after a break last time out. Needs to do better.
And now horse number 8.
Running badly at the moment, 1 from 19 in his career, but 18th here last week, and needs to leave that kind of form well behind. Unfortunately, 3 runs here earlier in the season had been, not much better than that either.
Darf is horse number 9.
Has a rating of 63, which gives him half a chance, but again, 2 recent runs here, 14th and 18th, and meeting 63 and meeting 70, suggest he's not in the form to take advantage.
I'm just being attacked by a fly in here. Sean,
yes.
Horse number 10.
Hishan, he's got a rating of 83, which makes him a big player here. He won the Al Medina Regional Governorate Cup last season and was 2nd in the Al Juf Regional Governorate Cup, but his best form is at a 1.5 miles.
Yeah,
he looks like he needs the race badly, and he's prepping for another go at a 1.5 miles next time out, I think.
Those Cup race wins, he came from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula, as John would say.
You do like that.
He absolutely flew home to win there, but I think, this could be a bit too short. Kadash, number 11.
Has won a maiden, that came over 7 furlongs in meeting 55 in a pretty moderate time, and was only 7th in a 0-75 handicap over course and distance last time, so I think he will struggle to finish better than midfield here.
Salam Al-Ared is horse number 12.
Got a negative in the parade, is coming back off a break, and his only career win came in a 0-60 handicap, so lots of negatives there.
Al-Nakbari only rated 48.
Only rated 48, has had 25 career starts without getting his head in front, and I don't think he's going to start today.
Zanir is an interesting one, I think. Been running in tough contests.
Yeah, Zanir is interesting. Disappointed when right down the field, meeting 68 here, but that was off a longish break. Beat Farea Alanea in a 7-furlong maiden in November here last year. Was disappointing, as I said, in that 0-75 handicap on his return, but he was off a long absence there and could do a fair bit better.
Is Dejar for the Red Stable?
This is much more interesting. Has done a very good time for this trip, 141.15. Beat Salam Alays, and of course in distance maiden, meeting 62. Was only 8th last time out, but that was in a big field course and distance open, a much stronger race than this. Drops back in class now, and I think Is the Jar has to be of serious interest here.
You see him in shot there, walking through. Looks a gorgeous individual. I remember when he won first time up this season, and he looked absolutely chucked in the race he was in, because he'd shown so much promise early in his career. Noah is horse number 16.
Yeah, just to say, he was second and third in 2 races here last spring, Is the Jar, so he has got back form as well. Noah won a mile maiden at Taif in August, just a fair 7th to Kareem in a course and distance open last time out. A rating of 78 means if he puts his best foot forward, he could be thereabouts. And this is a slightly easier race than his last one.
Nakra Al Said is number 17.
Another one who has chances on his her 2-year-old form, I should say, but not really in what she's done so far this season, so has a bit to prove.
I remember Mosafira really annoying me when she won a few starts ago back in meeting 41.
Yes, well, she was reasonably impressive, winning a 6-furlong maiden in Taif. But she's been well beaten in 2 runs here, 15th and 14th, over different trips, and not to 85 handicap over 6 furlongs, and a non-winner to 2 over the 1800 metres last time out. So connections seem to be struggling to find what she needs at the moment.
She does get lumps of weight from these, only carrying 56.5, so compared to some of these getting much heavier burdens.
She does, but she's rated at 64, and she'd need to be getting more weight in handicapping terms to be competitive.
Al Moatta there is horse number 19.
Rated 65, running just respectably, to be perfectly honest, and 1 from 22, career record, tells its own story.
Taysak is horse number 23. This horse rated 72, sneaks in as a reserve, would have a chance.
Yeah, has had plenty of chances, but did have a bit of an upturn in fortunes last season for new connections. Was 3rd, 5th and 8th in 3 runs here at Riyadh, but they were in tough races, and this is a drop in class, and the question is whether she is ready to go, the 6-year-old mare, after a break. But her form last season would give her a chance here, maybe not a winning chance, but a chance of hitting the frame, and if she's ready to go, she could well get involved.
Well, they're circling down at the start. Some of them have started loading, so let's get some selections in nice and quickly, Rory. Who do you like?
That's a very good question, Callum.
That's the job.
I suppose, I hate to say it, but the white stable runner here again, Motabath, is arguably the most interesting one. This is more open in a couple of races that we've seen, but that was a really tough task in the Municipality of Riyadh Cup last time out, and this drop back to non-winners of 2 is a big plus for Motabath.
So you're going for Motabahez, Shamila's going for Motabahez, I'm going for Izdijar just to keep it fresh, and now it's time to hand over to Darren Owen as the loading continues.
Thanks, Scallop. Yeah, we are looking at Escandro, number 4, going in. That's Escandro safely in place. Most of them are actually in. There's only about 3 or 4 more runners to load. Itasam, number 7, goes in. So I'm going a mile here, 1,600 metres. This is Sati Al Mahamadiyah in the red headgear, green and white jacket. Number 6, and looks as though Izdijar, the red and white colours, loads. So we're down to 1 horse, and that's number 6. So last one going in for race 5. All in. They're off. So 1,600 metres is the journey, and one of the last ones away was Neazi. One of the first ones out is Sanam Al Reda as they form their early order. Up along the inside, Abu Rakan is showing up brightly with Zina in the maroon and white jacket down the centre. Sati Al Mahamadi is not too far away either as they go through Jar is handy. So up along the inside running rail, it is Sanam Al Reda in front, but only just by around about a half length. Zina is currently 3 wide. And then between horses, Sati Al Muhammadiyah. Leaders are being chased by Kardash with on the outside is Dejar. That one going about 4 wide as they go into that turn. Sanam Al Reda, though, still holding court. Anar is in around about 6th place, just in behind them, with Rams to the inside rail, followed by Escandro, who's trying to get into it with an awful lot of work to do, is Nakra Al Sayed. They're about to turn into the straight, and the one kicking for home is Sati Al Muhammadiyah at the top of the straight from Zina. In 2nd place down the outside is Izdajar, who's coming home really well, and Izdajar has claimed the advantage with a 200 to go. Zina's back in 2nd. Down the outside, here comes Mosafira, really running on, but can Zina keep going? Izdajar keep going? Izdajar's about 6 lengths clear, and Izdajar goes on to win. Mosafira is in 2nd, and it is close for 3rd place. One staying on down the outside was Hishan. So it is 15, Izdajar, who goes on to win. Mosafira, number 18, has taken 2nd place. But one thing this 3-year-old showed was a turn of foot. Izdajar, number 15, wins for the 2nd time in his career. Let's get the results. 15 is Dejar, the winner. 18, Mosafira, 2nd. 10, Hishan has got 3rd. 5 was best of the rest. That was Neazi, who perhaps didn't start the best of starts. 1 minute 40.55. 1 minute 40.55. Another good winner, though. 4.5 lengths the winning margin. 4.5 lengths and 3 lengths the distances there. So victory goes to number 15, is Dejar.
Well, the top 3 in the Jockeys Championship as it stands have all had winners, as Adel Al-Faradi guides Izdajar to victory in race 5. And what an impressive victory it was, Rory.
It was, yeah. The Motobias was massively disappointing and trouble a long way from home and well beaten, having been stepped straight up to Cup company last time out. And that rather left the way clear, because the other horse on the ratings who had a chance was the third horse, Heshan, but he's a 1.5 mile horse who looked to need the run in the paddock. He's actually run an absolute cracker to finish third in the
he's one
end.
for that notebook, isn't he, for sure.
But also rated 83 here was Is the Jar. Always travelled strongly in behind the leaders and found plenty when asked. We were just discussing off air. He seems to come back with a bit of blood in his mouth, but that's almost certainly because he's just bitten his tongue.
Yeah, it's what happens when you got a tongue strap on, something they can just nick it. It's certainly nothing to worry about in all seriousness, and they take the tongue strap out straight away as soon as the runner returns. But you can just see him making ground on the outside here, and it looked like a long way out that he was going to be the winner. What a cracking effort from your eventual second, Mosafira, who's bounced right back to form.
Yeah, they've gone too fast here again. You had a few who didn't have a massive chance on paper, putting a bit of pace to the race. Sati Al-Mohammadiyah ran very well for a long way, but you can see he's legless now in the green cap on the inside, but that was always handy. Abu Rakan showed a bit of early pace from stall 1, and Rams from stall 2, and out wide to the likes of Zener, also up with the early pace, but they went hard, and it was the right decision for Adel Al-Faradi to sit just off the pace on Is the Jar, and was able to let those sort of shoot their bolt out in front before asking his mount for an effort, and he's seen it out very strongly.
Look at Mustafa there. That could have been the problem. Motabeyas got it all wrong coming out the stalls there. That was a real nasty incident. Sort of went over himself and was lucky to stay on his feet there, which is probably why he's run such a poor race.
Yeah, he looked to be obviously in a bad position, and also in a bit of trouble in terms of how he was going through the race as well. But that shot of the start explains how he ended up in that bad position.
Yeah, he's almost down on his knees at the start there.
But he also, he managed to recover to a degree, but his race was run fairly quickly, and he ended up backing out of things fairly quickly. As you see now from the replay, you got a few of these, a few of the less likely types having their moment of glory as they go forward in the early stage. That's maybe a bit harsh on the likes of Abu Rakan and Rams, who've shown a bit of form. But the lead is still being held at this stage as they come off the turn by Sati Al-Mohammadiyah, who then faded quite badly in the closing stages, but set it up nicely for the winner. Made it a test of stamina as well, which has helped Heshan, who's never in the race, run on very strongly in the outside of the field to grab third. And I think Connections of Heshan will be very, very happy with that run, because he's probably last in the early stages here in the blue with the with the white cap.
Back there behind the horse with the green sleeve, that's Al Nakubawi, who's also in behind as well. And look at Neazi as well, a horse who needed to bounce back to form, is also there right in third last. He ends up running on for about fourth or fifth as well. So you can clearly see there was lots of cheek speed early on.
Exactly, so sitting out the back was not necessarily a bad thing. But in fairness, with Heshan, he wouldn't have been expected to be competitive in this race anyway. He was carrying condition, and he needs much further. But this is, in terms of getting him to full fitness and helping his confidence.
Race, isn't it? The more you watch it.
Yeah, it's a really big run. It's easy enough to work out how it happens, because he hasn't been asked to get involved in the race early. They've gone very hard in front, and he's been able to run through beaten horses. But it will absolutely do the job for him, because it will bring him on fitness wise, and also he will have absolutely loved passing horses in the latter stages here. So he'll have got both fitness and confidence from this run, and he's one to look out for next time.
Did that kind of give a bit of a boost to the performance from our eventual winner, Iftijar, who was pretty prominently ranked when the feet were held to the fire, and has still gone on to win very comfortably? He crossed the line on the bridle, so the fact that he was up there throughout and has still sort of he's won this very comfortably.
Yeah, he has.
I mean, a closer in behind, but
yes, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how much to mark him up. You mark him up a little bit for the run, but given he was closer to the strong pace than a few of those. But bear in mind, the likes of the third horse here would essentially have been looking just to run through at the end anyway. So partly he was a little bit too forwardly placed, but he wasn't really pushing that pace. He was sitting handily so that he was able to strike first when the opportunity came. And although you can argue he was a little bit too close to a very strong pace, he also got first run to some degree as well. And you've got to mix those two together and see how they come out. It'd be interesting to see what would happen if he met Heshan again, for example, in a week or two's time. I don't think they will do, because I think Heshan will just be stepping up a trip and running in different races.
A good win for the Red Stable, and a big fan of the Red Stable is Ed Rarfield, who joins us in the chat today, which is great to see him. Good morning from New York, and welcome back. back. Thank you very much, Ed. We are glad to be back. And he is saying, go on the Red Stable. Obviously, for those who don't know, Ed runs all of Jimmy Jerkins' social media, which means he's very keen to see what the Red Stable are doing, and they are providing the horses for Jimmy in the US.
Indeed, yeah, and we always get
Sorry,
a little
in
bit of
Saudi.
feedback.
I said in the USA.
Oh
in
yes,
Saudi.
indeed. we always hear from Ed when Jimmy has runners. It's always interesting to keep up with what's going on there, and that little bit of banter is
yeah, it's always good fun to have.
Never a miss, is it?
Always good. But they've got a nice one here in the Red Stable, I think. Is Jcsa put a line through the last run, like you said, was forced wide all the way around in a very, very tough open contest. This looked a lot easier on paper, and it proved to be a lot easier on the track.
Indeed. Again, your slight worry coming out of this with the winner is he'd be harder to place after this. You know, the non-winners of 2 can be fairly weak.
Non-winners of 3 are a little bit tougher.
Non-winners of 3, they don't tend to be too many no-hopers in those races, and he's shown pretty much all he was about here. You say he was able to be eased in the dying strides, but I don't think he's won it with his head in his chest as such. I think he's shown what he can do here, and that's exactly as good as he is at the moment. And yeah, he's going to find it a little bit harder in tougher company, but Ganesh's just got to try to find the best races they can for him. He's honest, but he wears his heart in his sleeve.
Yeah, so it could be a little bit harder for them to find a race for him to win. However, we will move swiftly on to our next race on the card. It is race 6, and we're getting closer and closer to the good stuff. Darren, take us through the runners and riders.
Yes, we're looking at a maiden race here, 1,600 metres. Number 1 is Hamel Al Bayrak and Victor Gutierrez. 2, Rose Al Dareya, Abdullah Al Kridis. Number 3 is Yata D, Nawef Al Mudani. Number 4, Nad Fursan and Tariq Al Mansour. 5 is Saitama, Ahmed Al Shra. Number 6 is Ovila and Abdulaziz Al Faredi. 7, Al Baha and Rayan Al Turesh. Number 8, Al Nasser Oshkana and Alexis Moreno. Number 10, scratch number 9. Number 10 is Nafar Abdulaziz Al Yesh. 12 is Foyer Dan, so scratch 11, Ahmed Al Azari. 13 is Yala Aishi Kia and Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 14, Microburst Ricardo Vieira. 15 is Nabash and Ayad Al Turisi. 16, Vidharta. Vidharta partnered by Mohammed Al Ubail. 17, Adil Lean, Fahid Al Faredi. Scratch 18, 19, Anna Al Wafi and Turkey Alofi is the jockey. That's number 19. 21 and 22 are both in the lineup as well. 21 Every Day, 22 War of Courage.
Thank you, Darren. They're in the pre-parade ring here. We got to them earlier than we usually do, Rory, in this one, so we'll have plenty of time to get through them. And yes, we've lost plenty towards the bottom of the field here, including 18, 20 and 23. We also lost 9 and 11 in this race as well. So 2 reserves get in, 1 reserve doesn't run. So plenty of options throughout this race. And on paper, when I first looked at this, I thought this looked like quite a weak race. Non-maiden for 4-year-olds and older horses, you'd start thinking, oh, probably not the most high-quality affair. However, I've got chances for quite a few of these in this one.
Have you indeed?
I have indeed. I've got a short list, which is, I'll tell you how long it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got a 6-horse short list in this race, so...
Well, let's see if we can knock 2 or 3 of those off then.
Yeah.
Why don't you... Well, you can just tell me your short list here, but we'll start. We've got time. We'll go from the start. The top one, Hamel Al Bayrak, is a newcomer. By Istan out of Heroin Queen. Heroin Queen ran 7 times here, was unplaced in all 7 starts. Not hugely encouraging, it has to be said.
Rose Al Dareya, number 2.
11th and 16th so far. I think the 11th was in Taif right at the end of the season. 16th here then a few weeks ago. She might do better somewhere down the line, but she's a 4-year-old who's shown very little in 2 starts, so not on any short list for me.
Yatadi is horse number 3.
Is a half-sister to Abu Jana, who's a mile maiden winner here. The dam was unplaced in 4 starts, but at least she's got a winning sibling, so more interesting than the other newcomer we have, or the first newcomer we spoke about.
Nad Fasan has plenty of experience compared to some of the others we've just seen.
Yeah, stays a mile and a half. Arguably his best effort came when second in a mile and a half maiden in Taif back in meeting 24. He had 3 winners. My first reaction was, I bet that was a really weak race, you know, because his form since has been disappointing. Well, it's only had the 1 run since, but either side of that disappointing. But actually, the 3 horses who followed him home in that race all won maidens. Next time were 2 starts later. So that looks reasonably promising. Ran badly in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. That would be too short for him, but I think a mile's probably too short for him as well.
Saitama, horse number 5, comes in with a rating of 60.
Another one who has shown his best form over slightly further. His best efforts to me seem to have come at 2,000 metres. Third in a 0-85 handicap here 13 months ago. Better run this season, went 7th to Humour Maker in a mile and a quarter contest last time. That was a better race than this, it has to be said. But he still, Saitama still needs to step up a little bit here. I just think the mile is arguably too short for him.
In the first of our shortlisted horses, if we just see one getting on 2 legs behind us, but the first of our shortlisted horses, Ovilla, number 6. I like this one.
Yeah, I like Ovilla. Definitely on my shortlist. She's been running well of late. She was 3rd in a 1 mile, 1 furlong maiden 2 starts back, and then ran at least as well, but went 4th. In fact, I'd say a career best, went 4th to Anud Al-Motara in a course and distance contest. There was non-winners of 3, that was last time out. The interesting thing about that is that when she was 3rd in the maiden, she was behind Yala AC Care. They met again in that non-winners of 2 last time out. And Ovilla was miles in front of Yala AC Care there. So the question is, who puts their best foot forward here? You'd favour Ovilla because she's run 2 good races, whereas Yala AC Care, although she's got the beating of Ovilla on one of those runs, she is well held on the other one.
Yeah, and we'll look at Al-Baha now, horse number 7. I quite like this horse as well. Very lightly raced, but I think has an opportunity to kind of bounce back to form after two pretty poor runs this season.
Not that lightly raced. 12 runs.
Yeah,
I'm not calling 12 runs lightly raced in a maiden.
Been going since 2021, I think, or 2020. In fact, started
yeah, that's the problem.
2020.
A 5-year-old entire who hasn't got his head in front. 3rd in a 6 furlong open at Taif last year. That's last year rather than this season. That's a good run. Yeah. But everything since has been miles below that. And indeed,
but there's not been many runs, has there, since?
No, but there's been 4 runs since. Two in Riyadh in the spring, then a break, and then 2 this season. And just seems to be getting, doesn't seem to come on for a run. Yeah. Has a run after a break, and you think, well, forgive that. Yeah. Seems to run worse after. It's gone backwards after
so
that. I find, even though a rating of 64 makes Al-Baha really interesting, I thought he'd just gone the wrong way.
Al-Nadha Oshkana, who is horse number 8.
Another debutant. The dam ran a lot here, a Gouche. She ran 22 times, but she didn't win. And she hasn't produced a winner yet, and she's been that stud for a while. Good jockey booking with Alex Moreno on board, but the pedigree doesn't fill you with encouragement.
I might sound quite silly there, but I don't recognise the stallion.
Fulton, British stallion, a slightly obscure one though.
Yeah, I must admit, because I saw British bred and I was like, I'm not quite sure about that, but I'm sure we'll have a look and deep dive into that. Nafar is only rated 35, that's horse number 10. Yeah,
easy enough to put a line through. Nafar looks pretty much of no account these days.
For Haydan is number 12, rated 68, would have a chance on ratings alone, but remains a maiden after 25.
Yeah, big chance on the ratings, but as you said, 25 runs and no wins usually tells some sort of story. Runner-up twice in good races, not to 85 handicaps, over 2,000 metres here over the last 18 months or so.
He's got no pace though, does he?
Got no pace, really unsuited to Taif.
Too tight.
his Taif form is bad, but I thought, well, it might be worth ignoring those runs in Taif. He's had a 4-month break. If he comes here reasonably fit, he'd be a player.
He looked so awkward at Taif, didn't he? He looked so big.
He's too big for the turns at Taif. So he might well bounce back to form here, and on his best form, he's got a chance. Been a fair while since he showed it, but as I said, if you just ignore what he did in the summer, then he's of much more interest.
We've already spoken about Yala Care, so let's move on to Microburst, number 14.
Microburst, 8th in a course and distance maiden last time out. Fairly lightly raced, but does need to come forward a fair bit. Beaten 11 lengths. Not without ability, clearly, on that run, but a fair bit of improvement needed to be competitive here.
Nabash is horse number 15.
It's difficult to see the improvement coming from Nabash. Has a rating of 14.9, but placings of 11th, 14th, 11th and 16th in 4 runs last season here at Riyadh suggest that he's set to struggle.
Do you know what Vidata's doing? Trending in the right direction.
There you are, it's your one and only go. Yeah, his best effort in time was a 5th and a mile and a quarter maiden last time out. That's 3 runs. So in 3 runs here, he was very disappointing first time, then finished midfield and ran his best race. Went 5th in that maiden. He did have 6 runs in the UK for Marco Botti though, and he was in the frame a couple of times without threatening to win. A fairly moderate performer, but in a race he can do some damage in, so a player.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Now it's a tricky race, Shamila, but who's caught your eye?
Not only is it a tricky race on paper, but it was really tricky for me to choose a horse in the parade ring. But the horse that I have decided to go with is the 4-year-old Bay filly, horse number 6, Ovilla, who was 4th last time out, 3rd the time before that, so has had a super consistent season, has got a really good jockey on board as well with Adel Al-Faradi. Who has just come off a winner, and this filly is rated 67, trained by Nasser Wanas, so I think she has all the good things going for her in this race. I think I might eat my words a little bit because I also really fancy the 4-year-old caught by Mohaymen, horse number 19, Anna Alofi. The only thing that put me off was stall number 19. However, we have seen horses jump out of really wide stall draws and go to win. This race is only over 1,600 metres, so I really like the look of that horse as well, but I will stick to Adel Al-Faradi's mount, which is horse number 6. A question mark for me was horse number 4, Nad Forsan, carrying a little bit too much condition. So just didn't really like the look of him at all in the parade ring. Didn't look race fit. However, was 2nd in meeting 24, but that feels like a very long time ago now. So I think Adel Al-Faradi could be on for a double.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, I think Adel Al-Faradi had a very big chance on the mighty Ovilla. We move on to horse number 17, Hadil Leen. Quick note on that, Farhad Al-Faradi is putting up 1 kilo overweight on that one, so Hadil Leen will have a little bit of a heavier weight to carry than normal.
Yeah, she had a promising enough start. She was 5th in a course and distance maiden in February on her racecourse bow, and then she stepped up to 1.5 miles and was disappointing on her next start. Probably a non-stayer at that trip. So dropping back to 1 mile gives her half a chance, and the repeat of that debut form would put her in the mix, I suppose.
Anna Al-Wafi, a horse that's been going the right way and looking very good, but the style of which he does his running doesn't do much for me. I find him very painful to watch.
Yes, I think we're in that kind of company, though.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, he's running well at the moment, and he's definitely got a chance on his latest second. To Wasim Al Riyadh over 6 furlongs here, stepping up in trip, but was 3rd over 1 mile 2 starts back, so is effective at over course and distance. Clearly of interest. We'll see him in VT footage shortly. Yeah, doesn't do anything very quickly, but it has to be a player on current form. Again, a rating of 60, is a low rating to be winning a maiden. But
these aren't normal maidens, though.
No, they aren't.
Older horses.
There aren't many. A lot of these horses, they have ability, but they train off a little bit, or they have their physical issues. So you'll see a reasonable rating there. But a horse maybe in its 3rd season who's not won a race, they're hard to be with. So horses who are showing reasonably good recent form are often worth siding with, rather than trying to look for a class angle with back form.
Yeah, so we've got 2 more to look at, Every Day and War of Courage, the 2 reserves that sneak in. We just saw them both heading down to post. What do you make of either of them?
Every Day's only placing in the last year came in a 6 furlong maiden at Taif. Has finished 4th over course and distance way back. So the concern with the Taif form is maybe a bit of a short runner at this trip, but has run reasonably well here in the past. But you're digging back quite a long time to find those pieces of form. War of Courage, again, another one who's been in the frame in Taif. But his overall record of 0 to 25 suggests he might not be winning this. His best effort was 2nd over 6 furlongs, with the likes of Monat Al Bari and Life's a Beach behind. That reads well in the context of this race. But again, you know, there are 20 odd other races that read not
Very
quite so
poorly.
well as that. So yeah, if he runs his best race, he's competitive War of Courage, but clearly hard to catch right, and was disappointing on his final run in Typhoon, finishing 12th. But yeah, he's liable to finish, you know, close to the frame on his best efforts. He was largely consistent in Typhoon last season.
It's great to see so many people getting involved in the YouTube chat. We've got Jose Martinez getting involved from the USA. Great to have you back, Jose. And glad you've got your morning coffee with you and you're happy to be back for the Jcsa racing in Saudi Arabia. And thanks for having me participate. And thank you for participating involved. And David, also in the chat as well. Good evening. And he's going for horse number 15 here. So he's going for Nabash, number 15 here. We're seeing Anna Al-Wafi running in second on last start. And if you look at that, you think crying out for this trip, but it's all very slow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's plugging on. He's not finding an extra gear late in the day. He's just not slowing down as quickly as some other horses are slowing down, essentially, is the story. And we tend to be rude about horses at this sort of level who've run 12 or 14 or 20 times and haven't got their head in front. Most of them just lack tactical speed. You know, so everything absolutely needs to drop right for them to win races. When you've got a turn of foot, even at a lowly level, it helps you enormously. We're seeing Ovila here, who now, she's the one who comes into this race in the best form with 2 good runs to her name in her last couple of starts. This is her fourth. This will be her third, won't it?
Yes.
In the mile and a furlong maiden when Yala AC Care.
Yala AC Care was well down the field in this time, so this is.
This is the latest race, which she was fourth. Yeah. Apologies. Yala AC Care was well back in the field there on previous starts. Yala AC Care had been second and Avila was third. But the fact that Avila's carrying her form forward makes her of more interest here. I still think she's.
Do you know what? I'm going to go against you. I think Yala AC Care is a better horse.
Well, it may well be. I mean, you know, that was a tougher race, and sometimes
she got the hellish trip. She had the trip from hell on that occasion. She was posted well. You saw in the race where she ran really well. She was able to spin off the bend and get the lead. She was in second last coming off the bend on that occasion and drawn really, really wide. I think she got a more inside draw today. They've changed the jockey, which I think is a massive move. They've made a jockey switch because I think they were disappointed with the ride she received last time out. And as we've seen here in Saudi Arabia, they don't hang about. If they don't like the jockey's decision, they will make those changes for the betterment of the horse. So I think Yala AC Care, for me, I'm putting a line through that last run, just like I did with Izdajar in our last race. And I just think she's got a big chance. If she can find that form that she found 2 starts ago, she runs away from this lot.
She could do. You know, on the rating, she's got a decent chance, and she's not from 12 makes her less exposed than some of them. That's the oddest thing about it, to be perfectly honest. I think for all Ovila is running really well. She does have a bit of a quirk as well. She can flash the tail, and she's not copper bottomed in a race like this. But the problem is, you want to be with something else. I mean, I want to go with. I may still do it. Fohaydan in the race, who's actually top rated 68, but his form figures coming into this race 17th, 10th, and 9th. In
boat,
ordinary.
isn't he?
He is a boat, but it's a race full of some kind of ships or other, and it might just be a race where a boat goes and wins. He needs to be.
He is a cruise liner, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he needs to be handy here. He's not going to be either. 2 things: he needs to be handy and get in a good position, or he needs him to go really hard in front. Yeah. One of those two, because tactical speed is not his thing. But he does have a touch of class, and I did make a note of saying Taif just did not suit him at all. And back at Riyadh, he's liable to turn the clock back to a degree, and he wouldn't have to get close to his very best form to win this. So I'm, again, but I look at that and it says not from 25.
Are you going to do it?
I am going to do it.
He's going to do it.
And I know when it goes wrong, I'll know why it went wrong. But yeah, we're in the same boat with almost all of these. Ovila's the obvious one. I thought I was going to go with her in the first place, but I wasn't quite as taken by her in the paddock as Shamila was. But again, Shamila's got a much better view of her, and I wasn't I wasn't absolutely sold on her demeanour going to the start either. So I'll go with Hayden, and I'll take my medicine when the inevitable happens.
So Rory likes Hayden, I like Yala F.A.K, Shamila likes Ovilla, and we know David likes horse at number 15, Nabash. Great to see you, David, involved in the chat. I think this is our first time seeing you here while Rory and I have been out there, so welcome aboard, and I hope you enjoy the coverage as much as you've seen over the last 3 weeks. Darren Owen, take us through race 6.
Yes, runners going into the stalls then for this maiden, now 6th race of the day, going a mile 1,600 metres. I'm sure there's an issue with one of the runners there behind the starting stalls just playing up. Some of the jockeys just taking a look behind. Still on the line is number 10, Nafar. Nafar to go in. This is Nafar in the white and pale blue colours. And the grey, number 2. Now, Rose Alderea, I wonder if that was the horse causing the issue. Number 2, Rose Alderea, is not in this lineup. The jockey is not aboard. This is number 3, Yatta Hardy. Yatta Hardy is in. Now, the 2 horses not in this field at the moment. Now, this is the 7. That's number 7, Al Bahar, the grey. Al Bahar going in. Al Bahar. That's Al Bahar safely in place. Now they are ready to go. They're not going with the 2. Number 2 has been withdrawn. Number 2, Rose Alderea, has been withdrawn. That's a long hold. They're off. So they've gone without number 2. Number 2 is not in this field. And away smartly is Ovila. Ovila showing up very prominently in the up along the inside. Now coming over is a Microburst, and it's Microburst who's going to bag that inside running rail. And there towards the outside is Nabash, who's racing prominently. Running down the centre, War of Courage is handy. Also there is Every Day, is not too far away. These are being followed down the back by Yatta Hardy, number 3, that is Yatta Hardy, and then comes the grey Al Bahar. Up along the extreme outside, Anna Al Wafi is also going forward, but the lead is held by Microburst. Leads by about 2 lengths. War of Courage is in 2nd position, followed by Ayala AC Kia in behind them. Ayala AC Kia is chased by Nabash, who's now being pushed along. Anna Al Wafi coming via the Cape. Ovilla's not too far away, and then comes Every Day. But at the top of the straight, it is Microburst who's kicking for home. Microburst the leader. War of Courage second. Ovilla is in 3rd place, and Anna Al Wafi as they head down towards the last 200. Ovilla's the one coming nicely. Ovilla's hit the front from Microburst. War of Courage is just in behind. It is Ovilla by about 2 or 3 lengths now. It's all over. Parcel it up. Ovilla's won. 2nd place goes to Every Day. Tight for 3rd place. Microburst trying to hold on up along the inside. So Ovilla wins. A double for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Ovilla, number 6, winning in good style as well. Shamila like Ovilla in the parade ring, and Ovilla has obliged. And that one, a very, very nice performance from the 6 horse Ovilla. Let's confirm the placings here. Then 6 Ovilla has gone on to win. Let's get the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 1 minute 41.18, the winner's time. Every Day, number 21 there in 2nd place. Now, War of Courage and Microburst, and a good duel for 3rd. Judge may just go for a picture for 3rd place. But 6 Ovilla, 148.18 the winner's time. 21 Every Day is 2nd place. 2 lengths the winning margin. Judge probably having a look now for 3rd position, with Microburst and War of Courage, the 2 involved. Those 2 both handy at the top of the straight. Microburst was the one who really tried to kick on at the top of the home run. Ovilla, number 6, confirmed as the winner. 6 beat 21, and it's probably a photo for 3rd.
Adel Al-Faradi has done the business again. Back-to-back wins for that man, and well done Shamila for spotting Ovila in the parade ring. And the form has come to the fore once again, Rory. This horse has taken advantage of a low-grade race and has fully done the business.
Yeah, she was the form horse coming into it, Ovila. We had a little bit of fun trying to find reasons to oppose a few of these beforehand. They've all either shown very little or had lots of chances and shown a bit of form. Ovila at least had run 2 of her best races on her last 2 starts, finishing behind Yala AC Care 2 starts ago, but then turning that form around in no uncertain terms last time. I know there were excuses for the Yala AC Care there, but Ovila, despite looking, she's not the easiest ride in the world. She's not really concentrating and doing a bit of sky gazing late in the day there. She's again shown her form, and that was good enough to win a pretty ordinary maiden race. And she's a pretty reliable performer. I don't think she's had to improve on a rating of 67 to go and win it. From what we've seen, for Haydan, we were hoping that a return to this. My lord, is he slow! He was probably off the bridle going to the start, to be perfectly honest. But under the cosh very early in the race and really struggling. I think he passed a few in the last furlong or so, but was well beaten before they ever got to the straight. And sometimes when you're making excuses for these and they look slow, that's usually a reason enough not to be with.
Just getting some words through here, which will really, really disappoint my producer. Oh no, he's buzzing! It is a dead heat. We have a dead heat for third with Microburst in third alongside War of Courage, I think it was, who was flashing home there late as well. So good day for the reserves with a third and a second, because War of Courage finished third in a joint and Everyday finished second as well. So we did have a dead heat, which I think is the first time we've had one since we've been here in Saudi Arabia.
The first one that I can recall. I'm sure I've seen a dead heat further down the field than one of these, but I couldn't quote it. Microburst, he's run well from the front.
Yeah,
he's gone right to the front. And again, there were lots of horses who wanted to get handy here, and you could argue they went fast enough. The slow horses just got taken off their feet and couldn't really get into it. But Microburst has gone pretty hard, and he's hung on there to get a share of third in the end. This was only his 5th career start, and he is at least heading in the right direction. So if you're taking anything from the race, you'd take Microburst to win a maiden. Again,
Anna Al-Wafi, are you giving up on that one as well? The grey that ended up coming in now 5th.
I wouldn't be mad to be following Anna Al-Wafi around. I mean, this is again, he's not from 20 now. After that, he's again run respectably. His last 2 runs were pretty good, but the losing run is really stacking up. And I wouldn't be very keen to be on the winner in a better race than this next time out. You can see she's done it well enough, but she's not keeping straight. No. The tail is going a little bit late on. She's
look how high up Adele sat in the saddle.
She's
basically on her withers.
She's not absolutely straightforward in the way she goes about it. In fairness to her, as I said, she's now run 3 solid races in a row, but she doesn't seem to be concentrating fully. Maybe a bit of headgear wouldn't go astray on her, and she might do a little better. But if there's any horse to take out of this race, you've got to bear in mind where they're going to be going next. Microburst will be able to run in a race as weak as this next time out. And having gone from the front and gone well this time, I think he might be able to pick up a small race.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Microburst could be one to follow. I was disappointed with a few of those in behind. I think Yala SA Care has no excuse. You can just see Yala SA Care at the back of shot there in the yellow and blue, always a bit behind the bridle, despite sitting in about 3rd and 4th for the entirety of the race, and then just never able to do that quick turn of foot that she showed previously. I think she needs a weak race to kind of let her swing into it in order for her to get a success. But
yeah, she also had a bad run of things last time out, and while you want to make excuses and say you could ignore the run, what often happens is with these moderate horses, when things are going badly for them, they remember that next time out to a degree, and they don't let themselves go as easily. When they've been running well, then they're more likely to go and do that sort of thing again, whereas I think she had a bad experience last time and she maybe was still showing signs of it. If she's come out of this race, okay, we see them flash past for that dead heat for 3rd again, and it was. They're very much locked together. Yeah, I mean, Yala AC Care, maybe next time out is the time to start being with her again.
And we can just see confirmation there. We see the times are identical. Don't worry about the 3rd and 4th position there. They are both joint 3rd. War of Courage and Microburst running the exact same time, so they are both finishing in third. Every Day finishing second, Ovilla taking the win, and Anna Al-Wafi proving that she just lacks a bit of tactical pace, finishing in what will now be fifth. But take nothing away from that winning performance from Ovilla. It's going to be hard to see where she goes next.
Yeah, there's a time of 1:41.82 in a well-run race is pretty moderate.
Yeah, anything above 140, isn't it, that you kind of just have to sort of say isn't particularly the strongest?
Yeah, indeed. Depending on, you've got to bear in mind how the track is riding at the time, but in comparison to other times tonight and in recent races, that's a pretty moderate time. But you know, she's a 67 rated performer. That's what you would expect from her.
Yeah, and she's now got a win, and that's the most important thing. She's done what she needs to do and has got her win. As we see,
would you have her down as we mentioned one earlier on as being an obvious broodmare? Having got her win, would you have her down as an obvious broodmare in terms of demeanour and looks?
No, I wouldn't. But Shamila is in the parade ring.
Thanks very much, lads. We're just down here at the winners' enclosure, and the Jockey Club are presenting two awards today. The first one is for this trainer, Fawaz Al Graiban, mostly known for training Habibi Go Lucky, who's running on Saturday, and Amarillo Gold, and it is a trademark. It is a milestone for him, hitting 300 winners in his career here in Saudi Arabia. And this trainer is actually from Kuwait, so he has moved over to Saudi Arabia and managed to get 300 winners in training performances, which is absolutely brilliant. And it's really good that the Jockey Club are taking the time to give awards and award these milestones to trainers and jockeys much like this. So it's absolutely great to see, and I'm sure he will be absolutely delighted with that as well, and he will continue to train many more winners in the future.
Yeah, Shamila, I think it's good to see that everyone's getting acknowledged for their successes there, and I think Habibi Go Lucky, I know, is one of Shamila's favourites, so we'll certainly have a big following on Saturday. One of the more fascinating horses in Saudi Arabia, tends to always run a big race.
Yeah, he's a real trier, Habibi Go Lucky. Again, doesn't have the early dash that some of the stars here do, but always goes through the pain barrier and always finishes races off well. So really nice horse to see in action. Effective here, effective at Taif as well. So we've seen an awful lot of Habibi Go Lucky and very few poor runs.
Yeah, I think Habibi Go Lucky was actually the beneficiary of one of the rides of the season we've had so far back in Taif. Ridden right from the back in an apprentice jockey's hands and heels race, came from last to first, weaving through the field like a hot knife through butter. So certainly a horse to keep on the right side of. And now, talking about keeping on the right side of, let's have a look at some of these tables. Jockeys, trainers and owners, let's see where we are. Remember, these tables are from before we started racing, and you can see Camilla Ospina is running away with the title in front. Adele Al-Faradi, who's now had the double since then and will certainly be trying to close that gap, but it's an awful long way to close. And Alex Moreno there on the back of his 9 winners last week, 1 winner today. He's already flying along 2. He's on 47 total points, and certainly a jockey to watch out of. Big Race Louis is still there as well, Rory.
Yeah, there'll be less rides for Luis Morales than there would be for Alex Moreno as a rule, but as we said, we tend to expect Luis to be a little bit quiet on Thursday and Friday, and then pop up with a double at the weekend on various occasions. Very much the man for the big occasion, but takes less rides than the likes of Adele Al-Faradi and Alex Moreno.
Yeah, look at the top 3 all in the table, all having winners today. Let's have a look at the Trainers' Championship. Ahmed Mahamoud is still in front, but the gap is closing.
Yes, obviously, as we said, was Sad Mutlaq on 40 now. Gaethal Gaith, this team is now in decent form, had a bit of a quiet spell. And so, again, we're going to see a few just underneath there who are going to be coming through.
No, Lucas Gaetan.
Lucas Gaetan doesn't have. I don't think he's enough horses to really get on that table. His form is absolutely red hot. I was just looking at it earlier today. I think in the last couple of months he's got a 44% strike rate, and I've worked out something like 85% of his horses in that period have finished first or second. But there aren't that many runners for Lucas Gaitan. But in terms of the strike rate, he really is a trainer to keep on side.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Owners' Championship as well. Not quite as close as the trainers or the jockeys. King Abdulaziz and Sons, the White Stable, are running away with things in front. Already broken the 100-point barrier. Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz is there in second. He's the Red Stable owner, I should say, and he is ticking along nicely there in second. He could be in danger of getting swept by the Al Khalidiyah stables, although they've not been as strong in Riyadh as they were in Taif, Rory.
No, they really were carrying all before them in the Arabian races in Taif, but those have looked a lot tougher. And again, Lucas Gaitan's got a few aces up his sleeve in that division as well, so making it harder for the Al Khalidiyah stables to hold their position on that table. And obviously with 12 races on a card, there are a smaller proportion of Arabian races now than there were in Taif when there were the same number of races but smaller cards.
Absolutely, certainly ones to keep an eye on, and that owners table could change back and forth throughout the season. Now Darren Owen will take us through the runners and riders for our next.
7th race coming up then for the Arabian breds. Let's have a look at the field going 1,600 metres. Number 1 is Zarihat Al Khalidiyah and Mohammed Al-Bari, Turkey, Lofi. 3 is Jawahar de Violet. 5, scratch the 4, 5 is Ibiat Al-Shuhaib and Abdullah Ella Al-Hussein. 6 is Garat Iliat Najid and Hamza Saad takes the mount. Number 7 is Sultan Kua is Kahila Al-Dam and Iyad Atuzi. Number 9 is Mahaba Al-Mutakaba. Over the page, number 10 is Misk Al-Barak. 11 is Morea. 12 is Parks Lights partnered by Abdullah Al-Rashid. 13 is Riyuf Al-Ansari and the jockey there is Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 14 Shawahid Al-Khalidiyah and that one partnered by Fahad Al-Faredi. 15 is Hadla Al-Mugirat. 16 Raya El-Ketayab. 17 is Sidon and over the page there is 18 Al-Ambra and Ahmed Al-Azari. They are the runners. Arabian breds in action, 7th race, 1,600 metres the journey.
Yep.
The purebred Arabians are now taking centre stage, and this is a fillies maiden, Rory, over a mile, non-runner number 4. Let's go through them from top to bottom. Sararat Al-Khalidiyah, number 1.
May do better, but was only 9th to Ghazal Al-Khair over 7 furlongs on debut last month, and there were a few of these in front of her that day. But that was debut. She's well bred and she's liable to progress from it.
Oh, Shamila has already found herself an eye catcher, so let's go to her. Shamila, who do you like?
Thanks very much, Callum. The bell has just rung for jockeys to mount for our 7th race of the day, and it's our first Arabian race of the evening. My selection has gone for horse number 14, Shawahid Al-Khalidiyah, by the great sire, Layth Al-Khalidiyah, also the sire of the great Asfan Al-Khalidiyah. Now, we don't have any side bin mutlaq horses in this race, but this horse is definitely catching my eye. His full Al-Khalidiyah bloodline. 4th last time out. 2nd the time before that, and has Fahad Al-Faredi on board as well. And I should mention that there was Arabian racing yesterday at the Al-Khalidiyah farm for the Emirates Arabian Sprint Championships, and Fahad Al-Faredi was one of the winning jockeys in the races, so hopefully he can continue that winning streak as well. As for another one of my eye catchers is horse number 8, ridden by Eid Al-Turisi. Been super consistent recently, however, doesn't trump my paddock selection, horse number 14, who will also jump out of stall number 14.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And I think it's vital that we have Shamila on the ground, and she knows so much about this Arabian racing scene, because like we've seen now in the Emirates Arabian Sprint Championships, we're seeing that some of these purebred Arabians are winning outside of what we would call regulated Saudi Arabian racing.
Indeed, yeah, and it's always we're always intrigued by
Overseas wins.
Well, yeah, but also the races that are run here, like the Al Khalidia farm races and stuff, which don't appear in the official JCSA form book. So you're always guessing a little bit about horses who've got these wins, but you can't dig out the videos for them or look at the form.
They tend to have very strong ratings as well when they go in.
Well, that's the thing, because it's not like they're, it's a picnic meeting in Australia or something like that. These are run at the biggest breeding operation, and where they have, a racetrack that would be good enough for most major racing operations, rather than just a breeding farm. So the quality of the racing there can be very good. We've not had the good fortune to see it as yet, but we've got a very competitive looking maiden here, which we're managing to whittle a bit of time down for. Yeah, and I find this really hard to
well, let's keep going through
pick through them, really.
Let's keep going through. Najdia Al-Bari is horse number 2.
Didn't make an awful lot of impact in Taif, and was tailed off when 6th of 7 in an open race there last time. This is slightly easier on paper, but I think she's hard to fancy.
Jawahar de Violette is number 3.
So ran in a couple of same races as Najdia Al-Bari and came out ahead of her. But again, only a rating of 60. Might do better switching to this track, but didn't really catch the eye in Taif.
Number 4 doesn't go, so we go straight to number 5. Ibiyat Al-Shuaib, who is a debutant here.
Debutant, not an awful lot to go on with Ibiyat Al-Shuaib, so I couldn't put it on the short list, but difficult to rule out all the same.
Garat Aliyat Najid is horse number 6. That's one for the tongue twisters out there. That's had the one run, very disappointing.
Yeah, and was against a few of these as well that day. Garat Aliyat Najid was tailed off in the race that Kahila Al-Dam was second in.
Sultanat Al-Daray is now going to be ridden by Rakan Al-Abaid, a jockey that I'm a big fan of. Would need to improve massively on last start, though.
Yeah, very hard to see. Had the 2 runs, but 18th here on her return. It makes her exceptionally hard to fancy.
Kahila Al-Dam, number 8.
Yeah, Kahila Al-Dam is probably the obvious one of these. An excellent length and a quarter second to Ghazal Al-Khair in a 7 furlong maiden last time out, stepping up to a mile now. Had, I think, 4 of these behind that day. And did by far the best. I think the next best was 7th on that occasion. Sariyat Al-Khalidia, who we mentioned, was 9th that day, and we also have the last and second last from that contest in this field. But yeah, he's got obvious claims, or she rather has got obvious claims, despite the fact that she's had 12 runs and hasn't got her head in front so far. You're always slightly concerned about that, but that was exactly the same profile as our previous winner. 12 losses and then got her head in front.
I've got some feelings about that horse that I will reveal once we get down to the start. Mahaba Al-Muqtaka is horse number 9.
Was behind 4 of these when 13th in that contest 2 starts back. Didn't do an awful lot better on Saturday when 9th in a similar sort of race, and looks limited on the early evidence.
Yeah, so we go to number 10, Misk Al-Barak.
Again, Miss Al-Barak was another who ran in that race that was won by Ghazal Al-Khair, meeting 67, finishing 12th that day, and then turned out again, finished 10th. So she's getting a bit of experience, which is not easy to fancy.
Maria makes debut today.
Maria makes debut. Difficult. We didn't get much of a look at her in the parade ring. She didn't catch Shamila's eye, and that's good enough for me.
Park Lights is a horse I really like here.
Yeah, Park Lights has got a big chance here. She ran quite well in Taif on her second and third starts. Her best effort, arguably, went 3rd to Rakud Al Ansari in a 7 furlong open in September in Taif. I think she's got a big chance here on the back of that. She's beaten a fair way, but Rakud Al Ansari is a multiple winner, a really good performer.
Exactly.
And Park Lights, although she wasn't in the same postal district as the winner on that occasion.
She ran to Gruda close for that second
place.
Yeah,
she did. I mean, to Gruda's a really good yardstick. She's she's not as good as her namesake by any manner of means, but she keeps running with some degree of credit. So Park Lights showed that she was worth a rating north of 70 on that occasion. I think that might well be good enough to win this if she handles this track as well.
Number 13 is Reef Al-Ansari.
Riyadh Al-Ansari has got a rating of 70, had been running reasonably well and consistently in Taif, and wasn't disgraced when finishing 7th to Ghazal Al-Khair last time out. She's got place claims, but obviously she's got a bit of work to do to turn the tables with Kahila Aldam from that run last time out.
Yeah, number 14, Shawahid Al-Khalidi.
13 and a half lengths second, 2 starts back in Taif, and then ran pretty well, winning 13 lengths fourth to Angad Al-Khaladia over 7 furlongs here last time out. Has caught Shamila's eye. She's only had the 6 runs. She's largely been competitive. You know, she's been beaten 13 and a half lengths 2 starts ago, 13 lengths last time out. This is a weaker maiden than she's been in, so you've got to give her a chance.
I don't think she shaped it if the mile would suit her last time. Hadla Al-Maghira is a horse that's been uber consistent, but not looked like winning.
No, had 9 starts, has been third on 4 of her last 5. Was ahead behind Kahila Aldam, won third to Ghazal Al-Khair last time out. Obviously has a solid chance on that form, not much to choose between the pair. She's got a wide draw, but that shouldn't bother her too much in this field.
We've got Raya Al-Khatayab, number 16.
Yeah, ran pretty well on her return to action. In fairness, she'd been busy in Taif anyway. She ran here in the first week of the first meeting of the season at Riyadh and finished 4th. Hasn't built on that since, unfortunately. Only 10th behind that Ghazal Al-Khair last time out, and obviously held by a couple of these on that form.
They're already loading, so let's get through these last 2 quickly. Sidon and Alhambra.
Well, Sidon doesn't look of much account, having finished 14th on both of her starts to date here of late, and Alhambra is a newcomer whose pedigree I couldn't tell you an awful lot about.
Okay, so we talk about all of them. David likes number 2, Najdia Al-Bari. Good to see Rashid back in the chat as well, and thank you for welcoming me back. I'll let Rory pretend that you said welcome back to him too. We're looking at selections here, Rory. Who do you like?
It's a toss-up between 3, really. I'm going to go for Park Lights. She isn't tested here. But I like the way she was going in Taif, and I think she will come forward.
So you're going for Park Lights, and we can just see Kalia Al-Dam running here. Now, this is my point about Kalia Al-Dam. I think this horse hates winning. Watch the when coming under pressure. Watch the way she drifts out to the middle of the course here. She's clearly got a horse outside that helps, but she'll just begin to drift towards the middle here, and the tail starts to swish. I can't be having her in this one. We'll also get a chance to see Park Lights as well in action, who I know you like, Rory. I'm going to go in a different direction. I'm going to go Hadla Al-Maghira.
Well, Hadla, we just saw Hadla Al-Maghira as well. She was just a neck, or rather a head behind Kahila Aldam in that race. Not looking as big a threat, but looking more straightforward.
Yeah, and here is Park Lights on display. This is the run behind Rakud Al-Ansari. You've got Tagruda battling away there on the inside, and unfortunately just isn't able to get there. The loading process is about to finish behind us, so let's head over to Darren Owen.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, not many more to go in. They're going in quickly for this 7th race for the purebred Arabians over 1,600 metres, the mile trip. And there can't be many more out of a line now. And they have gone in quickly. Fair play to them. So stand by for a start. Flags up, ready to go. And they're off. So they're racing over Al-Shuyayb, but was a little bit slow to gather stride, and breaking the line is Riyuf Al-Ansari, who's going down the centre of the track with Sultanat Al-Daray. Also right there is Zariat Al-Khaladia, who is up along the inside running rail. So it is Zariat Al-Khaladia being taken on for the lead by Najdia Al-Bari in 2nd place. Riyuf Al-Ansari is towards the outside, hunted up by Park's Lights, and wide of that one is Maria. On the extreme outside is Alhambra as they go towards the turn out of the back straight. Leaders hunted up by Ibiat Al-Shuaib. Then further back to Misk Al-Barak, who's back in mid-division at present. They take the turn, and the one forcing the pace is Zariat Al-Khaladia, being chased by Najdia Al-Bari in 2nd place, then several lengths to the 3rd as they approach the turn in. That's Riyuf Al-Ansari, and now picking up is Shawahid Al-Khaladia on the outside. So they're homeward bound, and the one trying to slip the field and has done so at the moment. So here's Al Khaladia with 400 left to go, chased by Najdia Al Bari. Shawahid Al Khaladia is down the outside, has now moved into second place. Further back, Kahila Al Dam is in around about fifth place and staying on inside the last 200. Zahirat Al Khaladia. It is Zariyat Al Khaladia by several lengths. Shawahid Al Khaladia in second place, followed by Kahila Al Dam in third. Zahirat Al Khaladia holds on. Just Zariyat Al Khaladia holds on from a determined Shahid Al Khaladia in his second position. That one really rocked and rolled towards the finish, and those two were a few lengths clear of the third. So number one, Zariyat Al Khaladia has won 14. Shawahid Al Khaladia has taken second place. It looked as though the likes of Parks Lights was running on. Riyuf Al Ansari up along the inside, and down the outer, coming from way back, was Kahila Al Dam. But one has beaten 14. One Zariyat Al Khaladia, the winner. 14 Shawahid Al Khaladia in second place. A neck between those two. Back in third was Jawa de Violette, and that one's come from way back. The 3-horse. Let's just get confirmation of that, several lengths away. It is pretty close for third, and yeah, just gets it on the peg there. That's the 3, Jawa de Violette, and fourth, number 8, Kahila Al Dam. 1 minute 53.87, 1 minute 53.87, a neck and 3.5 lengths, a neck and 3.5 lengths. The margins 1, 14, 3, and 8 confirmed, with number 6 in 5th place.
Well, I can't say I saw that one coming, Rory. Zariyat Al Khaladia makes all from stall 1 to win race 7. This maiden for fillies, and only second start.
Yeah, that was the thing. She was least exposed of these. She ran okay on debut when midfield in a big field contest behind Ghazal Al Khair. Obviously, she was well behind a couple of these. Kahila Al Dam was a second in that race. Hadla Al Mughira was third. But of course, they had plenty of experience going into that. She had none, so she's come on a fair bit from it, but not absolutely out of left field. Given there was a bit of promise, there were 17 runners in that race, and she's beaten most of them. And it helped being drawn low here. The stalls 1, 2, and 3 all got decent runs through. Those drawn wide didn't always in the contest, but. She was sent forward from a good draw. She's managed to dominate this race to a large degree, desperately in need of the line in the last 200 meters or so as she got tired. But she was brave and she didn't look to back out of it. unlike one or two of these, as you're pointing out beforehand, some reluctant heroes and heroines in behind.
Yeah, if you were with Shamila's selection, Shawahid Al Khaladia, I can only say I'm sorry. It was so close, and Shawahid Al Khaladia eventually broke from the pack, but unfortunately, Surayat Al Khaladia had got first run, and that was it, really.
There's nothing in it at the line, really was, so that gap was diminishing all the way. But in fairness, you look at the replay and you can see that the runner-up was wanting to hang in behind at various stages, didn't really help her rider, whereas although the winner got very tired, she just looked a little bit more honest than a few of those, didn't she?
Yeah, she had the early pace to go and she kicked when she was asked to, which is always a massive positive. So she's got away and done that very nicely indeed. You'd question the four in behind. You look at this stage of the race, number 1 on the rail is in first, number 2 is in second, and everything else drawn low is getting involved. And only now is Shawahid Al Khaladia getting involved in this race. And you can see right on the outside, Hadla Al Muktira and Kalia Al Dam are the two horses that had to come via the car park to get involved, and that doesn't help when Kalia Al Dam already had the habit of drifting off towards the stand side.
Yeah, she wanted to do that again. That doesn't make it any easier for Aid Al Tarisi, who was on board. But yeah, I think you get a fair point about her, that she's going to be hard to win with because of that tendency to drift right in the closing stages. It's not like she's got tons of speed that can get her to the front. Before that.
That's the problem. Because you'd even go, well, if she was drawn lower, maybe she'd have a chance. But she's done that from being drawn in 8. I mean, she's not got very much pace to go any lower, and you can see it. She's already in the bottom half of the field, and she's towards the rail at this point. But she's going to drift all the way out wide and come.
Well, she had to be taken wide to get her run in the first place. But you're right. If she was bearing to her left in the closing stages, she'd be helping herself go forward. But when you start going right again, it just makes it harder for her rider. She's run respectably here, but it's not much consolation, with a horse with her overall record to have another respectable run.
Yeah, that's it. Keep banging on the door.
Yeah, but not banging hard enough to suggest it's going to open anytime soon, unfortunately.
Yeah, look at Ala Ambra here, the horse in the fluorescent green silks, drawn 18, wide throughout, but showed plenty of early dash. I imagine dropping that one back to 1200 or 1400, you'll see a better performance, but certainly not too much of a negative from there. You look, drops right through the field towards the end, doesn't get home, but showed enough early dash to consider it to have some potential.
Yes, yeah, there's certainly hinted at ability. There's not. If you look at this on paper, it doesn't look like much of a run. But she made a mid-race move to get into contention, which told in it she had quite a hard race in the end as well. So that would be the concern going forward. You've seen a bit of ability, but she's been given quite a hard ride, and I wonder whether she might just remember that next time out. I'd rather see them given a more easy introduction, just to show that everything's, there's nothing to worry about. It's quite enjoyable, and then next time you'll build on the promise you have. Whereas when you're really thrown into the heat of the battle like that, and then given a hard ride in the straight, it's tougher.
Yeah, Shamila is in the winner's enclosure, where Naif is getting an award.
This is our second award of the day, this time for jockey and friend of our channel, Naif Al-Anazi, on his 300 winners. So another great achievement. And like I said before, it's fantastic to see the Jockey Club commemorating all of these wins. And it's just great. Naif is a fantastic jockey ever since the Taif season. We've loved having him on the channel, talking to him after all of his winners, and he continues to impress. So hopefully, after he finishes with the Arabic channel, we can come back to you with an interview with Naif.
It'll be great if we can come back to an interview with Naif. And while we watch a replay of this last contest, let's discuss Naif Al-Anazi as a jockey, because when you talk about big names in Saudi Arabian racing, you talk about Wigberto Ramos. He comes up in that conversation, doesn't he? Absolutely,
yeah. I mean, Naif is he's a real flag bearer here, and he's a guy that a lot of the local lads look up to. He's kind of he's sort of a leader of men in that regard. But he's every time we speak to him, it's all about encouragement for his brother jockeys. He always talks about his brother jockeys in the weighing room, and a win for him is a win for them. And his attitude is really positive in terms of developing the sport and giving encouragement to the local riders here and the work riders, etc. And 300 winners may not seem like a huge number, but when you consider how how many runners there are per race
And how few
here,
races there are.
and how few races there are through the season. It's very hard getting individual winners, and we're talking about a jockey getting 9 winners in a week. That's an absolutely remarkable achievement. But when the season is quite short anyway, we don't go all the year round here, and we got a couple of breaks through the season as well. Racing only 3 days a week, 20 runners a race for most of that. Racking up 300 winners is no mean achievement here.
Yeah, I think it's also fair to point out that you can just see him there in the FMQ stable silks. Now, for those who don't know, those are the silver and black diamonds on the silks. They're very powerful owners here in Saudi Arabia, but not just here, also in the US as well. And they've got a big social media following, and Naif Al-Anazi is an ideal advocate for what they're trying to do. He certainly is the face of that organisation, and I think you'll see more and more of them as that group continues to grow. So FMQ Stables are certainly a team to keep an eye on, and make sure you know that those silver colours, when they run, they're going to have some good horses. I think of King Rise. Who was that good one that you saw what was his name? Silver colours, monster,
Yeah.
3-year-old debut winner.
Yes, yeah, I forget his name now. But
They've also got
yes.
Commissioner King.
Commissioner King is not
They've
always
got
one of the
Commissioner
winner.
King as well. He's a very impressive horse. He actually ran a fairly poor race last time out, but there was excuses for that. He scoped very badly on that occasion. But you can just see those silver and black colours are going to be here to stay and might be challenging the red, white and green stables in the future. We can talk about moving on to the future now, though, because Darren Owen can take us through the runners and riders for race 8.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, race 8 coming up then is a race for the pure Arabian breds, and number 1 is Zaha Al Khania. There is the line at 1, Al Khania. 2 is Al Alia Al Khalideh. 3 is Sheikh Da Ane. 4 is Tawaka Al Sahib. Number 5 is Montasa Al Amal. 6 is Qaeda Al Khalidia. 7 Buru Al Khalidia. 8 is Al Saka. Over the page there. Number 9, Risk Allah Al Khalidia. Number 10 is Ama Al Ghanam. And the 11 horse is Al Dahab. And 12, Jumana. They are the 12 pure Arabian breds, fillies and colts, and they are going the mile.
Thank you, Darren, for giving us that information. Shamila, over to you.
And I'm here with Naif Al-Anazi after being commemorated for his 300 wins. So congratulations, Naif. What does it mean to you?
Thank you, Shamila. First thing I want to say thank you for the king of this country, the King Salman. God save him, inshallah. And the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman. And the Prince Bandar bin Khalid Al Faisal, and all the people for this club. And the manager for the steward, Mukhlad Al Ataibi. Thanks God about 300 win. I hope, inshallah, for me, for the future, more inshallah win for me and experience for the race.
And you're still only young. This is a big milestone for you, getting 300 winners. What do you think now for the next 300?
I think, inshallah, I hope so. Not I think. I come in like 1,000 win and 1,000 more. I hope so, inshallah, for me and all my brothers, Saudi Arabia jockey or another country. All the team here like one group, all the jockey here like brothers. I am so proud about today. Thanks all the people here in the club, because all the people, gentle people like you and all the people here. Thanks God, I am so happy and proud, Shimila.
Do you have a favorite win out of all the 300?
Yeah, too much stable and too much trainer. I want to say for him, thanks, thank you. Too much, Shimila. Group 1, thanks God, I win too much. And King Stable, they gave me big hand for me. The Red Stable, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, he gave me big hand. All the stable, big and small here. Thanks God, because I come in like, he trust me, you know. And that, for me, big proud about that.
Thank you so much, Naif, and best of luck for your next 300 winners.
Thank you, Shamila. I hope so, inshallah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nathan. It's just wonderful to see him getting celebrated with his 300th win, and I'm sure there'll be plenty more in the tank for him. I wouldn't be surprised if we one day see him getting his 600th winner, to be perfectly honest. He's certainly got a long, long way ahead of him in his career, and funnily enough, his brother is training as well, and I think his brother's only growing his training establishment, and that could be a Al-Anazi double to keep an eye out on.
It could indeed, yeah. I don't think he's got many horses in the yard at the moment, but he's setting himself up for the future, and listen, Naif's always going to be well connected. He's a guy who doesn't forget favours done for him every time he rides a winner. He's very quick to give credit where it's due, to give thanks for those rides from owners and trainers, and never to exclude anyone from those as well. So, you know, he's always going to be popular. People like a guy who remembers where he's come from and is always humble in victory, and Naif is the ideal, the beau ideal of that concept, I think.
Yeah, I think humble's a great way to describe him, because he just goes about his business and does it very well. We'll look at the runners in race 8 here. Only 12 going to post here. So let's start with Zahar Al-Katayan, who is horse number 1.
Fourth 2 starts back, but that was just in a 0 to 60 handicap, and she looks to be biting off a little bit more than she can. Well, no, she was taking on a much harder race when 5th last time out. That's actually maybe a better performance at 8 1/4 lengths, 5th of 9 in a course and distance maiden last time out. But similar sort of task here, so needs to dig a bit deeper.
Number 2 is Aliyah Al-Khaladiya, who is making debut today.
Yeah, obviously he's got the Al-Khaladiya suffix by Hatim Al-Khaladiya out of a mare called Aliyat. Again, a little bit of guesswork. You've got to see how she looks in the paddock. And we're moving on to Jake Desarnais.
Yeah, Jake Desarnais, I quite like this horse's performance on debut. Showed no pace early, but ran on quite nicely to finish 2nd, behind a couple of others that we'll see here today. But for a first run in Saudi Arabia, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Was behind one of these in that race, but ahead of 4 others when finishing 7th to Jara Atha in that 7 furlong maiden here last week. And that was a good start, as you said, to her career here. Hopefully she can build on that and be competitive.
Tarka Al-Sahib is horse number 4.
Tawaka Al-Shahib has a rating of 85, so looks very interesting on paper. Her better effort to date here was from 3rd to Own in a 1 mile maiden in Taif, but that was August 2022, and she's not been seen since, which has to be a big concern.
Yeah, for me, he tends to travel into her races really nicely and then finds very little for pressure, so you'd be interesting to see how she gets on sticking to a mile. Montasar Alamal is number 5.
Finished last of 17 in that race we were talking about behind Jara Athba last time out, so tailed off there, beaten 35 lengths and more. Obviously faces a mammoth task here.
Qaeda Al-Khaladiya, number 6.
Very well bred by Laith Al-Khaladiya out of a mare called Sahuk Al-Khaladiya. Must be of interest on debut with that pedigree, but again, you're reading between the lines and hoping that she's ready for debut.
Barrow Al-Khaladiya is horse number 7.
Again, another one by the same sire as Alalia Al-Khaladiya, the number 2, but only 10th of 17 in that race won by Jara Athba on last week's debut. Again, she should improve for that, and we saw the winner of the last race stepping up from finishing 9th on debut behind a couple of other performers to improving enough to win, so you wouldn't rule Baru Al-Khaladiya out of it.
Al-Saka is horse number 8.
12.5 lengths behind Zahar Al-Arkan in a course and distance maiden last time out. Not a terrible run, but needs to do a little bit better. Only rated 50. Might be competitive here, but hard to see him rather winning.
Number 9 is Risk Allah Al-Khaladiya, one of the horses I know we've got to know and love on this channel.
Yes, with a rating of 83, he's got a big chance of winning this, but he has had a big chance of winning a couple of recent races as well. So the question is whether he's keen enough to take advantage. But yeah, has the pedigree, has the class, has finished in the frame in all 3 starts rather to date. Latest one only beaten half a length to Lua Athba over 2,000 metres 2 weeks ago. That's good enough to win this. It's just a question of whether you trust Risk Al-Khaladiya to put a race like this to bed.
You see Fahad Al-Faredi in shot there. He's one of the smiliest men in the weighing room and certainly a jockey to keep an eye on. Amir Al-Ghanim is horse number 10.
Finished 16th of 17 here last week, having been 7th on his previous start at Taif. Was at least in front of Montasser Alamal that day, who was last of 17 in that contest.
Rams Al Dahab is horse number 11.
Better effort to date when 16 lengths 6 to Fort Almori, who's a bit of an old favourite here from time as well. That was back here in March, coming back from an absence. The question is whether he will need this run after such a long break.
Shamila is in the parade ring, and let's see who's caught her eye.
Well, after that last Arabian race, I am still siding with Fahad Al Faradi. I think he deserves a winner, and I think he was nearly, very nearly on a winner. If it had just been for a few more meters. So I'm going to stick with horse number 9, Risk Ala Al Khaladia. Second last time out, third the time before that, and fourth the time before that. So hopefully he can go one better. And as well as my pick in the last race, the sires also at Layth Al Khaladia out of a mare called Saba Al Khaladia. So still very young, will grow into himself further down the line, maybe a horse for next season as well, if we're talking about Arabians. So that will be my choice for this 8th contest of the evening. Another horse I also really liked is horse number 12, a 4-year-old filly, Jamana AD, third last time out, jumping out of stall 12. But I just don't think that there is any beating these Al Khaladia horses, especially in this race. As we've seen the last few weeks, they've been pretty quiet, not as like they were in Taif when they were winning pretty much every single Arabian race that we saw. So definitely everyone else is getting really strong. However, I don't think there's any beating Risk Ala Al Khaladia and Fahad Al Faradi in this contest.
Thank you, Shamila. And yeah, let's talk about Jumana, number 12. We're just seeing the jockey get legged up here. I think this horse has a serious chance, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. There were 5 of these who ran in that race behind Jara Athba. Last time out there were 7 furlongs. Yeah, it was very impressive. And Joanna fared best of those 5 in finishing a 10-length third. But also, I liked the way that she went about that. She ran on well from off the pace, having been drawn wide. So, well, drawn a stall 19 that day. I thought she wasn't seen to best effect. I thought she would improve for this. And although she has to improve on paper to beat Risk Ala Al Khaladia, I think she might be able to do it.
We're seeing the jockeys getting legged up here. If we're coming to create a shortlist, having seen all of those, I've got 4 here who I would probably put on my shortlist out of the 12. How have you got many others?
Yeah, well, who's your 4? I'm essentially Risk Ala Al Khaladia and Jumana are my 2.
Yeah, I've got Jeg de Darnette in there, and I've also got Tawaka Al Fahib. I'm really intrigued to see how that horse goes as well. I think that's probably going to be my selection.
Yeah, I thought it's a mammoth layoff. Off since August last year. That has to be a big negative for me.
But let's have a look at Risk Ala Al Khaladia. Now, this is an interesting performance because this was his 2nd last time out and is arguably his best effort. Was over a further trip, drops back in trip today. My only concern is he's shown to have some reluctance at the start.
Yeah, he looks to be going in the right direction, and he does set a fairly good standard of those who've been in action recently. And he doesn't roll over that quickly here either, does he?
No.
He keeps going. Lua Athba finds plenty for pressure to get up and win narrowly. Another Lucas Gaitan horse from the Athba stable. That yard very hard to beat. Risk Al Khaladia looked to be going better at the top of the straights, but the Gaitan horses, they just find, don't they? They find for pressure. So individually, that wouldn't worry me, that defeat, for all. He got himself in a winning position. But yeah, I think his previous run was a little bit of a question.
Here's Jumana, who we're seeing getting beaten by another Lucas Gaitan horse, I'm pretty sure as well, in Ashbar Racing getting involved here. This is a good enough run in third, only 2nd career start, so plenty to build on from this.
Yeah, and she was in a bad position early on. If you get back earlier in this race and see where she was. Came from stall 19. This is behind Jara Athba, and Jara Athba does look a really good prospect in winning this well.
She did Athba's debut, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is a very good performance. She doesn't quite get to grips with the runner-up, finishing 3rd in the end, but she had to do quite a lot of running to get into a challenging position there. Not that she could ever challenge the winner, but I thought that was a better run than it looked on paper. That was 7 furlongs. I think she'll benefit from the step up and trip as well. And although Risk Al Khaladia is arguably the form choice and is an absolutely gorgeous performer as well, I am going to go with Jumana.
You're going for Jumana as well. I think we're all going for 3 different ones here, because I'm going to go for Tawaka Al Sahib. Shamila's going to go for Rizqala Al Kaladir, and Rory's going to go for Jumana. Great to see so many people getting involved in the comments as per usual. David, I don't know whether you're talking to yourself on this one, but there's certainly a comment about the Al Kaladir horses, and they're in bad form at the moment. And this will be the real sort of stickler. If Rizqala Al Kaladir runs a stinker, suddenly we've got to start looking, going, oh, hang on a minute. They've not had many runners so far, and would there be something going around the yard? Could you suggest?
Well, it's an interesting one, because they haven't heightened the numbers here,
no,
comparatively speaking, and the very best of the horses were shown in Taif, and I do think the stable likes to dominate Taif.
Yeah, flat track belief.
Yeah, well, perhaps, yeah. Whereas maybe we haven't quite got the same strength and depth. Whereas Lucas Gaitan doesn't run too many at Taif, and he said that he's uncovered a few more here. So I'm not sure there's necessarily an issue with the yard. I think it's just a case of when stables like to peak with theirs. I might sort of dig out. I'll try to dig out recent results for those running in the Al Kaladir colours, as it were.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they get on. I think for those who are watching us on YouTube, I really hope you stay with us all the way through this Riyadh season, because the purebred Arabian racing is just going to get better and better. We keep seeing superstar after superstar getting unearthed throughout the year, and they are all going to eventually have to clash with one another. And I think we could see some very good horses on show. And keep an eye out on Lucas Gaitan, because there's certainly been a lot of controversy surrounding his horses taking on the Al Kaladir horses and getting the better of them on lots of occasions too. So the Al Kaladir guys will be very keen to see their horses turn over the Akbar Racing stable team as well. So certainly keep an eye out for those battles later on in the week. Keep an eye out on Yagdi Arnett here, horse number 3 in the yellow and blue colours. He was just missed going through shot there. He's a horse who I think will improve a lot from his debut run. There's a few of these also who just look to be a little bit overexposed, including the likes of Zara Al-Kanaya and a few of the others as well, who have had plenty of chances and not shown much. There are a couple of debutants to watch out for. I know Rory, you were keen on Qaeda Al-Kaladir, Bailace Al-Kaladir, Outer Sahuk Al-Kaladir, and making debut here in colours we don't often see in purebred Arabian racing.
No, we don't. As I said, it's difficult to weigh up the newcomers in these races, but you do have to respect anything with that kind of pedigree. Laith Al Kaladir is the best sire around in these races. So anything by that sire has to be given a degree of respect. They're not all superstars by any manner of means.
Not at all.
There are a few in this race by the same sire. Hatim Al Kaladir also responsible for a couple in this race. Just looking at the results of those running in the Prince Khalid bin Sultan colours. I think probably one from the last 20 carrying those colours has been successful, which is, we were saying there were probably a 50% strike rate. And well, I say it wouldn't have been a 50% strike rate in time, because there were often 4 or 5 horses in the race, but they were finishing first, second, and third in a lot of those races. So to have a series of races where there are only 1 from 20 is very, very unusual.
Yeah. That's sort of what's putting me away from Rizqala Al Kaladir.
Yeah, I mean, listen, his form is in the book, and it's all here this season. Yeah. So in that respect, you judge him on what you've seen of him. If you hadn't seen him in a while, and the yard, you thought that the stables horses were struggling a little bit, you might be a bit wary. But his form is there already.
And he ran quite a nice race, actually, when he was second. And the time before that, he was quite disappointing when he finished in third. So I think you'd be looking to kind of go in a different direction to him, just because back over a mile, his last crack at a mile, he let everybody down, really.
Yeah, but again, none of these have rewarded their supporters, it being a maiden race. And that's, it always seems to be counterproductive when you're talking about maidens and saying, well, this didn't win last time, so why will it win this?
Right, let's go through selections. I like Tawaka Al Sahib, Rory likes Jumana, and Shamila like Rizqala Al Kaladir. Darren Owen, take us through race 8.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, 8th race runners now going into the stalls over the 1600 metres here. And as per usual, a whole host of greys in the race. There goes Al Alia Al Kaladir. This is Tawaka Al Sahib, number 4. Tawaka Al Sahib goes in, gets a little bit worked up as well. They're all there, all in, ready. And they're off. and one of the first ones out was Jcsa in the yellow and blue jacket towards the inside. Kader Al Khaladia is going forward, taking a prominent role with Baru Al Khaladia as well from a wide berth. Al Saka is next, chased by Risk Allah Al Khaladia. So they go through the first 200 meters or so, and it's Baru Al Khaladia to the near side, being followed down the outer by Al Saka, and these are being chased down the back straight by Kader Al Khaladia, that one in the blue and white silks. To the inside running rail is Jagda Ane, and then further back to Zaha Al Khania, as being followed away from the back straight by Ama Al Ghanim. So they leave the back straight behind them, and as they do so, it is on a strong stride here. Baru Al Khaladia. Baru Al Khaladia has gone several lengths clear. Risk Allah Al Khaladia is the one giving chase second place. Then several lengths behind that one is Al Saka in third. Then Jagda Ane. Now going forward is Al Alia Al Khaladia, who's being followed by Tawaka Al Sahib. Now they're at the top of the straight. Here comes Risk Allah Al Khaladia to throw down a big effort. Risk Allah Al Khaladia takes over as they have just over 200 meters left to go. In second, Baru Al Khaladia with no more to offer. Tawaka Al Sahib is staying on, but we're talking big intervals here. Risk Al Khaladia is going towards the line and is now being eased right down towards the finish to collect. Risk Allah Al Khaladia is the winner by a street. Second place, Baru Al Khaladia, and then in third, Tawaka Al Sahib. So number 9, Risk Allah Al Khaladia has gone on to win, always racing prominently, and has gone clear, miles clear down the home straight to win. It was one of those races where they were just going to be playing for places in behind. So easy success for number 9 on the card. Not many of them, in truth, got into the race. 1 minute 49.86 was the winner's time. And there is the winner crossing the line in splendid isolation. Just bolted up in the end. So 9, Risk Allah Al Khaladia is the winner. Second place goes to number 7, Baru Al Khaladia. Third, number 4, Tawaka Al Sahib. And best of the rest was 2, Al Alia Al Khaladia. How about this for precise distances? 15 and a quarter lengths. 15 and a quarter lengths the winning margin. 3.5 lengths between second and third. 1 minute 49.86. The winner, the easy winner, Risk Allah Al Khaladia.
Well, it's a good day for the Al Faradi family as Farhad Al Faradi adds his name to today's winners' roll after Adel Al Faradi had a double earlier in the card, and he won't ride many easier winners than that, Rory. Rizqala Al Khaladiya doing it the easy way and never looking in danger.
Yeah, it was set up quite nicely with, again, Baru Al Khaladiya jumping out and setting a strong pace in front. That was a more promising effort from her in her second start, having finished 10th last time out. But Rizqala Al Khaladiya has been very consistent in 3 runs. The question with him coming into this was, you know, is he actually able to take his class and win a race with it? We see plenty of horses are capable of winning races and prefer to finish in the places, but he kind of blew that out of the water by winning by 15 lengths and more. 1 or 2 of his main rivals simply didn't show up in the end, which made it a lot easier for him. Your selection, Tawaka Al Shahib, travelled well for a long way, but you know, was coming back from a really long absence, having not been seen since August 2022. And Baru Al Khaladiya was ended up being the biggest danger to Rizqala Al Khaladiya. So he hasn't had to improve an awful lot, given that he had a rating of 83 coming into this. But he's done this in pleasing style. He's a good looker. He's held his form and his shape nicely through this race and did it willingly and with a fair degree of comfort as well.
I really like the way the Farhad gets his horse going early at the top of the straight, gets past the rivals going backwards, doesn't want to engage in a battle, and just says, right, now we're in front, we could just breeze away.
Well, I mean, that's the way to do it, really. When you're you know, I hate to see a jockey sort of move up to challenge and then kind of say, I'll make it interesting, and sort of drop it a little bit when challenging rivals, as if to showboat a little bit. There's no showboating here. He's got the horse rolling and got straight past the front runner, who's kept on well for second, but it's probably done a bit too much in front, Baru Al Khaladiya. But this was a second career start for her, and clearly this is pretty promising. Jake Desarnais actually bounced out in front briefly, but Baru Al Khaladiya was keen and wanted to go forward, and her jockey let her stride on. And she's made most of the running from this point onwards.
She's already pulling though, isn't you? You can see she's
well, yeah. You wouldn't really want to be trying to hold her at this stage. And the best way of settling fillies like this who want to go, just let them go to the front, and they'll settle better in front than they would in behind. Very disappointing performance from Juman. Now you see at the back of the picture, Qaeda Al Khaladiya is just not moving well, hasn't finished the race in the end. So hope that all is well there, but clearly she lost her action in the early part of that race. As you said, you mentioned Tawaka Al Shahib in the white colours with the green stars and green sleeves. Looked dangerous at the head of the straight, moving easily here. But I think she does most of her running on the bridle, and when she's asked to go forward after this, she flounders a little bit. I don't think it's a case of her not wanting to go on. I just think she's just unable to, and of course, this was after a long absence. She's probably quite delicate as well, given the big break she's had. But some disappointing efforts further back in the field. The 3 at the back, they're just essentially trotting home. So disappointing that some of these haven't been able to be competitive, and the winner's not really had to improve to win this by a wide margin. But it will do his confidence the world of good, and answers questions about his attitude as well. Yeah,
it puts a lot of doubts to bed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's now decided to get his head in front, run through the line, do it well, do it easily. There'll certainly be other opportunities down the line for him, but I think the Al Khaladiya stables have a string of far better horses than him, to be perfectly honest, in this age group. And I think it will be interesting to see where they campaign him and how they campaign him, because they like to have lots of runners in their big races. Often they only have 1 or 2 that are probably the top class. The rest of them are in there to try and fill the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place. But you'd like to see them try and campaign him in a way where he can at least keep getting his head in front.
Well, he's certainly got the looks for it, doesn't he? He's a handsome horse. He's the type who would be very popular in the UK with that colouring as well. And he's shown no quirks, that's the thing. I mean, in fairness, he did nothing wrong last time when finishing second, but when they're placed 3 times in a row, you just have to worry about whether they're content to finish behind something else. But there was no sign of him wanting to pull up in front or running off a straight line. He looked perfectly straightforward here, so you'd be happy enough with him going forward. The handicapper can't be too harsh, There's nothing to rate him against in this race.
It'd be cruel, wouldn't it? I mean,
and
he's won by half the track.
He's not smashed the clock or anything, doing 1:49.86, but did it comfortably, and shouldn't be that hard to place from here on in, whether that be handicaps or open races. I mean, the Arabian Open races can vary widely in quality, really, can't they?
The cup races tend to be very strong, but the open races are very. They say there seems to be a big drop off between the informed horses and those who are not.
Well, that's why we see Tagruta constantly running in races like that and running respectively. So yeah, he can be competitive in that sort of race. I wouldn't necessarily want him in cup action, but you know, the stable does tend to go in mob-handed in those contests as well, and gets good results from it. But yeah, this was likeable from him. He's worthy of his rating without having to necessarily had to run to it to win the race the way it was set up for him. But again, our concerns about him going into the race were whether he was a winner in waiting or not, and he proved that he very much was.
Yeah, he's enjoyed it. He's got out well and done the business, dropped back to a mile. I think he can probably go as far as 2,000 metres. I wouldn't be surprised if
he relaxes. He does relax well in his races, and that's a big positive for him in terms of longer trips. He clearly doesn't need a longer trip, but because he doesn't over race, he's pretty easy to rate in his races, and that will make him adaptable.
Yeah, people who certainly aren't adaptable, they're always tuning into our channel, is our YouTube audience. We've just seen Adil getting in touch with us, asking how everybody is. Well, I'm fine. I'm sure Rory's good too, and we hope you are too, Adil, and I hope you found yourself a couple of winners throughout the card today. But, Rory Delagi, we move swiftly on to race 9, and it's probably my favourite race on the card today. We have 2-year-olds who are non-winners of 3 races, and I think they've all got plenty of chances here. And just going through this race, it's hard to find horses that don't have much of a chance.
Oh, I can find you a few, but in fairness, it is a cracking. There are 5 or 6 in here who look well above average, and it's by far the most interesting race of the day so far. And listen, we're going to have to find a highlight on the day. If it isn't this race, I'll be absolutely gobsmacked.
Yeah, I think we should see, hopefully, a couple of good horses on show here, and plenty of horses with very differing profiles. But the man to take us through each of the runners and the riders is Mr. Darren Owen.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, so 2-year-olds. Number 1 for this race over 1,600 metres is Farhood, and Fawaz Wanas takes the ride. Number 2, D Point and Ahmed Al-Sarah. Number 3 is Jubail. 4, Hadlan. 5 is Saudi Front and Luis Morales. 6, Salfar. Number 7 is Al Abjar. Number 8 has been scratched. Number 9 is Kontar and Eddie Castro. Number 10, Emblem Desert and Jimmy Carrion. Forget the 11 horse, that's been scratched. 12 is Commissioner Dan. Number 13 is Al Wakad. Number 14, Al Baroni. 15, King Rise and Naif Al Anazi. 16 is Mushtarek. 17 is Tabshir and Fahad Al Faradi. 18 is Mujtaz Abdullah Al Farouz. 19, Rumar. Number 20 is Safar. And please note, these are running as well. 21, Dazman, and 22, Pars Al Waga. So 21 and 23 are in that lineup. And with big field of 2-year-olds, fascinating stuff coming up then over 1,600 metres.
Yes, Darren, fascinating stuff indeed. And just to confirm that the runners going in this reserves are 21 and 23, Dazman and Faz Al-Awaja, who are 21 and 23 and get into a race which is brimming with quality. Rory, we'll start from the top, we'll work our way down. I think it's the only way to do this.
Yep.
Farhood, number 1.
You give him a chance. I don't. I mean, he's been on place in mids. He ran his best race last time out, went 5th, but I think this is a much tougher race.
D Point, number 2.
D Point had 2 runs in the UK for Marco Botti, but stopped quickly when last evaded at Newcastle in June, and has questions to answer on the back of that.
It's on a Blue Point. Great to see if he can have a winner here in Saudi Arabia. Jubail, number 3, first of the real eye catchers.
Yeah, improved when beaten a length into second by Sadim in a course and distance maiden last time out. That was a good performance, good time, 1:39.29 for that. Ran on well from the rear of the field. He'll go close with a repeat.
Hadlan, horse number 4.
18th on debut, out of his depth here.
Saudi Front, horse number 5, good horse.
Yeah, well bred and shaped really well. I think I was with him on debut when beaten 2 3/4 lengths behind Al Safa in a course in a 6 furlong maiden here 4 weeks ago. He's a half brother to 4 winners. I liked him on paper last time out, and I think he's bound to improve from that debut effort.
That Al Safa form will come to light later on in this card as well. We've got Salfa, number 6.
Looks outclassed, rated at 53, had plenty of chances.
Al Abjar, horse number 7.
12 1/4 lengths, third to King Rise at Taif 2 starts ago. Only 6 to Sadnan Jabil last time out, so that seems to put him in his place here, although that wasn't a poor run by any manner of means.
Number 9 is Kontar.
Kontar, 7.5 length winner of a non-winners of 3 over a mile in Taif back in meeting 52. Has run creditably in 2 runs since, non-winners of 2 and an open race here since that win. So the mark of 79 looks justified, but probably needs to do even better to win a race of this quality.
Emblem Desert, number 10.
Won a 6 furlong non-winners of 3 here last month and was a creditable 8.5 length third to Sumo in a 6 furlong open last time out. But worth pointing out that as a winner of 2 races, he's essentially got a double penalty here and has given quite a lot of weight away to horses of similar ability.
And that was a very good race he ran in last time out. Commissioner Dan, this is the one I'm very excited by. $500,000 worth of pony.
This could be very good by the same sire as Commissioner King. And he won a maiden special weight at Keeneland on his only start in the US before being sold for that money. Very, very interesting on paper. Could be smart.
Do you want to know some more things about that race he won in Keeneland?
Yeah, go on.
3 of the horses that finished in behind him all won since.
Yes.
It's a very, very strong
well,
race.
you'd expect Keeneland tends to get some of the strongest races of this type.
He also beat who's the American trainer, sends horses to Ascot?
Wesley Ward.
Wesley Ward. He beat a Wesley Ward 6-4 shot on that day, who was highly touted. So I think
they're all highly touted. I don't think Wesley Ward's had his best season by any manner of means. But yes, listen, that was a $75,000 contest.
Yeah.
They're always very competitive. The top trainers tend to send all the good 2-year-olds to Keeneland.
Imagine him appearing in a ready-to-run set in a horses in training sale as well. There would have been a lot of interest from home to keep him in America. So the fact they stretched to $500,000 for him is exciting.
It is indeed, yeah.
We move on to Al Wakad, another very exciting horse, number 13.
Yeah, beat Ala Kareem by a length in what looked a strong 1 mile maiden 5 weeks ago. The horse who finished 12th has won since. The time was pretty good, 1:40.12. And again, representing Lucas Gaitan, who just cannot train losers at the moment.
Alberoni is horse number 14.
Finished last of 9 in an open race won by Simo here on debut, beaten 37 lengths. Put a line through that.
King Rise, number 50.
Yeah, King Rise looked very good when winning on his debut at Taif, beating Mustak Mela, and probably ran better. When half-length second to Major in a 6 furlong open here 3 weeks ago, even though I think you'd have said people would have been disappointed he didn't win that day. He got mugged on the line.
He shrugged off his other rival though, didn't he?
He did. He got involved in a war for the lead and ended up winning the war winning the battle but losing the war as he got mugged on the line. My question with him is both of his runs have come at 6 furlongs. Is he going to improve for a mile?
Well, I
didn't think he showed natural speed. He was pushed along to lead as if they needed to use his stride in those races, and actually over a mile he'd be able to go more naturally through his race.
Like we said of a horse before, he can relax into this contest.
Exactly, and with a rating of 89, he's very, very competitive in this contest.
Mushtarak is horse number 16, but before we talk about that, Shamila has found an eye-catcher in the parade ring.
Well, Callum, it's the 9th race of the evening, and I could not get my eye off this 2-year-old grey colt by Take Charge Indy. Horse number 15, King Rise, will be my paddock selection for this contest, and Naif Al-Nazi is just about to get legged up onto him there now. And there were a few horses that stood out to me. However, King Rise was the ultimate decision that I came to. Some other horses that stood out to me: horse number 12, Commissioner Dan, for Camilo Espina, first time out this season. Just a really big, nice horse, really good looking horse as well. And horse number 13 for Alexis Moreno. Last time out in meeting at 62, which was really, really impressive. Just a really nice, all-round, nice-looking horse. So I think all those 3 horses could be contenders to finish really well. However, I will be sticking to Naif Al Nazi and King Rise in this race.
Very much, Shamila. If you're still there, can you tell us more about horse number 12, Commissioner Dan? I know he caught your eye, but talk to me a little bit more about him. He's got a massive, massive reputation.
Not only does he have a huge reputation on the racetrack, but in the parade ring as well. I mean, he is walking around here really nice and calmly. Camilo has just been given the leg up onto him, and he is checking his stirrups and his girth, and everything is on correctly before taking the final turn back out onto the track. And he's just really an empowering horse, and he stands out in the crowd. He really does, and he's huge. There's no getting around that. So that's why he stood out to me in the parade ring. So I think I could be eating my words a little bit, siding with King Rise. However, I have every faith in Camilo as well, and Commissioner Dan.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, they've just walked past our presentation position, and you can see there's some absolute stunners in this field. I think the horse number 13, Al-Wakad, actually almost makes Commissioner Dan look a little bit small because he's so big as well. And we're just seeing him on screen now. He's a big, big boy too, and he was a winner on debut. Let's rattle on through these. Mushtarek, yes. Number 16.
Was third on his debut for Richard Fahey, having cost a fair bit of the breeze up sales. Hasn't really gone on. Was disappointing last time out.
Let's have a look at some of these in action. This is Al-Wakad here, beating Higher Zoom, who is in front, who I really liked, and a white stable run as well, who's run a very big race here.
Yeah, I really like this performance. He was off the bridle before the pair that he beat, but he found tons for pressure. It looked like High Zoom was going to win this and win it reasonably easy at one stage, but then backed out of it.
He went too fast, didn't he? He got very warm beforehand. He went too fast and ended up fading, and did well to hold on for third.
But the interesting thing there was he really set it up for the front too, and made it a really strong pace. And the pair of them looked good in the. I really liked how Wakad did it, and it's going to take something decent from me to desert him for.
That was Jabail, who we'll have a look at now, just having a little trip on the way down there. I'm sure the vets will have a look at him, but this was a really eye-catching performance, finishing second last time out.
Yeah, didn't do anything very quickly on this occasion, but finished strongly from sort of midfield to get as close as he did at the line, only beating a length behind Saddam, and what again looked a decent enough contest at the time. So I immediately stumbled on him and I thought, well, there you go. I think I've found the winner of this race, given how the quality of the races we've seen before. But you find one, you think, well, that has to go really close, and then you stumble on the next horse and you go, oh, okay, that'll go well as well.
Let's have a look at Saudi Front right now, a horse who I know you really liked on debut, and he was a massive eye catcher. We were here on this day.
We were indeed. He's got plenty of size and scope about him, as you can see there. And he needed the experience on his debut. He's out of just coming into the picture here at the moment in about 5th place. Shaped really well and eventually finishing second here, beating 2 3/4 lengths behind Al Safa. This is over 6 furlongs, which is definitely an inadequate trip for him. He will come on bundles for stepping up in distance to a mile today. The winner got first run. The winner really nipped out of the stalls and got around the inside and got the run of the race. But I thought the runner-up shaped like an absolutely certain future winner.
Point about the winner, Al Safa, now that his next race within a tough open contest, he actually finished behind Emblem Desert on that day. So Emblem Desert's form suddenly, although he's getting penalty after penalty, takes a massive leap, because he says, well, I've beaten Al Safa, who's actually gone on and beaten Saudi.
Yeah, I don't think Al Safa was anything like the best horse in the race that day. I thought he got the best run. He wasn't blindingly obvious on paper, but he got a lovely run through on the inside early on. There's a bit of trouble in the race. A lot of horses not getting great position, and he saved a lot of ground coming around the turn. I thought he was a little bit flattered by the winning margin on the day. So
he had a big reputation in the mornings as well. I know Wigberta was very excited to get aboard him, and he didn't disappoint in that open race next time.
No.
He finished 4th, but I'm just saying Emblem Desert finished ahead of him.
Yes, yeah.
It will be interesting to see how that form lines up. As you mentioned, Emblem Desert with that penalty, almost a double penalty, makes him hard to kind of have here against.
Well, that's the thing. He's given 4 kilos away to Jabail, for example, 4 kilos to Saudi Front as well, and that's a lot of weight to be giving away in a race of this nature. So I thought Emblem Desert, while he's got really solid form, I thought the penalty was bound to stop him.
Interesting that the owner and trainer who have Emblem Desert and Jebel both target this race. Would you see? I know we certainly won't see a pacemaker because that doesn't exist here in Saudi Arabia, but interesting that they both ended up in this.
Yeah,
contest.
when you consider that this looks red hot, but it's not worth an awful lot of money. In the grand scheme of things,
not one of the three contests, isn't it?
Well, exactly. But so, it's 15,000 real to the winner. That's for the quality on show here, you've definitely got 390 plus horses in this race from me, and you might end up with 200 plus horses in it. So for the prize money, it's a remarkably strong contest.
Yes, it really is. Who do you like in this one?
This is so difficult.
So let's go through a shortlist. Which ones would you put on your shortlist? Who would you shortlist here? So shortlist about 4 times.
I would shortlist Jubail, Saudi France, Commissioner Dan, and not even Al Wakad and King Rise.
Yeah.
And of those, I would probably narrow it down to Al Wakad, or Saudi France. And I think I said, listen, I always have to listen to what I said before. And I said after that race, Saudi Front is a horse you definitely want to be with next time. Didn't think he'd be in a race quite this hot, but I'm going to stick to that. He'll be my pick in the race. But there are plenty of dangers. I was a little put off by the demeanour of Commissioner Dan in the parade ring. Looks really good. Obviously won that race on debut at Keeneland. Cost an awful lot of money. Just looked half asleep to me walking around the parade ring.
And I think he wasn't helped by Al Wakad being in behind him, looking like he was ready to.
And in fairness, with some horses being that relaxed is a really good thing. But I just like to see them slightly on their toes and looking up for it. Maybe it'd be worth looking at him before he goes in the stalls, whether he's just sharpened up a little bit by being at the start. But that put me off slightly.
We've got 5 left to go, almost 6 left to go in Tabashir, Mujataz, Ruma, Safar, Dasman, and Faz Al Waja.
Okay.
Any of those is interest to you?
None of them on my shortlist, but Tabashir is worth mentioning. Was 4th to Saudi Neom on debut over 7 furlongs 3 weeks ago and should improve from that. So it seems to be going in the right direction.
Safar, Gates rating of 83, but very exposed here, surely.
Yeah, well, gone up in the ratings. Interesting, so it was rated 80 and has gone up for finishing 5th in a non-winners of 3 over 6 furlongs at the weekend. Very quick turnaround for Safar. I'm not sure that was necessarily in his favour.
Steps up in trip as well. You'd think that would probably help his best performance. He had that second.
So yeah, 7.
Before.
I would say 7's probably the ideal trip for Safar. So yes, I'm ruling that bottom bunch out, not because they're no good, just because that was such an incredibly deep race.
Yeah, the quality is really on show. Beautiful shots of the turf track as well. I am so excited to get on that turf track. It just looks magnificent, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's certainly whetting the appetite. Interestingly, just standing looking across the turf track, it occurred to me that you tend to assume the track is dead flat, but it does climb. It climbs.
A little incline.
Yeah, it's a little incline after the winning post. And you think that the back straight is definitely higher.
There's a camber as well, isn't there?
Yeah. The bends are cambered anyway, but I think although the cambering of the bends sort of gives the impression you're climbing anyway, I do think the start of the back straight is higher than the end of the home straight. So they climb a little bit just from that point, and otherwise it's pretty much flat.
So who do you want in this one? We know this is such a deep contest. I'll get us started. I really like Commissioner Dan here. I'm fascinated by this horse, so I'm going to put a tick in that one for Callum. Horse number 12, Commissioner Dan. Who do you like, Rory?
I like Saudi Front, but there are 2 or 3 of these I've had on my list as horses I really like, but I've got to choose between them, and Saudi Front is the one who gets the vote.
And King Rise is Shamila's selection, horse number 15. So to go through those one more time, Shamila likes 15, I like 12, and Rory likes 5. Darren Owen, it's a cracking contest, and it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, 2-year-olds going in over the 1600-metre journey, and Hadlan has gone forward there with the black cap. That is Salfar, number 6. Salfar is in. Looking at number 13 there, Al Wakad. Al Wakad, that one's still to go in. Al Wakad and also Mojtars in the blue and white. White with blue braces, that's number 5, Saudi Front. So the 1 starts thus far. There's Commissioner Dan, which touted Commissioner Dan. Real nice, imposing colt by Commissioner. Number 10, Emblem Desert. Loads, Emblem Desert goes forward. Faz Al Wagha is still out of line. This is number 5, Saudi Front, going in. for this 9th race. Saudi fronts in. Now number 13, Al Wakad, and number 19, Rumar, is in the red, white and blue, still out of line. So to 23, Fars Al Waga. Then the orange blue, that's number 1, Farhood, in the orange and blue, still a maiden, having had 4 starts. Number 1 goes in, Farhood. Farhood drawn on the inside then. There's Commissioner Dan. The US winner, Commissioner Dan in. So 13, Al Wakad, and 20, the red and white Sapphire. So we're down to what, the last 4, I reckon. Number 9, number 17, that's Tibishir. Tibishir, green colours, green and blue. And Al Wakad. 2 to go. And here is number 20, Safa. So the last ones then are moving into place. Yes, that turf track looks magnificent. Certainly looks better than my back garden. So last one goes in. 2-year-olds, all in. And they're off. So they race away and off to a pretty good start was Emblem Desert. They went sideways. Commissioner Dan showing plenty of speed, quite professional in the early stages. Commissioner Dan with Saudi front up along the inside. Farhood's back the inside running rail. Look at the speed out wide from King Rise. That one's showing a tremendous toe. So too is Alberoni. And on the wide outside comes Safar. So down the far side it is Commissioner Dan with Tibishir in the green jacket. Safar in the red. King Rise is also there, followed by Al Wakad as they go towards the end of the back. D point in the black and yellow to the inside running rail. Saudi front is alongside that one. Mushtarek is further back and being followed by Jubail the grey, and then comes Emblem Desert, and quite a few of these just getting outpaced there. One of those outpaces Hadlan. That one's towards the back end of the field, and now making the run towards the turn in. It's Commissioner Dan the leader. Commissioner Dan being followed by Tibshir in second place. Just in behind those two in the third is Al Wakad with King Rise in fourth place, and then comes the grey Jubail, who's trying to stay on from off the pace from Saudi front, and Mushtarek heading down towards the last 200 metres, and it is Commissioner Dan on the far side being taken off the lead by Al Wakad, and Al Wakad has pounced on Commissioner Dan. Tibshir is back in third. Commissioner Dan can't go with Al Wakad, who's going to make it 2 from 2, and Al Wakad wins going away. Commissioner Dan, a good solid effort in second place. Jubail is in third and Tibshir in fourth. So number 13, Al Wakad, has won it. It's 2 from 2 for Al Wakad. And this, I'm sure, going forward will be a strong level of a juvenile form. Al Wakad has really put it there to Commissioner Dan. A lot of pace on down the far side. The 13, Al Wakad, has won it. Second was number 12. That was Commissioner Dan. And those two just pulling a few lengths clear then of the other runners. Jubail, that grey, really did stay on in the closing stages. The 17-horse Tibshir tried to go with them. But there's number 13, Al Wakad, crossing the line. The winner. Second place goes to Commissioner Dan. Third, number 3, Jubail. Fourth, number 17, Tibshir. And fifth, number 5, Saudi front, followed by number 1, Farhood. 13, 12, 3 and 17. 13, 12, 3 and 17. 6 lengths the winning margin, 3/4 of a length between second and third. 1 minute 39 seconds flat. 1 minute 39 seconds flat. Good win from Al Wakad. An honourable run from Commissioner Dan, and we could be looking at a decent level of 2-year-old form.
Alexis Mourinho, congrats, Alex.
Thank you very much, Saleh. مبروك to الأمير عبد الله بن أحمد بن عبد العزيز. مبروك على الوقات, Abdul Munam, Lucas, our team. Wow, he's a beautiful horse. Inshallah, he will be a champion. You know, he show up what he got. He just fly the last 600, you know. Inshallah, he will be one of the best. Thank you, Olaf.
Very well done to Alex Moreno there with a double on the card, winning the 9th race with horse number 13, Al Wakad for Lucas Gaitan. Now, this horse won at meeting 62 last time out under Ricardo Ferreira, so this is his first win with Alex Moreno, and no doubt that he's absolutely ecstatic that he's managed to get a double on today, much like his performance last weekend. Now, this is a 2-year-old chestnut colt by Good Magic out of Cipollina. So I'm sure we will see much more of Al Wakad for the rest of the season. And I can't wait to speak to one of my favorite jockeys of all time, Alex Moreno. Congratulations, Alex, for your double on the day.
Thank you very much.
What did you think about Al Wakad's race? Obviously, you didn't ride him last time out. It was Ricardo Ferreira, but he gave you a serious ride.
Well, if you see the time and how he won today, he's a champion horse. He's one of the best, I think, right now. And I hope I can see him in the Derby.
Is that the plan for him to go for the Derby?
Sure, it's our plan, you know, so he'll have to go to the qualification. Oh, inshallah.
And I mean, he was carrying 60 kilos. He jumped out of stall 13. Absolutely no problem to him. He just sailed home.
Well, no. The last time he was a little bit late, but today he tried to go to the front, so I just keep him until the last 600. I just find a way, he just fly away, you know.
And Lucas Gaitan's strike rate is absolutely amazing this season as well.
Wow, he's an amazing trainer. I love him.
Well done, Alex. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shamira.
Well, I think we might have seen one of the better 2-year-old races we'll see here in the entire Saudi Arabian season, and Al Wakad has done it again and makes it 2 wins from 2 runs, and has done it nicely in a race where the cream really rose to the top.
Yeah, you've got for the first 5 home or 4 of the horses you expected to dominate it. This horse, what I really like about him is he's found loads for pressure in his 2 races. We often see horses are able to win maiden races, first time out or second time out, just dominating their rivals, but he's got involved in battles on both of his starts, and he's found plenty for pressure, and it looks to have a tremendous attitude. He's gone right away in the end from Commissioner Dan, who just shaped as if he needed the run.
Yeah, let's take nothing away from him.
He's run very well for a long way, but faded late on as if the run. He's been off the track for a while, and that was just needed. I'd also put up excuses for Saudi front to a degree. He ended up getting involved he got tightened up. It looked like he was going to unseat his jockey briefly. At one stage, Luis Morales gets unbalanced. He's trying to sort of come through on the inside.
Behind him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got Jabalin behind him. He's trying to come right on the inside of the eventual winner. And you see here, he's quite a big, heavy-topped horse, and he gets a bit unbalanced as he's trying to challenge. Looks like he's going to drop back through the field at this stage. Luis pulls his stick through there. Does he drop it?
Oh, there he is. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah. Takes a couple of bumps, just didn't come around the bend very evenly, and he's then lost his position quite badly. He runs on again to finish 5th. I thought that was a taking enough performance from him, but take nothing away from the winner. I mean, and I maybe shouldn't even say it like that. The winner is very impressive.
Yeah, look at the way he'd actually quickened off hands and heels, hasn't he? Alex hasn't even had to really ask him to get into that position.
Alex's response in his interview afterwards tells you lots of what you need to know. One of the best, he says, really good horse. And when Shamila asked him about Lucas Gaitan, and his strike rate is really good, I love him. I love him. He's great. I love him. He is just a tremendous trainer, pound for pound. Lucas Gaitan. He doesn't have the winners that a few of the other trainers here do, but he just doesn't have. I wouldn't say he doesn't have the ammunition, because the horses he have horses he has are all capable of doing some
he just
serious
has the
damage.
quality, not the quantity, doesn't he?
He's not about quantity. He's purely about quality, and the fact that nearly 90% of his horses in the last few months have finished first or second is just a frightening statistic. He's had 2 horses run poorly in the last 3 months. Everything else has hit the frame, and the vast majority of those have been winners. So really, a trainer, you've got to give a huge amount of respect to. His horses are very well placed, and this is clearly a potential superstar.
I think if there's one generation we know what we're talking about in Saudi Arabia, it's a 2-year-old thoroughbred generation. We've seen some good horses. We've seen our Motorhead come out on top in a thriller against Dahi a couple of weeks ago. They're 2 top-class performers. Where would you rank this horse, Awakad, and Commissioner Dan in behind those, as all horses who are imports who can make a real difference?
It'll be interesting to see what the handicapper makes. This is a very good time, 1 minute 39 dead. And as you said, the winner was winning hands and heels. When the winning jockey says one of the best, he didn't have to think too hard about it. And he's ridden some of the better 2-year-olds this season as well. So this, and again, Lucas Gaitan is not about getting his horses out there in June and July and Taif to win nice races. He's about getting them right at the right time of the year. And this horse, as I said, I was just really impressed by that day because I thought it was a strong race. You can make excuses for the horse who finished 3rd that day, but he was in a proper race.
Boost the form for higher zoom in that other one, doesn't it?
And he really stuck his neck out and looked good that day.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with our winning trainer.
I am indeed with the man, the myth, the legend, Lucas Gaitan. Congratulations, Lucas. It looks like you might have a Derby horse in your hands.
Thank you, Jamila. Yes, he's a very good horse. First time out, he ran a mile. Many people were, first time out in a mile. But it's a horse that needs distance, minimum mile. He did great that day, beating good horses. And today he was even better, I think. Yeah.
And were you expecting that from his training at home? Did you think that he might be a champion horse?
Well, it's a horse that we started training in Taif. Alex was riding him in the mornings. He said he can be a good one, probably. But he does what you ask. He doesn't do more. So that's why, first time out, we wanted to see what he can do. And he did great. Today, even better. And yeah, probably Saudi Derby would be the dream. For 3-year-old imported horses is the ideal race. The race we all want to run and win. So we'll see.
And what are you going to do with him now for the rest of the season? What's the next step?
We don't know yet. We will have to gather with the team, with His Highness, and then we will see what is best for him. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Lucas. Well done.
Thank you.
And now we will throw back to our commentator, Darren Owen, for the runners and riders of this next race.
Thanks, Shamila. Yes, we're over a mile. We've got fillies in action here. We've got the older generation. Number 1 is Ajaba Tom and Tariq Al Mansour. Number 2 is Montena and Ali Al Mutim. Number 3, No It's Time and Ahmed Al Azuri. Number 4 is Israj and Alexis Marino. Number 5, Libby Ami Fawaz Nawas. Number 6 is Felicia Beach. Mohammed Al Daham. Adele Al Faredi rides number 7, Rouge et Noir. 8, Mother Country, and Ricardo Ferreira. Number 9, over the page, is Dream Biz, and Dream Biz is partnered by Abdullah Al Said. Number 10, Punda Maria and Ali Al Mimouni, and 11 is Clodavia, and that one partnered by Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 11 of them to go to post for race 10.
Thank you very much, Darren, as we only have 11 in this race 10 contest, and we're looking for a hat-trick of menu horses if Israj can do the work today.
Yes, it'll be not a unique feat, I wouldn't have thought, but always a notable one. The menu horses have done very well. It's nice to be able to show the video footage of the major contenders beforehand, so when the horses from the VT clips are competitive, that's always good to see for the viewers as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, let's go through these in this Open Fillies contest. Age Jabaton is horse number 1.
2 poor runs this season, 1 from 24 overall, no thank you.
I quite like Montana, horse number 2.
Yeah, won a course and distance not to 75 2 starts back. This is probably a little bit tougher. But fifth, the Musher Jumbo over a mile and a quarter on Saturday. This is a quick turnaround. I thought that was a pretty decent effort in a strong race on Saturday. Up to a rating of 18 now, Montana. And if this doesn't come too soon, she's competitive.
No, it's time. Might find all this a bit too much.
It's definitely not time for no, it's time.
Israj, the horse that we've already mentioned from the menu, string of second places in the career now.
Well, you've put her on the menu, but you were pretty negative about her essentially on that, saying she's disappointing. But you know, she's won 9 races. She's been a bit of a win machine over the years, Israj, but it's been a little bit of a while between drinks for her as well. 5 lengths second to notation in the Phillies Open over a mile and a quarter last time out. I would say on that evidence that the drop to a mile would help her, but she does have form over further going back. Her wins have come between a mile and 2,100 metres, so you know the trip shouldn't be an issue for her. But she's maybe harder to win with than she used to be.
Libya Me is a horse who was a prolific winner in the UK, but not quite the same in Saudi Arabia.
No, 4 wins at up to a mile in the UK, both on turf and on the all-weather, but faces a tough task on what she's shown so far on the dirt. She might do better when she switches to grass here.
Yeah, Felicia Beach is horse number 6.
Yeah, again, no superstar. Was a winner at Chepstow and Southwell for Johnny Portman, but has a bit to find on the form that she's been showing in Saudi Arabia so far.
The last run was definitely a best effort in Saudi Arabia, wasn't it?
Yeah, Felicia Beach just gives the impression that she's gradually getting to grips with it, but even at her best, even the best of her UK form would give her a little bit to find in this contest.
Here's your 1,000 championship winner back in 22, Rouge et Noir.
Rouge et Noir is very interesting. As she said, she won the 1,000 championship. She won the Ministry of Sports Cup as well. And she finished 3rd in her final start at Riyadh in the spring. The slight question mark for her was she ran at Taif mid-season and ran appallingly.
Yeah, and wasn't seen since.
And hasn't been seen since. So that's a slight question mark. But, you know, she's a classic winner, essentially, and a rating of 93 gives her a big chance if she can show that form again.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye?
Well, I've just been running all around the parade ring trying to catch my horse, but they have just gone onto the track there now. And I think Alex Moreno could go for a hat-trick in this race on horse number 4, Israj, who is also my paddock selection. There she is, just heading down the track now, very nice and calmly, under Alex Moreno for the Naif Al-Mandil stables, who tend to do really well in these big races at the end of the cards. This race is worth 36,000 Saudi Riyal. She was 2nd last time out and 5th the 2 times before that, so fairly good this season. And relatively always in the placing, so I really think that she could go really well there. A horse that I also really like the look of is horse number 7, Rouge et Noir, the highest rated horse in the race at 93, 14th last time out. But as we've seen previously, horses do tend to take a few runs to warm up here, so possibly will do better this run or the next run after that. But I will be sticking with Israj, and fingers crossed for Alex Moreno.
Yes, let's have a look at a couple of these in action. Israj will be the one we're going to take a peek at. That's her just going down to post, and this is her finishing 2nd last time out here. I think we were here on this day when she finished 2nd, Rory, and I think she let me down on that occasion.
Yeah, I think that's probably why you're remembering. And Notation had a proven stamina here, and
he stayed all day, didn't he?
Notation stayed on really well to win. But in fairness, at her best, Israj stays very well. She showed plenty of speed here. You're just looking at this race, you'd say the drop back and trip would help her. She's being caught by the others,
one of them
close
being
home
Montana
as well. And on balance, that was a disappointing effort given her rating. But overall, given what she's done, you have to respect her chances. But I don't think she's running to her mark at the moment. The question is, the one who's got a higher mark, Rouge et Noir, has got a big question mark over her form at the moment as well.
Let's talk about the horse after Rouge et Noir, Mother Country, number 8. I noticed her in the parade ring, not the best movie you'll ever see.
No, Naif Al-Mandil trains Ricardo Ferreira on board, but she's been disappointing of late. And even if she went back to her best form, she would struggle a little bit here. Daughter of Dawn Approach, and you know she's bred to be half decent. She just hasn't been at her best for a while.
And remember, Nathan Mandil also trains Israj, and Alex Moreno, who will be his #1 jockey, has picked that horse. So I think the jockey.
Yeah, you don't need to be a genius to work out why Alex Moreno has chosen 9-time winner Israj rated 90 over dual winner and out of form Mother Country rated 70.
Absolutely. Now, number 9 is Dream Biz, a horse who we know and love on this channel.
Yes, Dream Biz has her place and did get her head in front, meeting 44 at Taif, but that was a first win, and that at that stage in 21 career starts, and beaten 3 times again since. And the balance of her form suggests that she's going to struggle to beat the best of these. She might get a minor position.
Punda Maria is a horse with a really eye-catching markings on her face, but she's not quite shown that same level of excitement on the track.
No, she's not from 10, and she's been well beaten in maidens, so she looks to be out of her depth here. She can find a race, Punda Maria, just not at this sort of level.
Yeah, Clodovia is number 11, rated 70, has the 1 career win, and is slightly trending in the right direction, would you say?
Yeah, I didn't particularly like the way Clodovia was behaving on the way. She got very warm, didn't she? So that was a little bit of a concern for me. Not been disgraced of late. She has place claims on what she did last time out, but I think she'll find a couple too strong, even if she wasn't getting so warm. And the fact that it's pretty cool today and she is getting hot is definitely a concern.
Yes, she'd be one of those that you sort of maybe would be looking elsewhere. I'm really intrigued by Rouge Et Noir in this race. I just think she's got the back form, which I'd say is arguably stronger than Israj's, and it's just that performance in Taif was so bad that you sort of have to say, well, did they either pull stumps there and go, okay, let's just wait for Riyadh, or there was something, or something was genuinely amiss.
Or maybe she just hated, the jockey got off and said she hated the track.
Yeah,
Taif isn't for everybody. Yeah. It is quite tight for some of these. And Rouge Et Noir, listen, she's getting 3 kilos from Israj as well, so she's 3 pounds clear on the ratings without taking the weight concession into consideration. So strictly speaking, she's got 9 pounds in hand here. 9 pounds in hand of a mare who arguably hasn't quite been running to her rating in recent runs, despite running respectably. So Rouge Et Noir, despite that awful run in time, it's too bad to be true, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's too bad to be true, and I'd have thought she's had plenty of time to get over it. This would be a good starting point for her here. I think it's now or never for her, and she does look well. And given the form, it's not just one run last season. The 1,000 Championship is a decent contest, but she also won the Ministry of Sports Cup as well. Either of those runs surely good enough to win this at the weights.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about selections as they're circling it at the start. Are you going to be with me on Rouge Et Noir?
Yeah, I'm with Rouge Et Noir, yeah.
So myself and Rory for Rouge Et Noir. Shamila likes Israj. Great to see everyone getting involved in the YouTube comments after the last race. We have to talk about Adil, who had the winner. Also, David had the winner. We'll ignore the fact that you were looking at another horse, David, and just say you were committing to number 13. It's fine, we won't tell anyone. So you guys, congratulations with a win. Jason Stevens was really bigging up Alex Moreno. I'm sure he's with Israj in this race for some more Moreno magic. David's going to go for number 3, Know It's Time, in this race. So it'll be interesting to see how that horse gets on. Obviously, it's been in pretty poor form recently, but no doubt every horse has its chance. But as the loading process begins, myself and Rory are going for Rouge Et Noir, Shamila is going for Israj, and David is going for Know It's Time. Darren Owen, it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, so they are loading for race 10 here, and 11 strong lineup going into the starting stalls as we look at horse number 5, Libby and Me. So this is a race for the fillies. This is number 3, Know It's Time. Know It's Time goes in. So well through the loading up process, just a handful to go forward now. Mom Tenan, number 2, goes in. I think Israj may be one of the last ones. Israj is in. Mother Country goes in. That's it. Ready. They're off. and they're racing over a mile. And Libya Me was probably the slowest one to gather stride and away smartly as Know Its Time, who's up along the inside of Israj and showing up prominently. Dream Biz, who's racing about 4 or 5 wide as they cover the first 200 meters. Punda Maria is fairly wide, not as wide as Claudia Via. So they go on down the far side. The one detached is Ajabatom. Ajabatom is several lengths detached at present. So down the far side they go, and it's Know Its Time on the inside running rail, being followed by Israj, and the red colours of Dream Biz. That one 3 wide, 4 wide is Punda Maria. Widest of all is Claudia Via. The leaders are then being chased down the far side by Rouge et Noir in mid-division. Mother Country is trying to go right around the field. Felicia Beach is hunting them up as they leave the back straight behind them. And the last 2 at the moment are Mumtena and Ajabatom. Heading now towards the turn into the straight, and it is Israj on the inside running rail from Claudia Via. Israj by a length and a half. Claudia Via in second place. Felicia Beach is in third. Mother Country, Rouge et Noir all trying to get into the mix, followed by Mumtena, and they're homeward bound. It's Israj the leader. Israj, here comes Rouge et Noir on the wide outside. Purple jacket in the centres. Felicia Beach, they run meters on the wide outside. Oh, apologies there. Lost the pictures towards the end of that race. But Israj, number 4, has gone on to take the money. Israj really running on strongly towards the end. Rouge et Noir came with that big effort down the wide outside. Looked at danger. Montena's on the inside, but for Israj as well at 1 minute 40.05. 1 minute 40.05. Number 4, Israj, or just doing enough towards the finish. Number 7, Rouge et Noir in second, 1 minute 40.13. That one time, and third, number 2, Montena. Those 3 kicking several lengths clear of Felicia Beach. 4, 7, 2 and 6. 4, 7, 2 and 6. Israj the winner. Half a length and a neck. Half a length and a neck where the winning margins. Israj goes on to win race number 10.
Alexis Mourinho, you miss me?
A little bit. مبروك to Abdullah Seven Fahad and Abdulaziz, Fehan, Salman, Naif, everyone. Oh, she's perfect today. Oh, the pace was a little bit fast, just staying behind a little. After 600, just doing what I like to do. Thank you, honey.
A hat trick for Alex Moreno on the first day of the weekend, and that's 12 winners now in 4 days. Can anybody stop Alex Moreno? Well, I hope not, because I love talking to Alex post-race. He gives a great insight to his horses, and you know, he doesn't usually ride Israj. Israj is usually ridden by the second or third stable jockeys for the Almondale stables, but I think Alex definitely chose right today by choosing Israj. This 5-year-old Bay filly by Helmet out of Nozhar has added a 10th win to her name in 30 runs. So Really, really good to see. Rated 90. She is in the older division, so it will be interesting to see what her plans are for the remainder of the season and the season to come as well. But absolutely no bother to her carrying 62 kilos. That is a kilo heavier than everyone else, the next person in the race. And she jumped out of stall number 4 as well. So really good to see. And Fayhan Al-Mendil is here as well. Just gave Alex a big hug and a kiss, which is very, very much deserved. So everybody in the Al-Mendil team is absolutely delighted with that. And yet again, talking to my favorite jockey, Alex Marino, for a hat trick.
Just so happy. And thank you. What I have to say.
That's 12 winners in 4 days, by the way.
Wow, a lot. Well, I'm doing well. That's good.
And tell me a little about Israj. Like, you don't usually ride her in the races. Usually there's other horses that you choose over her, but you chose well today.
Yes, you know, they gave me the chance today. So she was a good performance. She did well today.
And she carried the weight well as well, didn't she? 62 kilos.
Yeah, she carried the weight. She almost have 10 wins now. So she carried the weight above always.
And tell me what you were thinking in the last 400 meters as well.
Well, I think she was winning far away. But in the last 150, she just stopped a little bit. So I was afraid a little. But when she saw the filly come from outside, she gave me a little bit more.
Now, I want to talk quickly about the Jockeys Championship table. Do you think that you have an in now? I mean, you're rolling in like winners every single day now.
Well, I hope it's difficult, you know. Camilo, he's fly away. I think 90 wins. Wow, it's so difficult. But I'm trying my best, you know.
Still, we have until March, you know.
Yeah, you know, we have 3 months, or more than 3 months, so nobody knows.
Well, very best of luck for that. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Nobody knows what's going to happen in the Jockeys Championship, and we look back at the 2-year-old race, as we can just see here. It was a very impressive performance, so I'm happy to see it again. Al-Wakad doing the business there in impressive style. That was Alex's second win of the day. He's actually now going to make it a hat-trick, which is really good to see aboard Israj. And we were keen to take Israj on, Rory, but everything sort of fell her way, and she managed to come out on top today.
Yeah, I mean, it's, on paper, it looked largely a match between her and Rouge et Noir. Rouge et Noir was coming off a break and coming off a disappointing run in Taif. But the story of this race really was that Israj was always very well positioned, just behind the early leader, Know Its Time, who was hard to fancy on paper, but set the race up nicely, and Alex was immediately in second place. It was tougher for Adele Al-Faradi on Rouge et Noir in the Czech colours.
It was Mother Country that proved the issue, because Rouge et Noir, Adele wants to go down the inside, doesn't get there. Then he wants to go wide, Mother Country's there. Look, he's angling to get to the rail here, and he's not going to get there, and he's pinned, and he now has to make a decision, because Dream Biz is going to fall into his lap.
Yeah, and he's looking for a run again on the inside. It doesn't come out. So he ended up having to go widest of all to get into contention. And when he does pull wide, he pulls wide of Mother Country, who's the stable companion of the winner, of course, as well, and makes really eye-catching headway straight afterwards. But in doing so, he's done a bit of running, and she has given a big head start to Israj. So she's now racing before Israj has to. Israj has built up a bit of a lead. That looks like it's going to be crucial at this stage. But as you hear Alex say in that interview, she just pulls herself up in front briefly and looks like she's going to be vulnerable after the race seemed to be won. Just idles. Here she just pulls herself up and isn't going forward. And it's only when the runner-up gets to her quarters that she picks up again and just does enough to hold off that strong late challenge of Rouge et Noir, who was unlucky in the run.
We could see how the tactic fell with Mother Country and Israj, because you just saw the instructions there from the assistant trainer, getting involved there and saying, look, this is how we're going to run it. You're going to stick out wide, and Alex is just going to take the front and make it easy. But make it difficult for Rouge et Noir. Yeah. And they've pulled off those instructions to perfection.
Well, yeah, they'll be very happy with how that has panned out, and I think Adele Al-Faradi will be very annoyed at how it's panned out, because as you see from the overhead shot, he had to switch his position multiple times before he ended up getting that run, and that's clearly cost him. It's cost him momentum, it's cost him ground, it's cost him an ability to ride the race as he wanted to as well. He had to ride according to need to get a position, whereas Alex is always able to make his own way home at the pace he wants to go on the eventual winner, and there was virtually nothing between them at the line.
Yeah, and I think Adel Al-Faradi will be slightly disappointed with that, and I think he could say he was probably on the best horse in the race. Take nothing away from Montana, who ran another big race, absolutely loves this trip. I think they're going to stick to the mile with that one from now on, because clearly this is where Montana is thriving, and she nearly made it nearly got her third win of the season. And if you look at her from here, she's the grey horse with the black noseband. She's working hard here, but she just keeps finding and finding and finding, passes Libya Me down the straight, and then goes to the rail.
She's straightforward. She was turned out quickly and she'd run a race again. I thought she ran pretty well at the weekend. That was in a tough enough contest behind Musher Jumbo. Her win came in at a 0-75 handicap over this course and distance 2 starts ago. But yeah, she seems to be going from strength to strength. How quickly she once turned out on the back of this, having her second race in a week, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, she's in the form of her life right now. She wasn't entitled to get quite as close as she did in the end, but she's a filly in very good form.
She is in good form indeed. Another person who is in great form is Darren Owen, and he can take us through the runners and riders for our penultimate contest.
11th race on today's card is over 1,800 metres. 3-year-olds in action here. Let's have a look at the full field of runners. Number 1 is Zalawia, 2 Azal, 3 is Karia. Number 4 Mokatlef Liea, 5 is Al Warak, 6 is Al Manasa, 7 Zircon, 8 Al Nui Al Aili, and then over the page we have got number 9, that is Model Al A's. Number 10 is Unitarian, 11 Minera Doro, 12 Golden Sul. Number 13 is Kyrian. Number 14, Queen Stride. 15, Northern Diplomat. 16 is Wild Rover. And then we move on to number 17, Taj Al Mahassan. 18 is Esmahili Yel Garam. 19, Mikdam Al Saad. And number 20 here is Nael.
Thank you, Darren. 20 going to post here, all 20 doing it. An interesting race here. It's the maiden for 3-year-olds. We're going over 800 metres, which is the distance of what race?
Oh, the Saudi Cup.
Yeah, let's go. Saudi Cup distance, 1,800 metres. A little bit of a tricky distance to find a sort of speciality at. So we've got a few horses here who have been tried at different trips and now trying the 1,800 metres. And I think we both like a horse in Al Manasa, who has already performed well at this trip.
Yes, he ran his best race, but next second to Tud Al Sharaf in a course and distance maiden 5 weeks ago. That was on his first start for a new yard. It was definitely an upturn in form. You can argue he's had 10 chances and not got his head in front, but I thought it was his best race. And starting out for a new stable as well, I thought was very significant. Those who finished behind him that day haven't done an awful lot for the form since, but
they were a mile clear of the rest of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that, to be perfectly honest.
Well, let's make our way down. Zalawia is horse at number 1.
Newcomer. As far as I can tell, the dam, although unraced, is out of the Park Hill Stakes winner, Missile Song. Who was very useful for Clive Britton back in the day.
My favourite race of the year, Park Hill Stakes.
It's the Filly St Ledger. Yeah. But yeah, you'd have thought on that pedigree she'd want a little bit of time and distance. Azal, number 2, has had 3 starts and hasn't shown a great deal, which you're told by a rating of 45, quite frankly.
Care number 3.
Not from 9 so far. Bits of form in Taif. Last season, but more bad runs than good ones, and ran poorly on his return to Riyadh last time out.
Mokhtalef Lelgeya is number 4.
Did hint at ability on day, only had the 1 run, hinted at ability when 9th in a 7 furlong maiden here in January. could leave that form behind, but of course, you know, that's going back a while as well and is entitled to need this run anyway.
Al Warak is number 5.
The best he has managed to date is 8th, which was last time out. Trying trips between a mile and a mile and a quarter. This seems to be the right sort of trip for the son of make-believe, but he hasn't shown enough to be interested in.
We've already talked about Al Nather, so Zircon, number 7, a horse we know and love on the channel.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of Zircon placed in 3 consecutive maidens at different trips before finishing unplaced on her last couple of races. Was in a non-winners of 2 last time out, and I would have thought she'd benefit from dropping back in class here, but needs to dig out a little bit more, but has place claims, given that she's usually there or thereabouts.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who has caught your eye today?
It is our penultimate race of the evening, and horse number 12, Golden Soul, has caught my eye in this race under Fahad Al-Faredi. Fahad is chasing a double since he has already had a winner today in the Arabian race. And I just think this is the best looking horse in the parade ring by far. 5th last time out for Shala Al-Dehani. He is a 3-year-old colt by Golden Sense out of LDA Clark. Really impressive, sporting some blinkers today, and just has really nice, well-defined, rounded hindquarters, as we've said many a time, that you need that in dirt racing to get through this dirt here. But also Camila Ospina's mount as well, horse number 11, is looking really nice in the parade ring. Super consistent this season as well in his 2 runs. However, I will be sticking with Golden Soul. 2 horses that were a little bit of a question mark for me was horse number 15, Northern Diplomat, a little bit chunky, carrying a bit too much condition for my liking, and horse number 5 as well. Also a horse that I forgot to mention that is a bit of an eye catcher in the ring is horse number 6, the mount of Naif Al-Anazi, 2nd last time out. Definitely fit and ready for the run. However, I will be sticking with Fahad Al-Faredi and Golden Soul in this contest.
Well, Shamila, those who like Golden Soul will be very happy with your selection, because you are cooking on gas right now, aren't you? I'm sure you've had 3 or 4 winners today, so well done. Let's have a look at Mineria Doro. This was the performance 2nd time out. Sorry, let me get this correct. This was a performance on debut where it looked like he'd gone and won the race and faded in the final strides. Within a tough race next time out, but certainly I wouldn't say this horse is without a chance now over 1,800 metres for the first time.
No, did plenty on the front end this day, and really could have won anywhere up until the last 50 metres and just weakening out of things. But it was a tight finish between the front 4 that day, and as you said, into open company next time out was a big step up. So you'd expect him to be on the premises back at this sort of level, and with 1,800 metres likely to suit as well.
Golden Soul is the other horse we'll look at. This was 5th placed effort on his only start so far. Again, looks front ranked up there and faded, almost very similar to what we've just seen.
Yeah, this was over a mile. You can see he's tired because he's rolling around in the closing stages and ends up losing a couple of positions. Beaten 5 3/4 lengths in the end by Al Khwarizmi, who gets that run up the rail to win. But I thought he was a fair bit better than the bare result. He really was punch drunk at the end of this.
Yeah.
Now the question is whether you believe that's stamina, whether you believe it's fitness on the day. I thought for me it was fitness. Racing his nerves a little bit, and his lab has gone a lot for the run.
Yeah, so you'll be hoping both of those horses can step forward here. Shall we carry on through them, or do you just want to look at ones you think have got chances?
No, you can ask me.
Let's carry on through them. Model Alaise, horse number 9.
Number 9 has shown just a modicum of promise in 3 runs to date. Rating of 50 would be better off in handicaps.
Unitarian, number 10.
Looking exposed now after 7 starts, and I thought he was opposable on balance of form. His last run was disappointing.
We've already looked at 11 and 12, so Karain, number 13.
Heading over the page, Karain was below form last time out, and even if he does come back to the form he was showing before, he's got no easy task at the weights, with his official rating of 56.
Northern Diplomat is a bit of a chunky monkey, according to Shamila, but he's number 15 here.
Yeah, he's coming off a bit of a break, and it looks like he's going to need the run. He did run He ran okay on his middle start at Thai, finishing 5th and meeting 19, but either side of that he was disappointing, and he's the kind of horse who does tend to need a run after a break anyway.
Wild Rover's an interesting runner, number 16, only second start in Saudi.
No, it's his third. It's his fourth start in Saudi.
Oh, is it? Sorry, I've got that wrong.
He showed a bit of form as a juvenile for Jcsa Harrington. He was placed in a second over 6 furlongs at Naas. He was in the frame otherwise in some reasonably good maidens, but 19th and 18th in 2 runs last season here, and although he finished a little bit closer, I would have expected better of him last time out than 13th, suggesting he hasn't really acclimatised to racing in Saudi Arabia.
More time. Taj Al Mahassan is horse number 17.
Has no solid form to speak of, Taj Al Mahassan, so not of interest here.
Esmali Yalgara is horse number 18.
Recent efforts have been poor, not running terribly well at Taif, and then switched here and finished 17th on her seasonal reappearance at this track, which makes her hard to fancy.
Miqdam Al Saad, number 19.
Has a bit more natural ability. Runner up in a 6 furlong maiden here a year ago. Unfortunately, 3 runs since haven't been at the same sort of level. So that one good run is a standout on his card now. He needs to prove that he can repeat it.
And finally, Nayal, number 20.
Ran okay. I mean, has had 2 runs. Ran okay on debut and finishing 7th, but took a backward step again at a mile next time, and he's been off almost a year since. So he's got a bit to prove at the moment now.
So as they come down towards the start, I'm still going to go for Al Maneza here. I think this horse has got a massive chance. I know not from 10, but I thought that run last time over course of distance was just too good not to get involved with. So my selection, nice and early doors here. Horse number 6, Al Maneza.
Well, we slightly randomly talked about this right at the top of the show, just before we went on air, and I thought this is a really tough race. But I did like one. We turned out to like the same horse. In saying that, listen. Golden Soul is interesting, and Minero Doro is interesting. They both look good. They're good, solid types who should improve with racing. So I do respect their chances. But I did end up going in here with Al Naser. I thought he was an improved performer for a new stable, and I thought it was a very good run last time out. Hopefully he can build on that.
So myself and Rory like Al Maneza, and Shamila likes Golden Soul. I must admit, when I saw Golden Soul, I wasn't too taken with the performance. I thought he just looked very tired. And
he did look very tired. Yes, I mean, but he'd done a lot of running in the early part of that race. I think the question with him was how ready was he for debut. We've seen a horse very similarly earlier on today, who faded quite badly in the last furlong of a race when strength and fitness weren't really there, but the stamina. You could easily look at that and go, well, the horse clearly hasn't stayed the trip. No, if you're not fit, you will weaken later on. And I think we might be looking at the same sort of thing here with Golden Soul. Minero Doro was in the same sort of boat, looked sure to go very, very close on debut over shorter and didn't get home. But I don't think there's any lack of stamina with Minero Doro, just needed a run or two to get fit. I think it's not always a positive with the white stable runners when they step markedly up in class next time out, because then when they drop back in class, the confidence can be shot. Some of them, it either makes a man of them and they go, oh right, this is what racing's all about, and suddenly they're wiser and older next time they run and they show what they can do. And some of them are just, with eyes wide open, looking absolutely shell-shocked like they've been in the front lines. So it's difficult to know from that. You've got to look at the demeanour before the race. I would have to say that Minero Doro's demeanour was very positive here, so I wouldn't be putting you off his chances based on what he's done in his 2 starts. And it's maybe a better race than I thought it was at the start of the day. Yeah,
there's Golden Soul just going through shot there. Queen Stride, horse number 14. I was quite impressed with the run on penultimate start. He sort of snuck his way into, she sort of snuck her way into my thoughts by Blame.
Yeah.
You've got to give it the accent whenever
yes. The Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Yeah, broke a few hearts that day, Blame. And isn't a bad sire. The Queen Stride, listen, I was slightly below form last time out, but it was a more encouraging effort over course and distance before that. So I would give Queen Stride half a chance here. in a race where a lot of them don't make a huge amount of appeal.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a few of these that you can wipe out, and there's a couple of these that you end up sort of trying to pick between them. And that's sort of been the theme today, hasn't it? With a lot of these races, these maiden contests, you're looking at horses who you think, oh, that's not got a chance, that's not got a chance, and then suddenly you're left with 4 and you can't split them.
Yes, and every now and again you'll get the horse who's just very lightly raced, who you might have ruled out because the bare form of a debut run doesn't give him a great chance. But then you're up against, realise you're up against very exposed swords who you don't really trust to go and win a race,
absolutely.
and you have to circle back and get those inexperienced horses in your shortlist.
And the form has been working out today. We've seen plenty of horses who we've tipped up beforehand have run very well, all gone on to win. Shamila's been on fire. You, Rory, you've been cooking as well. I've been sort of
simmering,
hanging around. But as the loading commences, let's go through the selections one more time. So Shamila likes Golden Soul, that's horse number 12, and myself and Rory like Almanesa, horse number 6. Shamila also wanted to give a positive mention to Almanesa as well, who she thought looked good in the parade ring, while a negative mention to Northern Diplomat, who she thought looked a little bit chubby. So 12 and 6 are the ones to have a look at. David likes number 16, Wild Rover, a horse trying to build up from some pretty okay form in Ireland and needs to sort of get adjusted and acclimatised.
Yeah, listen, on the ratings he's got a big chance, but his ratings are based on his juvenile form in Ireland, and he needs to show that he can repeat that. It is possible. I mean, a lot of horses get lost a little bit when they come here. It's a different environment, different climates.
That's Almanesa.
Hello.
Being rather difficult with the old ear twitch in, but in we go. So now with Almanesa all loaded up fine, Rory and I can take a breath and hand over to Darren Owen.
Al Warak's about to go in, so too is Azal, and that is Al Warak going forward. Red jacket of Azal, number 2. And now to the lines drawn on the far side is Mikdam Al Saad. And also Model Al A's is another one to load. On the extreme outside, Esmahili Yelgaram, number 18, has gone in. We're about set here, 20 of them, over 1,800 meters. Obviously these horses are getting a bit fidgety. And they're racing, so they race over the trip of 1,800 meters, and away smartly was Kareen, and going down the center of the course is Unitarian, who's showing up brightly, and Azal is up along the inside, and to the wide outside is Mikdam Al Saad as they link onto the main track. So as they go down the far side, here comes Northern Diplomat to take a strong hold as well in the firing lines with Northern Diplomat and Mikdam Al Saad. Those two showing up there with up along the inside Unitarian. Green and white colours then towards the outside. That is Nael. Just in behind the leaders is Taj Al Mahasen, and the leading few then are being tracked by Wild Rovers in the purple silks, with Zalawiya next in the field, and to the inner is Kaher, and out wide Taj Al Mahasen. Back in mid-division, just been noted along now is Al Warak as they head now towards the turn. So running towards the final bend, and up along the inside running rail is Northern Diplomat in company with the black and yellow checks of Mikdam Al Saad. Those two together. Zalawiya is just in behind them as they now head towards the final turn. Heading to home, Wild Rover is in around about 5th place, trying to stay on, with Minero Doro next in the field. They're homeward bound, and it is Mikdam Al Saad who's got the lead. Mikdam Al Saad is now in front down the outside. Wild Rover is coming home really well. Far side Minero Doro also flashing home. So it is Mikdam Al Saad on the near side. Here's Wild Rover. Minero Doro, the grey on the far side. Wild Rover trying to claim the lead from the determined Mikdam Al Saad. Mikdam Al Saad, Wild Rover, they hit the line together. That's close. Minero Doro is back in third. Good finish. Good finish, and there they hit the line together. So it is 19 and 16 or 16 and 19, take your pick here. 16 Wild Rover, 19 Mikdam Al Saad would not lie down. Number 11 Minero Doro is up along the inside running rail. That was the horse that was staying on in third place behind the principals, trying to get into the race. Or one or two others just trying to close in with Almanesa, I think probably in fourth place. There's the photo. Heads up, heads down. Wild Rover and Mikdam Al Saad. They are the two. Wild Rover number 16, number 19 Mikdam Al Saad. I'm hearing that Wild Rover has won. 16 Wild Rover has won. 19 Mikdam Al Saad second. 11 Minero Doro third. 6 Al Nasa in fourth place. 1 minute 55.48. 1 minute 55.48. The winning time. No surprise to hear that the winning distance is a nose. Those two coming pretty close together there as they headed towards the finish. So Wild Rover is the winner. Great finish of the day. A nose and 1 1/4 lengths. A nose and 1 1/4 lengths. 16, 19, 11, 6 and 5.
What a lovely sight there. Young Mohamed Al Nasser is our winning jockey, and celebrations all round for that young man who has done well to guide Wild Rover to his first career success, not only in Saudi Arabia but also in Ireland. He was a maiden in Ireland and had been a maiden in Saudi, and has now got his first win on the board.
Yeah, he had some good form in Ireland, but he hadn't translated that. Just to give you an idea of what he was doing, he finished fourth on his final start for Jessica Harrington behind a horse called Victoria Road, who you may remember went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf later that season. That was a couple of years ago. And yeah, he was the son of Saxon Warrior, was very disappointing here last year. Just hadn't acclimatised. Did a little bit better on his return, but clearly with that sighter, he's showing a lot more like the form that he was showing in Ireland. Still probably hasn't quite come to that level yet, but that was very good.
I think the claim of 4 kilos from Mohamed Al Nasser may have done all the difference there in such a tight finish there with a nose. But you mentioned there was clearly some interference from the second anyway. So had he not won the race on the track, he probably would have won it in the steward's room. Yeah,
Mikdam Al Saad came across him in the closing stages. And I think if the photo had gone the other way, I think this would have been overturned. You can see that he was unbalanced. No, it was pretty close to the line, in fairness, but he was coming to grab Mikdam Al Saad anyway, and the runner-up almost got back up on the nod, but I think that would have been an unfair result. But the young lad looks absolutely delighted.
He was celebrating before he got to the line.
He can't be older than 17.
No,
yeah, I mean, he's clearly, obviously claiming 4 kilos, judging by the weigh in there.
Yeah, still waiting to see those published, but I'm sure we'll get those sooner rather than later. Just find out, because I think that would have been a key line of form here for Wild Rover. That you've got the back form in Ireland. He's shown nothing here so far, but you've got a 4 kilo claim on board, so he's actually only carrying 54, which throws him right into the mix.
Yeah, and he was. Listen, he was. It was just a question with him of when he would get used to this very, very different racing. Been racing in turf in Ireland for Jesse Harrington. Came out here, maybe in retrospect, it might have been better just to give him time just to fully acclimatise before racing him here, but it's done him no harm. He's got his head in front now, and he's now off on what's liable to be quite a decent handicap mark as well going forward. So they should find him pretty easy to place from here on. Of those in behind, Minero Doro got outpaced at a crucial stage, then stayed on again to briefly threaten to get past everything again, but finished a good third.
We experienced the full range of emotions with Almanesa, didn't we?
We did. Well, ended up finishing fourth, but he gave. I mean, we were off before he showed he was difficult at the start. He didn't want to go in the stalls.
There he is, Nath at the bottom of the screen.
And he's had to come from an awful position. He's made a lot of ground wide. The horse is never helping Nath at any part of the race, though. He's always wanting to hang in and be difficult. And Nath has managed to get him into fourth place. And I think that's probably one of his finest rides of the season.
He had to literally turn the horse in and out to keep him interested.
Yeah, well. He's all he wanted to do was hang in behind other horses, and the only way Nath could make progress was managing to get him widest on the track. But even then, he had horses coming across him, and he's ended up finishing very strongly. But the horse was bone idle, and he's clearly not one to trust on this evidence. Has the ability to win races. Was definitely helped, sweetened up by switching stables, as difficult horses can be. First run for a new yard is like, oh, this is different, and they'll look a lot sweeter. Second time up, although he's run to the same level of form, he hasn't looked at all cooperative, and he's one to be a little bit wary of.
Yeah, I think he's one to probably stay away from. You see, he actually broke quite nicely, but ended up well out the back of the field. You see your eventual runner-up there, who is Mikdam Al-Sad, who's broken well and been front ranked almost all the way through there.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's run a very good race in the circumstances. Mikdam Al-Sad came here with a rating of 60. It was disappointing on his return, but he was coming back off a long break last time. As we said, he had a standout piece of form as well, was second in a 6-furlong maiden going back a year ago, and just hadn't repeated that form. But again, he's come back to that form, maybe helped again possibly by a wide draw, in that he didn't have to fight his way through horses in the early stages, saw that he could do things at his own pace, and has run a much better race as a result. But I think horses like that, when things don't go their way, can drop the lot fairly quickly as well.
Yeah, special shout out to David, who had the winner, and to Adnan Awan, who had the third as well. So we're all up there with our selections, but Darren Owen can take us through the runners and riders for our lucky last.
Yes, 2,000 metres, the trip for our 12th and final race of the day for Saudi Breds. Number 1 is Carrier Hom. Number 2, Roman Al Hama. Number 4, Amte. Note the 3 horse is out. Number 5 is Al Montaesh. 6, Mazrud. 7 is Akko Mabari. And 8, Asaeb. Number 9, that's Mil Baroud. 10, Abba Al-Hum. 11, Yawi. 12 is Al-Habrazi. 13, Anis Al-Jaliz. 14, Elm Wabel. And 15 is Elam Al-Samwawi. Number 15 there, Eselam Al-Masawi. Number 3, the non-runner. So 3 is out. 2,000 metres, Saudi Breds, race 12.
Yeah, thank you very much, Darren, for taking us through the runners and riders. And yes, we go without number 3, but the rest of them take their place in this open contest over 2,000 metres. Rory, this is technically, on ratings, the best race of the day. However, it's very hard to find a class angle here.
Yeah, it's tight. There's the question marks maybe over the very best horses in this race, and unlike. Listen, the best race we saw on this card was race 9, because it was full of unexposed and improving potentially exciting horses. These are more exposed in this open contest. But it's a tough race to rule too many out of, and a tough race to find out an outstanding one in. But it's worth going through them all.
Let's go top to bottom. Carahon, number 1.
Below form in handicaps this season, since finishing third in a Jcsa award contest behind Intagene in Taif back in meeting 51. But those have been tough races, and I wouldn't be ruling Carahon out in this open.
Roman Alomar is horse number 2.
2 runs here have been disappointing in recent weeks. I think others preferred On Balance. He'd have a rating of 71 anyway, hasn't run to that in his last 2 starts, and very much needs to bounce back.
Amte is number 3. Number 4, Amte.
Amte's number 4, yeah. Second in a mile and a half Jcsa award in Taif. It was only 8th here last time out, but I thought he'd come forward for that run, which was over 1,800 metres. The 2,000 suits him better. He stays 2,400 well.
Yeah, the number 5 is Almonteash.
Doesn't look out of place looks-wise, but does in terms of form. Hard to fancy.
Number 6, Masroud.
Yeah, Masroud, we just see him walking around behind us. He's got the ability to be involved here. He's only 1 from 21 in his career. He was a good second in a 2,000-metre open at meeting 37 in Taif behind Abu Al-Nawamis. He hasn't gone on from that, and it's difficult to fancy on recent outings.
Akko Mubari, number 7.
Yeah, Akko Mubari is running perfectly well. Third in the Jcsa Board of Directors Cup on Saturday over this course and distance. He's got a big chance if he runs to that sort of form again. It's a quick turnaround, but he's rated 87. He's clearly in good form, as he showed with that excellent effort in a stronger race at the weekend, and if he repeats it, he'll be hard to beat.
Asare is horse number 8.
She finished third at a Fillies Open 2 starts back. And she had a tough She was in Cup company last time out, and it wasn't an easy race for her, finishing 8th. She should be more competitive, dropping back into this slightly easier open race.
She's the only mare in this field, isn't she? Mil Baroud is horse number 9.
Rated 62, 1 from 17 career, and he looks outclassed on recent form.
Abba Aloum is number 10, rated 55.
Rated 53. Was it up to,
it's gone up 55 now, pal.
He's got up 2 points for finishing 13th at the weekend. That seems like a strange one. Looks badly out of form at the moment. Whether he's 53 or 55, he's not going to be winning this race.
Yahweh is horse number 11.
Ran very badly on last week's return, but was coming back from a really long absence then. I've been off the track since about 2021. His last win was almost 4 years ago. So the question is how much ability remains with him.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Let's hear from you.
I'm very thankful it's the last race of the evening because it's absolutely freezing. Now, my last paddock selection is horse number 7, Akko Mubari, rated 85 under the mount of Ricardo Ferreira. And Ricardo has pretty much been on fire this weekend and last weekend as well, with a few winners and a few big winners in the big cup races for Thamar Al-Dehani as well. So he's definitely man of the moment and can get the job done. This 7-year-old colt for Prince Faisal bin Khalid, definitely one of the nicest looking horses in the parade ring, but I also have to give a shout out to horse number 12, trained by Abdulaziz Al-Hizabi, who's also looking really nice. Hopefully Louis Morales can finally get a winner on the board today as well. As for my paddock negatives, I've gone for horse number 2 and horse number 11 for carrying a little bit too much condition. But other than that, I am going to be sticking with the Red Stables Akko Mubari.
Right, Shamila, let's talk about Al-Habrazi, number 12.
Yeah, has a really good 95 and races at level weights with Akko Mubari. So having said Akko Mubari's got a very good chance of repeating his latest effort, you have to say that Al-Habrazi, on balance of form, if he can find his best form from last season, has got even stronger chances of that. It was only 13th last time out, and that was the second start of the season here, which is slightly off-putting for Al-Habrazi. But if you go back, he's a course and distance winner in good races, like the racetrack championship races. He won the initial racetrack championship and the final racetrack championship. I know they split those into divisions anyway, but they tend to be strong events. He won 2 of those a couple of seasons ago, was placed in Cup company last year.
Been for the three-year-old colts races, wouldn't they?
Yes, yeah, and obviously he's a 5-year-old now. And he doesn't need to find that form to win, but he does need to show that he's better than he showed last time out. If he's going to beat Aku Mobari, but he does have the best.
Aku Mobari right now.
Yeah, indeed we are.
This is an interesting performance because he comes from the absolute clouds to pick this up to finish third. And your only concern is we've seen a lot of horses run like this in their form previously who have not shown that same level tonight. So would you say maybe he needs to be a bit more positively ridden if he's to feature this evening, because we've seen a lot of horses not being able to come from off the pace?
It's the fact that it's a smaller field is a benefit. When you're racing in maximum field sizes, then it's difficult to pull off the tactics that he did there, and he looked fairly sluggish in the early stages before staying on very strongly. The fact that this comes quickly is probably no bad thing for him. He's a chunky sort who probably he is, and I think he's a type who thrives on work as well. So yeah, listen, he never looked like winning that race, and he stayed on strongly at the end. But he might just be sharper for it as well, and the fact that he's again not in a massive field will help him. But yeah, you might not like where he is at halfway, put it that way.
Another chunky monkey from the red stable again. Big, powerful individual there. That's number 13, Anis Al-Lajid.
And that's 85 rated and getting a kilo from the other two, so comes into the equation. Anis Al-Lajid is a course and distance winner of a non-winners of 3 in December last year. Third in the Al Imam Mohammed bin Saud Islamic University Cup over course and distance as well last season. Back to that sort of form gives him a chance, but is coming off a break.
Yeah, coming here first.
And given his size, I just wonder whether he might need the run.
Yeah, then their horses tend to. But we've seen a few big ones from the red stable go on and win first time up, haven't we? Who we've been surprised by. It's certainly, they tend to struggle with 2-year-olds first time up, but with the older horses, I wouldn't be so against them. Elm Wabel is horse number 14.
No show at all to date, really, from this one. Well enough bred, but not showing much on the racecourse.
Elam Al-Zmawi is horse number 15, the final horse we'll talk about.
Yeah, has good form going back. Third in the mile and a half open this time last year. Can be a little bit inconsistent. Best form arguably around a mile. Did win the Al Juf Regional Cup in 2022 as well. So has got a good back class. 7-year-old now. And again, coming off a break. Liable to be a little bit stuffy after a break as well, I would have thought, Elam Al-Samawi. So although he does have a couple of runs last year that give him a good chance of getting involved here, I wonder if he'll be sharp enough after that break.
So we've got 14 runners in this contest. 3 of them are from the red stable, which gives the red stable quite a good chance. David in the comments has said, red stable in this one. Well, then the other news, the sky is blue and water is wet. Of course the red stable have a good chance of this. They've got nearly a third of the field. So I think they've got a fairly good chance. I think Anis Al-Jali, sorry, I get that right eventually, horse number 13 is the one for me. I was really taken aback by how that horse looked, and I know the course and distance performer back in the day, rated 85, I think had a big chance. So I'm going to go for number 13.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Aku Mobari. I mean, there is a slight concern that A, he's backing up quickly anyway, but B, he got himself behind in that race before running on late in the day, and it might flatter him slightly. But he comes here fitter than most, and I think fitness has got to be a question mark for a couple of those that we mentioned who are coming off a fair layoffs. And Al-Habrazi should be fit after 2 runs, but went backwards from his reappearance, so he's just got a little bit to prove in terms of well-being. So I end up by process of elimination coming back to Aku Mobari.
Yeah, Al-Habrazi is an interesting one, isn't he? Because he could make them all look very silly here, but you can't ignore those last 2 runs.
No, absolutely. That they are a definite concern. I wouldn't be at all surprised if again, he's the type who needs a couple of runs just to blow away the cobwebs. He's clearly very dangerous on the pick of his form. So I don't take him lightly at all, but You've got to make your choice. It's interesting. Aku Mobari, for all he had a run at the weekend, still looks to be carrying a little bit of condition. So he clearly
he's heavy set.
He's heavy set. He clearly looks after himself. And horses like that, they tend to take their racing very well because they got they're not going to suddenly run up light after one run.
You've got the trainer saying in the interviews he thrived off his work.
Yeah. I mean these big horses do as long as they're sound. then they tend to thrive on a fairly busy schedule.
Karahom is one of the battle-hardened horses here. We've got a lot of horses coming in here lightly raced. Karahom has had plenty of opportunity. This is his 37th start here in Saudi Arabia, and he's been running in some really good, tough races. So you know if it comes to a battle, Karahom is one you want to be on the right side of.
Yeah, it hasn't been at its best, as I said, in handicaps. But it's sort of not to 90, not to 95, not to 85 handicaps so far this season. And although, you know, this isn't a massive, it's not really a drop in class on paper, I think he ends up being not in such a competitive environment, if you like. I think he'd be up against a lot of horses who, you know, a field thick with horses with a big chance, whereas maybe 3 or 4 with a big chance in this race, and that might make him competitive.
Yeah, that could give him every chance. So let's, as the loading commences, I like number 13, Anis Al-Jaliz, and Rory and Shamila like number 7, Akamubari. And for the final time, after a wonderful afternoon and evening, Darren Owen, it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, runners there moving up into the stalls. So they start this race in the top right-hand corner of the racecourse, so away from the stands. They have that long run down the back straight here, really fair track. Long run to that first turn. So we're going over the 2,000-meter journey, and still out of line is Elm Wabel. I want to go into stall number 14. This is number 2, Rahman Al-Hamar, red with the white epaulets. Asaeb, number 8, is still to go in as well, I see. So it looks as though we're down to the last 4 or 5 for the final race. Elm Al-Samawi, number 15, is also to go in. Yellow jacket for that horse, and also Al-Habrazi, number 12. So we're looking at Rahman Al-Hamar, number 2. Oh dear, kicking back the rail. Blindfold now fitted. So we're down to the final 4 runners to load for our 12th and final race. This is number 2, Rahman Al-Hamar. Others waiting are Al-Habrazi, number 12, and number 8, Asaeb. So they're just backing up Rahman Al-Hamar. He'll have to turn now. They've got so far with this horse. Now they're removing the blindfold. So, really doesn't want to cooperate, does he? He really wants to kick out. The stalls team determined to win that battle, and they have done. So the 2 horses in, Rahman Al-Hamar's in for the 12th and final race. Still to go is Asaeb, number 8. Goes in. That's it, all in, and they're off. And they're racing. An awkward start there for Anis Al-Jaliz, who just went sideways. One inconvenience was Elm Wabel. And on settling down, it is Karahom who has the early advantage. And that one is towards the inside running rail. Yawi is down the centre of the track. Anis Al-Jaliz is taking a handy roll. They're the leading few. They're being followed by Elm Wabel as they link onto the main course now. Al-Habrazi is nicely in touch with the leaders as they go on down the far side. So setting a pretty good pace is Carrier Hom, who's got a few lengths on this field. Anis Al-Shaliz is in second place, and then wide on the playing field is Elam Al-Sawami in the yellow and blue jacket, with Al-Habrazi nicely in touch with the leaders as they move towards the end of the back. Yawi in the blue and white colours not too far away, and Akko Mabari, red and white jacket for that one, is to the outside. Abba Al-Houm is next. Back in mid-division comes Rahman Al-Hamar as they leave the back straight behind them, and quite a few of them just coming under pressure now as they approach the turn into the straight. So they head now towards the final 500 or so, and Carrier Holmes just coming back to this field. Anis Al-Jalbiz in second place, white cap of Akko Mabari to the outside. Al-Habrazi is next, and the one whistling down the outer is Akko Mabari. Commits, goes for home, and goes a few lengths clear, being chased by Al-Habrazi in second position. Here comes Asaeb on the outside with the other white cap. Asaeb, number 8, in second place. The one to catch, though, is Akko Mabari inside the last 200. Akko Mabari, the leader, and with Asaeb trying to cut down the advantage. Asaeb is throwing down at everything at Akko Mabari. Akko Mabari joined by Asaeb, passed by Asaeb. Asaeb the winner, Akko Mabari second place, and they are clear of Ilam Al-Samawi. So, well, it was a 2-horse race, wasn't it? All the way up the straight. Asaeb, number 8, has worn down number 7, Akko Mabari, in a great stretch drive involving these two horses, and they just pulled clear. There was a good pace set by Carrier Hom in the early part of the race, all the way down the back straight. But 2 horses involved in the finish there. It goes to number 8, Asaeb, second, number 7, Akko Mabari, and they were a few lengths clear. Here's the visual evidence. Look at this now. Well, they'd be about half a length in that, and that has been confirmed. 8 wins, 7 second, half a length between those two, and then just daylight, complete daylight then to the others, with number 15, Ilam Al-Samawi, taking third position. Half a length and 8 3/4 lengths. Half a length and 8 3/4 lengths. The 4th horse, number 2, Rahman Al-Hamar. So it's 8, 7, 15 and 2. 2 minutes 07.93 the time. 2 minutes 07.93. 8 the winner.
Well, there's only one way to describe it. It's Heartbreak City down here. Shamila's on the floor. Rory's not doing well either. It's been a real sad moment for the last race, as Akko Mabari looked every inch the winner and was beaten in the dying stride by the fast finishing Asab, who has come from well off the back to go in and win. We're seeing these drone footage now of this race going from the beginning, and it's interesting to see my selection, Anis Al-Najiz, who is up there early alongside Karahom, who we mentioned would enjoy this and try and cut out the run and then battle them. Unfortunately, if you were a supporter of Karahom, you knew your fate quite early, because that horse began to fade poorly in the end of the back straight.
Yeah, he set a very strong pace, Carrier Home, and I thought that was tremendous for us with Akko Mabari, who needed a strong pace, given he can be a little bit sluggish early on in his races. He wouldn't want it turning into a sprint. And he looked to be absolutely cruising, turning for home. Ricardo Ferreira set him alight. He went clear in the straight. Just went too soon, didn't he? But she's a game mare, the winner, Asaeb. She was running in a tough race last time out in Cup Company. She'd run really well here in her previous start, and back into a slightly lesser race than she was in last time out. She's run an absolute cracker. Both the first and second, both dropping back from Cup Company. From their most recent races, and as we said with Akko Mabari, turning out very quickly after that run on Saturday as well. So they've come well clear of the rest, and the form looks pretty solid.
Yes, Mohammed Al-Habail would have been licking his lips when they turn into the straight, because he would have seen that Ricardo Ferreira, who is a champion jockey in France and Spain, in Spain, but does a lot of his riding in France.
Yes.
He would have seen this horse go early and seen Akko Mabari and thought, I'm going to catch this, because there's no way. Our producer in our ear was saying he's not going to get home. There's no way he's staying in that position. He is getting caught, and he was absolutely right, because Asab has actually won that quite cosily in the end.
there's a suggestion there that our producer is a good race reader, which I would definitely dispute.
But it just goes to show how underrated Mohammed Al Hubail really is. I mean, last week he won the apprentice race as well, so you tend to forget that he is still only an apprentice, and he times these rides so perfectly to the absolute T. And I think you can blame me for Ricardo Ferreira coming second, because I was celebrating coming around the home turn. So yeah, apologies for that.
Yeah, there was a lot of early celebrations that were swiftly ended as Aku Babari ended up falling into his rival's laps. But take nothing away from our winning performance, who was very, very impressive. I think the only mare in the race certainly took advantage of any weight allowances she was given, and has gone on to do the business with an apprentice jockey on board as well. So you're saying double advantage in the weights there.
Yeah, she was getting weight, but she also was very game and running down the leader as well. So that was good to see, and she is a very genuine mare.
Yeah, she's a genuine performer, but I think we saw a very, very classy performer earlier in the card, Rory. Who was your highlight?
Without a doubt that the race number 9, the race for 2-year-olds, seemed to have some very promising types in there, and it ended up going to Al Waked, who was winning his second race from his mini start for the bang-in form Lucas Gaitan yard. He's I really liked him on debut. He found plenty for pressure in what looked a tough contest, and Al Waked, I thought, stepped up again in winning this in very good style from a decent sort in Commissioner Dan in second, with Jubail again running a very good race, running on late as he did last time to finish third. 1 minute 39 dead the time for that mile race as well. I thought that was a very, very good performance. The clock tells you the story as well. The next race, a strong contest, was run a second slower than this. So this is a really high-class 2-year-old who looks to be heading towards the Saudi Derby. The trainer was certainly not denying that when Shamila asked, and the big smile on Lucas Gaitan's face, and indeed on Alex Moreno's face when he got off, tells you all you need to know about this horse. A really, really good prospect.
Yeah, and Shamila, I know you'd understand the Saudi Derby for these imported horses. Looks like a fascinating contest, doesn't it?
It really does, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Lucas Gaitan's horse was up there in the placings after the performances we've seen so far. But can I just say that my highlight is Alex Moreno for the past 2 weekends now. I mean, the treble today, I mean, I just don't think there's any stopping him. I think that he could quite possibly get another 9 winners by Saturday, as well as he did last weekend.
Well, let's talk about Alex, because he is a jockey who has got such a massive personality. He clearly wears his heart on his sleeve. He's been very emotional with us about his ability in riding, and sometimes you feel like he's been hard done by. But he is in hot form right now and continues to bang in the winners.
And just look at the smile on his face after his winners today. He's just enjoying life so much at the moment, and that's great to see, because he's had a couple of tough times here, but he's riding at the top of his game at the moment, and he's enjoying every moment of it.
Yeah, I mean, just look at him today. He had a treble today. He had, nine beforehand. That gives him 12 in 4 meetings, which is just incredible. A really good effort from him. And he's getting the support from the trainers and the owners, and I think that's all important. Shamila, you've seen him over these last 2 weeks. How has his confidence grown? Because I know when we last saw him, he was just getting back from a ban. He's a little bit sort of like, I'm trying to get these winners, and was riding a little bit with a chip on his shoulder. Yeah. But he seems much more relaxed now.
The thing with Alex is that he's very hard on himself. So even if he has 1 winner like per weekend, he's not happy with himself after that. So it's great to see him riding with such confidence, and he's getting off these horses, and he's explaining how he's riding them, how he came to the decisions he did. So I just love to see that. I love Alex in the winner's enclosure.
And don't forget about Adel Al-Faradi at the double as well. Camille Ospina had a winner early on in the card too. I think he was quite unlucky with Commissioner Dan in our most recent contest as well. Thought that 2-year-old will have a lot to prove in the future. But Adel Al-Faradi, certainly when we're talking about judging rides and the ability to time a race, Rory, he's on top of everyone here.
Yeah, listen, he's very good. And don't forget the Fahad also had a winner today as well. So the Al-Faradi clan doing very, very well at the moment. So it's interesting to see the waxing and waning fortunes of the jockeys here. And we're in for a really good weekend, aren't we?
Yeah, I think the Trainers' Championship is what's going to be the most fascinating to watch. I think the Jockeys' Championship is sewn up. Really, Camillo would need something really bad to happen for him not to win. The Owners' Championship, the White Stable look like they've got that. But the Trainers, now that looks wide open, and we've got plenty to look forward to throughout the week. Now, I know the Saudi show will roll on to Friday and Saturday, so make sure you stay with us. We'll be here from 3:05 Saudi time, 12 12:05 UK time. 12 races to look forward to on both days, 2 Arabian races, 10 thoroughbred contests. Be there or be square, because we can't wait to have you with us.